Bawura, Sunday Olowoyeye, you are always, you contradict yourself, you lie so much. I want to let you know that when you came to me, I saw you as the next project that I must try to take care of. It was not Mrs. Ashekun that told you to come to me. It was the necessity for your economic development, because you are thrown aboard. You have been a victim of life. You have released several videos whereby you made us know that you want to kill yourself. And you are very calculative. You are very mathematical with your, what can I call it? With your satanic emotionalism. You don't give a damn. Okay, you people are seeing the interviews now. You are saying it, and you're going to see much. Did he look like somebody that would put under pressure? Did he look like somebody that would put gun to his head to speak? Did he look like somebody that was kidnapped to come and speak, or did he look like somebody that was scolded, or that was induced? He came on his volition, and it shows from the affidavit he signed in Abeokuta in October 2024, claiming that he's ready, that everything he's saying is natural. Nobody forced him. He was looking for money. He was looking for investment. So he came to bring Edan Asabi on the same note after declaring that he want to kill himself. And to God be the glory. I told you that somebody introduced him to me, because I also saw the broadcast where he said he want to kill himself.
If I were an ordinary engineer in the street, you hit my car like that, I'll call police for you straight ahead. I say, yes, police, put him behind jail until he's ready to be reasonable. Then you put your hand in your pocket and walk away. It's your right. But when you become a man who carries God, you lose your right. The reason is not for anything. It's because your ministry is hinged on that honor. So when you send somebody to police and they put him behind bar, even for 5 hours or 2 hours or 1 hour, do you know what happens? By the time you are coming to preach next Sunday, I say, love endures all things. They say, love endures all things, and he puts somebody in jail. Your ministry is finished. Your ministry is finished. Your ministry is finished. No matter what you are preaching, they are not listening.
And that's why I bring people like that. At times I call other people, come and join me, so that my stage will be democratized. It will not be me. It will not be, oh, it's him. He's angry with our church. He hates our church. Who hates your church? If your church is doing evil, then we will speak against the evil. If your church is doing anything bad, we will speak against it. You cannot stop everybody. You can't use political power or police power to stop people. If you hurt people, people should come out and say there is freedom of expression. Nigerian law guarantees it. African charter guarantees it. You don't gag people. You don't use power. You don't abuse power. That you have lawyers in your church, you have policemen in your church, or you have policewomen in your church, does not give you the warrants to harass and intimidate and litigate people. If they feel anything, then they come out and say it. And I give kudos to my very good elderly friend, Chief Commander Obi. He said in one of his LPs, he said, "Nínú gbogbo tẹ́lẹ̀dùmarè dá sílé ayé, àwa ènìyàn láṣọrò. Nínú gbogbo tẹ́lẹ̀dùmarè dá sílé ayé, àwa ènìyàn láṣọrò." They said, nínú gbogbo tẹ́lẹ̀dùmarè dá sílé ayé, amójú ẹranko tó burú. He said, ṣùgbọ́n àwa ènìyàn tàbá ń bára jẹ́, tàbá ń bára mú nígbàkúgbà àbí lọ́jọ́ iwájú ohunkóhun ló lè ṣẹlẹ̀. You know, that was the album he sang, Ìtẹ́lọ́rùn ni bàbá ìwà. Then he sang in another stanza. He said, ó yẹ ká kọ́gbọ́n lára erin, lára ẹkùn, lára kìnìún, kálukú jayé ọba ẹ̀ nínú igbó. That we should learn from the lion, from the leopard, and from the elephant, that every of these animals are well established in their own endeavors, in their different endeavors. That we should learn from their attitude, from their mannerism, from the way they appear. So what I'm trying to say that there is a tribe of the wicked, and let's go in. Because of what is happening now, everything that is happening, God is aware. Everything that is happening, the Bawura episode and every other episode, because there is a strong wind to change narrative. Everything he's talking about is that he need money. His brain is shaking. His head is shaking. His brain wants to come out from his nose. His brain wants to come out from his ear. His heart is jamming with his chest. You know, he give you all sort of, funny reason that you have to listen to him. Then in most cases, he won't tell you that borrow me. Then you know that you're not going to borrow this one. Somebody that is at that level in life.
Owó tó àlọ́ mi báyìí ju 10,000 lọ, 65,000 ni mo dẹ̀ máa ń ra oògùn yẹn. Ẹjọ́ mi mọ̀ bí a mo lè rí bá tẹ jẹ́ mo lè rí 50,000 ìyá lọ́wọ́ yín. Màá mọ̀ bí màá ṣe dá padà bí àtẹni yẹn. Tó bá send owó yẹn ó ṣe ni mo máa rí mi títí wíìkì. Tó bá dẹ̀ send ẹ̀ sí mi wíìkì, màá send ẹ̀ padà sí.
So you not tell you, yeah, me 50,000, then anybody from you, it's the same strategy. As he's talking to you, he's also talking to other people in the same manner. But you see, my own is that you do your own. We thank God again. We want to appreciate God for another very wonderful, lovely opportunity to come out and to give a right of reply and to also say some very honest truths, especially about wrong allegations, about our work in the press and our work in the Committee of Men. Today is Monday, the 4th day of June. Year 2026, and we want to appreciate God. It's sometime in the evening here in Lagos. We are still on the issue of Pastor Baruwa Olowoyeye, and I want to thank you all. The first video we did, we tried to do our investigation, we tried to do our research, and we tried to explain in details some of the things that are being said, some of the things that are being bangled, and some of the lies that are being put around and used to tarnish and trying to damage good deeds. This year is a very funny, interesting year, and when I look at the whole thing, at times I laugh. Yorùbá will say ọ̀rọ̀ tí ó bá ti ju kíyàn sunkún ẹ̀rín náà ni ó máa fi rín. What is happening in the Christendom in recently is so funny. Christianity is a very beautiful religion. It's a religion of peace, and it's a religion of reformation, transformation, and from what we've seen from the beginning of our own experience in Christianity, it's one of the most beautiful religion in the world. But you see, may God not let us be militant in our approach to life or militant in our orientation. There is nothing good about being militant or being militant in our faith. And if you look at what is going on today, a whole lot of things is just going on in Christendom. Everything that is going on around my humble self, being Gadana Sabe, around Mrs. Olufunke Ashekun, around Madam Maureen Badijo, around Barrister, what they call her, Barrister Bolu, Akimbo, and some other very good-hearted people that are trying to be used by God to, to put things right. It is one of those things. Let me shock you. Early this year, I was interviewing a man of God, and this man of God is a very, very, very humble man, but gifted with the spirits of clairvoyance and all that. So, and he gave me one of the prophecies of the year. He was talking about a lot of things that's going to happen in 2026, and he said in this 2026 there is going to be massive deception in the church.
Ètò tó dàbí rẹ̀ tí mi ò rò pé mo sọ fáwọn èèyàn ni pé ẹ̀tàn máa pọ̀.
Ẹ̀tàn
Káwọn èèyàn ṣọ́ra fún ẹ̀tàn, pàápàá jùlọ deception láàárín àwọn onígbàgbọ́, láàárín àwa onígbàgbọ́, àwa tá a pera wa ní onígbàgbọ́ Kristẹni ọmọlẹ́yìn Kristi, ẹ̀tàn máa pọ̀. Ẹ̀tàn máa pọ̀. Àwọn èèyàn ẹ̀mí ẹ̀tàn máa wọnú ayé wa, máa wọ àárín ìjọ. Ẹ̀mí ẹ̀tàn máa wọ àárín ìjọ. So nípa bíbẹ̀ ká wà ní kíyèsára, ká gba ẹ̀mí Ọlọ́run, ẹ̀mí ìtọ́ni láàyè.
He said ẹ̀tàn máa wà nínú ìjọ, meaning that ẹ̀tàn ó máa wà nínú ìjọ. And when all this drama began to unravel, I remember that revelation, I remember that prophecy, and I was like, okay, what's going on? This broadcast, of course, it is according to all the relevant section about free expression of free will, free opinion in a democratized environment. And because it concerns us, if Bawura didn't go on Rashidat, what is her name? Rashidat Olowoyeye's program in America to say that kind of a thing, maybe there'll be no opportunity for us to put a lot of things straight. And I want to remember that I think in the book of Proverbs 11 verse 3 that says that the integrity of the integrity of the upright will guide them, but the perversity of the unfaithful will destroy them. Say the integrity of the upright will guide the upright, but the perversity of the unfaithful will destroy the unfaithful one. And the book of Psalm 11 verse 3 also says, when the foundation is bad, what can the righteous do? So you look at Bawura, you look at him. I have looked at some of the videos he released. I gave him a lot of time. I was willing to give him a lot of time so that he can say a lot. He has always been saying he's coming after me. He's going to say a lot of it. And he released a video about me, and I listened to that video, and he was able to put out a lot of terrible things, lies, outright lies about me, things that I've never discussed with him, things that I've never had time to discuss, because this is a man who came seeking for help, seeking for financial help, and he wanted us to broadcast so that he could get a financial lifting. And like I said, we have watched several of his videos on Facebook where he was threatening that he's going to kill himself, that everything is becoming boring, and that if he dies, it is a Christian family that killed him. Members of his former church were after his life. Loyalists of his former GO were threatening his life.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sunday Bawura Olowoyeye. I'd like to make this quick video messages. Please, I need the help from you, viewer. Because there's some people they are after in my life. I faced depression in the past.
2 years ago, I faced a serious depression. It's God that saved my life. Even reached a stage that tried to even to commit suicide 2 times. But thank God for the sake of God and for some people around me. But now I'm trying to wave all those challenges from my side, try to focus. So now I'm trying to be on my feet. But some people is after in my life. Now, which I didn't know what I did, what I really did to them. Please. And I know, and those people that is after in my life, they are not an herbalist, they are not Islamic, they are so-called Christian. Please, I don't want to talk and I don't want to go back to my past memory. I need the help from you people and I need your good encouragement. But if anything happened to me, I know.
And I keep asking that should we hear about this in the church system? I keep asking that what is the profit? What is the purpose of a church? Should we hear about church and we be going to, fear over? Should we see people and they say, okay, I belong to this church, and immediately you are paranoid. You want to get off from that environment. Bawura's state of mind is depressed. Bawura's state of mind is broken. And today, in this second part, we are going to tell you a whole lot of things about him that people don't know, because he's released a lot of video cursing people here and there, especially people that gave him succor when things were very terrible.
So Funke Ashekun, I don't know where you get that, because all your life full of lie. And you said that you are not moved by what I'm saying. If you are not moved, everybody knows that it's every day you are coming out. And for the past 2 weeks that I started tell your story, you hide yourself. It's now that you are trying to come out and say that nothing happened to you. So no problem. You will hear winner from tomorrow. A lot of deep things about you will be coming out. So Funke Ashekun, continue your fake life. Nothing will do me. Even though if you like call your prophet to be raining curse, it will jump back to you and your family. If you like, started digging your hole, you will be the one that will fall into it. Except if I'm telling lie. Or you that all your life full of lie. 10 lies about the man that doesn't offend you. The man that will benefit a lot from. Still yet you have tried to crucify him. Even that all that he do you bad, why can't you just leave everything for God?
And like I said in the first video, please, nobody should be angry with Bawura. Instead, I said we should pity him. Even though at times you look at him, you feel like punching his mouth. You look at him, you feel like punching his brain. You look at him, you feel like giving him a blow, because he's a liar. And he lies meticulously, he lies with precision, he lies strategically. And like I said in the first video, he's suffering from malignant personality disorder. He's suffering from malignant personality disorder. I call it malignant, what do you call it? Narcissism. Malignant narcissism. That's the highest level of narcissistic moral tendency, whereby people don't give a damn. He has been pushed to the extreme and he wants to sacrifice anybody. He's not living the best life if you look at him. And even from his utterances, I just pity a lot of people. I pity people who have shown him love in the past, especially the very wonderful, estimable Madam Funke Ashekun. I have a whole lot of, I have a lot of pity. And look at the beginning in 2021 when he came on board. It was Mrs. Maureen Badijo that first took his cross. got a place for him in Surulere to live when he said the church were after him and they were looking for him. They want to arrest him. They want to jail him. And along the line, I remember in those days how everything happened. There are things, intelligence we shared on the ground, and eventually when he was arrested, it was like, I saw it coming. It's unfortunate. But what happened? They made him to denounce Mrs. Ashekun, to denounce Mrs. Madam Badejo. But eventually, after he was free, he still came back and did a video to give kudos, to tell the world that everything he said on the platform of Miss Maureen Badejo and everything that she's broadcasting about his former church is 95% true.
This great apology to Sister Maureen Badejo. And I want to say this. All the things that I said concerning Maureen Badejo in 2021, it is not from my mind. It's under duress. I said it. Under duress because the police forced me to say it. And I want to repeat now, thank God that God has given me the victory. Sister Maureen Badejo is a good woman. In fact, she's my helper. If not because of her, maybe by now my enemy could have been in the grave. She stood by me. She fight for me. She give me a shelter. She supports me. But some spirit people make the police to force me to say that Maureen Badejo is evil. Maureen Badejo, she's a good person. GIOTV is a station that you can watch. All the things that Maureen she say in her page is a good things. Believe her, she's a good person. So I want to ask for this apology from Maureen Badejo, that all the things that I said to you, said concerning you in 2021 is done from me. I said it under duress. I'm very sorry for that. And all the people that is there, please, GIOTV is a good station that you can watch. Maureen Badejo is a very plain and a good bloggers that you can listen to. God bless you. I thank God, and I thank God for the support from all Nigeria people during the court issue. And I thank God for those of you that believe in me. And I pray that God Almighty will continue to bless you.
So if somebody can come back and say that he's sorry, he even apologized to her, tried to beg her. But because we are different in nature, Mrs. Badejo has learned to see him from his, from his aura, from his what can I call this? From his sense of gratitude. She just saw everything about him and she decided to jettison him at that time. If it was Mrs. Badejo that took his cross there and she helped him to this point, she will be the one he's going to use as sacrifice. Let me call your attention to something before I go straight, because I'm going to show you I'll show you the culture of his intellectual malaise. And I will also show you the tradition, the trajectory of what Bawura has turned to today. I've been able to, funny enough, I have this fact with me, but I just kept it to myself. But today, I will share his relationship with 3 people and how he dealt with them, the kind of situation he found himself. And you imagine that if he can come out now and start to curse people like us, my humble self, and lie against us, telling that Rashida Atepaye Adunisho that it was Mrs. Ashekun that gave money to me to engage him to come and say certain negative thing about his former boss, then you will now imagine the kind of person this guy is. The book of Isaiah 26 verse 10 has always come to mind. And I will start on that note today because I want people to listen, to see something. Because everything we've been saying every time, people just listen to the surface. They listen and they just go on. I want us to always go back to the Bible. And we should notice that there is what we call the tribe of the wicked ones. That's why at times when I see people Just little thing from there tells me who they are, and eventually you see that I just take my leave. I could relate with you for 6 months, for 1 year, but the moment tó bá ti jẹ́ ẹni tó jẹ́ ẹni ibi, á farahàn, either nínú ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀, either kò sọ̀rọ̀ mi lẹ́yìn láì dá kí n gbọ́, tàbí kó máa sọ̀rọ̀ wẹ́wẹ́wẹ́wẹ́ kó máa fọ̀rọ̀ bàyàn jẹ́. Ìjọ tí a bá ti mọ̀ ó ti tọ́nà nìyẹn. Àwọn ẹni ibi búburú pọ̀. And I give kudos to my very good elderly friend, Chief Commander Mr. Obe. He said, in one of his LP, he said, nínú gbogbo tẹ́lẹ̀dùmarè dá sílé ayé, àwa ènìyàn láṣọrò. Nínú gbogbo tẹ́lẹ̀dùmarè dá sílé ayé, àwa ènìyàn láṣọrò. He said, nínú gbogbo tẹ́lẹ̀dùmarè dá sílé ayé, amójú ẹranko tó burú. He said, ṣùgbọ́n àwa ènìyàn tàbá ń bára jẹ́ tàbá ń bára mu nígbàkúgbà àbí lọ́jọ́ iwájú ohunkóhun ló lè ṣẹlẹ̀. You know, that was the album he sang, Ìtẹ́lọ́rùn ni bàbá ìwà. Then he sang in another stanza. He said, ó yẹ ká kọ́gbọ́n lára erin, lára ẹkùn, lára kìnìún, kálukú jayé ọba ẹ̀ nínú igbó. That we should learn from the lion, from the leopard, and from the elephant, that every of these animals are well established in their own endeavors, in their different endeavors. That we should learn from their attitude, from their mannerism, from the way they act. So what I'm trying to say that there is a tribe of the wicked, and let's go in. Because of what is happening now, everything that is happening, God is aware. Everything that is happening, the Bawura episode and every other episode, because there is a strong wind to change narrative. We are being ambushed, we are being abused, we are being literally persecuted, and you ask yourself, for what reason? Today, all what we are going to say, we are going to also take note from the court paper. We are going to take note from the court paper. You will see how the court nemesis went with Bawura and why Bawura is in that state of mind. Now, let's quickly visit the book of Isaiah. Isaiah 26 verse 10, it said, let grace be shown to the wicked, yet he will not learn righteousness. Listen, Isaiah chapter 26 verse 10, it said, let grace be shown to the wicked, yet he will not learn righteousness. In the land of uprightness, he will deal unjustly and will not behold the majesty of the Lord. Can you imagine? He said, let grace be shown to the wicked. Meaning that wickedness is preoccupied, is in the nature, is in the bloodline, is in the birth rights of some people. Meaning that tàbá fojú rere hàn ènìyàn búburú, á tún ṣe búburú. Ó ní ilẹ̀ ìdúró ṣinṣin kì yóò kọ́ òdodo. Ó ní ìgbẹ̀yìngbẹ̀yìn á sì tún ṣe búburú. Ó ní ìgbẹ̀yìngbẹ̀yìn kò ní rí ògo Ọlọ́run, kò ní rí ọlá ńlá Ọlọ́run. Tí a bá ṣe rere fún èèyàn búburú, kò sí àmọ́ torí tí a ṣe. Ní ìgbẹ̀yìngbẹ̀yìn wọ́n á fi ibi san, wọ́n á fi aburú san. So nígbà tó máa fa aburú san fúnra wa, kò yẹ kẹ́rù bà wá. Nígbà tó máa fi aburú san fún ara wọn Mrs. Fúnkẹ́ Àṣekún, kò yẹ kẹ́rù bà wọn, kò yẹ kí inú bí wọn. Nígbà tó máa fi aburú san fún Mrs. Mọ̀rin Bàdéjọ tó ń ṣiṣẹ́, kò yẹ kí ìbínú dé, kò yẹ kí ọkàn wọn bàjẹ́. Nígbà tó máa fi aburú san fún ọ̀rẹ́ wa Kúnlé Fásùgbà Yorùbá Gidi, kò yẹ ká bínú. Nígbà tó máa fi aburú san fún Barrister Bólú Akínbọ̀ àti àwọn míì tọ́lọ́run ń lò tó ń fi owó sínú GoFundMe láti ran àwọn èèyàn bíi Bawura lọ́wọ́, tó yẹ pé ní ìgbẹ̀yìngbẹ̀yìn èpè ní ìpín wa látọ̀dọ̀ wọn, láti ẹnu wọn.
Ayé yín máa bàjẹ́ ni àtàsíbí àti Fúnkẹ́, ayé yín máa bàjẹ́. Ohun tó mú mi là kọjá, àwọn ọmọ tiẹ̀ náà là kọjá. My father is old, is 88 years now. By October, he will clock 88. My mom is 82. I'm the one that cater for them for long. The time that they hold us need me more, you make me to be sick. Fúnkẹ́, tó bá di ọjọ́ agbo tiẹ̀ náà tó yẹ kó o máa gbádùn ọmọ, àìsàn làwọn ọmọ ẹ̀ náà máa fi wò. You can sue me after waiting for you. àwọn ọmọ tiẹ̀ náà wọ́n máa náwó lórí àìsàn wọn ní ráyè gbọ́ ti tiẹ̀. I have a parent that I need to cater for. Now instead of me to cater for them, I'm cater for myself.
Kò yẹ kí ẹ̀rù bà wá, kò yẹ ká bínú sí wọn, nítorí pé ẹ jẹ́ ká fi ó ní tá a bá fojú rere hàn èèyàn búburú, ó ní kì yóò kọ́ òdodo, ó ní ilẹ̀ ìdúró ṣinṣin òun yóò hùwà ìtọ́, ó ní ìgbẹ̀yìngbẹ̀yìn kò ní rí ọlá ńlá Ọlọ́run. Let grace be shown to the wicked, yet he will not learn righteousness. In the land of uprightness he will deal unjustly and will not behold the majesty of the Lord. Meaning that kò ní lè dúró. Then if you now go to the book of Psalm 58, there are a lot of things in the Bible. I think when you come across this thing, there are a lot deeper things in the Bible that justify what we are going through today, that specify, that analyzes, Psalm 58 verse 3, he said, the wicked are estranged from the womb. They go astray as soon as they are born, speaking lies. I hope I have a Yoruba Bible. I hope I have a Yoruba Bible. This one is more, it tells us, it can help us more. I want you to just see some things. Psalm 58, he said, Yorùbá, he said, láti inú ìyá wọn wá ni àwọn ènìyàn búburú ti ṣe ìyapa. Ó ní wọ́n ti ṣìnà lójú kan náà tí a ti bí wọn, wọ́n á máa ṣèké. Meaning that the wicked are estranged from the womb. They go astray as soon as they are born, speaking lies. Then verse 4 said, for ní oró wọn dàbí oró ejò, wọ́n dàbí adití ejò pamọ́lẹ̀ tó dí ara rẹ̀ ní etí. That is the poison of their acts. Verse 4, he said, their poison is like the poison of a serpent. They are like the thief adder that stopped her hair. Her hair is blocked. She's going to do wickedness. So when you see, even if it's at the general overseer level, at the pastor level, at the RO level, at the pastoral level, at the lower level of the member, you understand that they've been like that right from birth. That's what I'm trying to say. The tribe of the wicked, they are wicked. Because I will never imagine that somebody will come out and lie and say all sort of unjustified things about me, about people around him, and you try to twist and turn the course of narratives and all that. Then verse 5 says, tí ó ní ejò tí kò fẹ́ gbọ́ ohun àwọn atúnilójú bí ó ti wù kí ó máa fi ọgbọ́n ṣe ìtújú tó. A snake which will not hearken to the voice of charmers, charming never so wisely. Even that the charmers are trying to calm me down, it will misbehave and be so wicked and so wild. Now, verse 6 says, break their teeth, O God, in their mouth. Break out the great teeth of the young lions, O Lord. Ká wọn ní eyín Ọlọ́run ní ẹnu wọn. Ká ọ̀gán àwọn ọmọ kìnìún nì. Kí wọn kí ó yọ dànù bí omi tí ń ṣàn nígbà gbogbo, nígbà tí ó bá fa ọ̀run láti tafa rẹ̀. Tó bá fa ọ̀run, okay. Let them melt away as water which run continually. When he bended his bow to shoot his arrow, let them be as cut in pieces. Nígbà tí ó bá fa ọ̀run láti tafa rẹ̀, kí wọn kó dàbí ẹni pé a gbé wọn ní ìjànjàn. Look, the Bible is just complete. I wanted to push that out, the other part of the Bible that explains so much. Then there's another very powerful aspect that I want us to look at. That is Psalm 82, so that you will know what is happening with Bawura and people in that class. I'm not going to bore you much, but let's go to Psalm 82 and see something there. It is very important. It's a very funny psalm. He said, God standeth in the congregation of the mighty. He judgeth among the gods. That is small g. How long will you judge unjustly and accept the persons of the wicked? That's a question on verse 2. Then verse 3. Defend the poor and fatherless. Do justice to the afflicted and needy. Then verse 4. Deliver the poor and needy. Rid them out of the hands of the wicked. Then verse 5. They know not, neither will they understand. They walk on in darkness. All the foundations of the earth are out of course. He said, I have said, Ye are gods, small gods, and all of you are children of the Most High, meaning that God created all of them. But ye shall die like men and fall like one of the princes. Verse 8, arise, O God, judge the earth, for those shall inherit all nations. Then Yoruba said, Ọlọ́run dúró nínú ìjọ àwọn alágbára, ó ń ṣe ìdájọ́ láàrin àwọn ọlọ́run kéékèèké, àwọn tó ń tìyàn mọ́lé, àwọn tó ń fọlọ́pàá gbéyàn, àwọn tó ń fìyàn sínú aginjù ìparun ayé, àwọn tó ń bà tèèyàn jẹ́, tó ń gba àlàáfíà lára èèyàn, tó ń sọ̀yàn di jálajàla. Ó ní Ọlọ́run ṣe ìdájọ́ láàrin wọn. Ìyẹn lẹ ṣe rí gbogbo nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ rúdurùdu tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ń sìn. Ó ní ẹ̀yin ó ti ṣe ìdájọ́ àìsòótọ́ pẹ́ tó, tí ẹ ó sì máa ṣe ojúsàájú àwọn èèyàn búburú. Meaning that ẹ̀yin adájọ́ ayé, ẹ̀yin ọlọ́pàá, ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ mọ̀ bí nǹkan tẹ́ ní í ṣe ò dáa. Ó ní fún ìgbà wo lẹ máa ṣe léyìí lọ, tẹ́ máa ṣojú ìsàájú àwọn èèyàn búburú. Ó ní ẹ̀yin ó ti ṣe ìdájọ́ àìsòótọ́ pẹ́ tó, tí ẹ ó sì máa ṣojú ìsàájú àwọn èèyàn búburú. Ó ní ṣe ìdájọ́ tálákà àti aláìní bàbá, ṣe òtítọ́ sáwọn olùpọ́njú àti aláìní. Ó ń pe Ọlọ́run bí kọ́lọ́run wá ṣe ìdájọ́ àwọn tálákà àti aláìní. Kọ́lọ́run yọ wọ́n nínú ìdè àwọn alágbára, àwọn tó ń lówó, àwọn tó ní ọrọ̀, àwọn tó lè lo gọ́vnà láti jẹ́ kéèyàn wà ní detention, wọ́n lè jẹ́ kí bail condition èèyàn kó le. Wọ́n lè gbàgbé pé ìdájọ́ burú, pé òtítọ́ ló máa lékè, pé ìjọ kan máa wà tó máa wà nínú kòtò 4/6. Tó yẹ pé ìyàwó ò ní ní access wọn, mo ní ní access wọn, kòkòrò ló máa ní access wọn, ìjàlọ àtàwọn kí ló ti ń pè, àwọn kòkòrò tó ń jẹ ẹran ara ló máa ní access wọn. Ó wá ní gba tálákà àtàláìní yọ wọ́n ní ọwọ́ àwọn èèyàn búburú. That's verse 4. Ó ní wọn kò mọ̀, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọn kò fẹ́ kí òye kó yé wọn. Wọ́n ń rìn ní òkùnkùn, gbogbo ìpìlẹ̀ ayé yẹ̀ ní ipò wọn. Ó ní wọn kò mọ̀, that is àwọn èèyàn tó wà lábẹ́ wọn, wọn ò mọ̀. Then àwọn alágbára, ó ní bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọn kò fẹ́ kí òye kó yé wọn. Wọn ò fẹ́ kí wọ́n ní understanding nǹkan tó fi dì wọ́n mọ́lẹ̀, tó fi ń gbàdúrà gbàfẹ́ kú, tí ayé wọn fi bàjẹ́ after 29 years in service, tí wọ́n di ẹni tí kò lè dá oúnjẹ jẹ, tí ò lè dá omi mu, tí ó ní ìdàtí tọrọ, tó di ẹni tó ní àìsàn, tó di ẹni tí ìràwọ̀ ẹ̀ ti bàjẹ́, tó di ẹni tó ń parọ́ mọ́ àwọn olóore. Now ó ní wọ́n rìn ní òkùnkùn, gbogbo ìpìlẹ̀ ayé yẹ̀ ní ipò wọn. Agbára táwọn wọ̀nyí ní, wọ́n ti fi yẹ ìpìlẹ̀ ayé, àwọn èèyàn ò gẹ́tì ara wọn mọ́. Nígbà tó olùṣọ́ àgùntàn bá pe èèyàn tó ń dáyà já èèyàn pé àwọn ọlọ́pàá ti sọ fún mi pé òun sọ̀rọ̀ mi láì dáa, òun bá àwọn nǹkan sọ̀rọ̀ mi, wọ́n máa tó gbé ẹ, dàbí nǹkan báyìí máa tó ṣẹlẹ̀ sí ẹ, tí èèyàn ẹ̀dẹ̀ máa gbọ̀n bí tó olùṣọ́ àgùntàn lè máa dẹ́rù bá àwọn èèyàn, tó yẹ pé àwọn èèyàn á rántí ẹ̀, ìpayà dẹ̀ mú wọn. Ṣé nǹkan tí Kristi ní ká ṣe nìyẹn? Ẹ máa gbọ́ onígbẹ̀yìngbẹ̀yìn, ó ní èmi ti wí pé Ọlọ́run ni ẹ̀yin, àwọn ọmọ ọ̀gá ògo sì ni gbogbo yín. Ọlọ́run ló sọ bẹ́ẹ̀. Ó ní ṣùgbọ́n ẹ̀yin ó kú bí ènìyàn, ẹ̀yin ó sì ṣubú bí ọ̀kan nínú àwọn ọmọ aládé. Then verse 8, ó ní Ọlọ́run dìde ṣe ìdájọ́ ayé, nítorí ìwọ ni ó ní orílẹ̀-èdè gbogbo. It's a very powerful psalm. It's talking about the whims and caprices of the wicked, the dynamic diabolism of the powerful ones, how people are enchanted and engroused in the mystery of life. Now let's come to Bawura. Bawura, Sunday Olowoyeye, you are always, you contradict yourself, you lie so much. I want to let you know that when you came to me, I saw you as the next project that I must try to take care of. It was not Mrs. Ashekun that told you to come to me. It was the necessity for your economic development, because you are thrown abroad. You have been a victim of life. You have released several videos whereby you made us know that you want to kill yourself. And you are very calculative. You are very mathematical with your, what can I call it? With your satanic emotionalism. You don't give a damn. Now, there are a lot of things we try to gather before we did the first video, but we just said, okay, let's look at what you're going to do. Even from the interview granted when you came, we gave you the best atmosphere to express yourself. It was about your life. It was about the trajectory of your ministry from where you started and where it ended you. You did a video recently on your channel. You said, oh, you have never sued your former You have never sued your former GO that he didn't sue, that Mr. Shepard is lying, that God is going to, you are cursing. To start with, where is born again? I watched a video where your former GO said, oh, when we became born again, they taught us how to sing a certain song. And I rewinded the video. I watched it 11 times. I was trying to look at what he meant by when we became born again.
When we got born again, they used to teach us, Jesus never fails. Jesus never fails. Man of the world may let you down, but Jesus never. He can never fail. Jesus never fails. Jesus never fails. Man of the world may let you down, but Jesus never.
Says to Timothy in verse 12, let no man do what? Despise you because you are young. You know why? The matter of honor, dishonor, respect or despise is critical for a man of God. Very critical. Imagine, let me tell you a story. I'm so sensitive to these things and it's very hard. One of our sisters who works with us was driving her car and wanted to negotiate a roundabout. She was walking on the right lane. Then a boy that is riding scooter, this machine, just came and double crossed her. And somehow she hit the boy. Wow. Nobody found out whether she was right or wrong. Do you know what they said? When all the machine riders in the city gather, they form a mob. The only thing I was hearing them say, and she says she's a preacher, and she's coming from Peace House. Is that how to behave? What does the accident at the roundabout have to do with the word of God that we are preaching in Peace House? That's how serious the matter is. So sometimes I'm driving my car and I can see somebody misbehaving. Though they misbehave, I dare not get annoyed. You know why? They say, aha! And you're a preacher. Does being a preacher means I cannot express myself? Yes, because you are carrying God. So when you get annoyed, you don't know that what you get annoyed about, whether it's legitimate or not legitimate, you are doing something against the honor that God has placed on you. Because as far as they are concerned, God is patient. God is persevering. God doesn't speak anyhow. That is the weight of the honor I'm talking about. That makes you to walk in the consciousness that you are carrying God's honor. And no matter what happens to your own personality, you dare not tamper with that honor. That's why others may misbehave. I cannot. Because of the ministry. If I were an ordinary engineer in the street, you hit my car like that, I'll call police for you straight ahead. I say, yes, police, put him behind jail until he's ready to be reasonable. Then you put your hand in your pocket and walk away. It's your right. But when you become a man who carries God, you lose your right. The reason is not for anything. It's because your ministry is hinged on that honor. So when you send somebody to police and they put him behind bar, even for 5 hours or 2 hours or 1 hour, do you know what happens? By the time you are coming to preach next Sunday, I say, love endures all things. They say, love endures all things, and he puts somebody in jail. Your ministry is finished. Your ministry is finished. Your ministry is finished. No matter what you are preaching, they are not listening. They say, what he did? And you can't be going from house to house to say, do you know why I did it? Do you know why I did it? Nobody cares. You have already lost your honor. So I'm asking you, even in things that are legitimately your rights, you cannot do it anymore because of the honor you carry. Talk less of doing things that are dishonest. Talk less of doing things that are wrong. Talk less of doing things that contradicts the message we preach.
You know, when you look at him from afar, you have a feeling of a man that is Spartan, that is highly spiritually influenced, that is a total born again. But with things that we saw in the last 3 years, from the 3 Hebrew men, from Pastor Femi Jimon's case, from Pakele Balonteles case, from Henry Ayewero's case, from the family of the Olorunteles and the family of the Henry Ayewero, things they went through because they want to take their sons, their children out of police, because they had problem with that church, with your church.
Sharing back case yesterday. Wọ́n ti kọ́kọ́ wà ìyá Olúwafẹ́mi Jímọ̀.
Okay.
Nígbà gbogbo wọn.
Okay, màmá tó bí Pastor
Fẹ́mi. Nígbà kíní yesterday. Ṣé mo àwọn tó súnmọ́ jíò ni. Ìfá tèmi gan ma jíò dáadáa. Nígbà tó wà tó ń ṣe church Yaba Road. Tó ń gbé chat bẹ́ẹ̀ sẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ títì ní Yaba Road.
Ìyẹn Olúkọ̀yà.
Yẹ́. Tó bá ń gbọ́ tó náà bá gbọ́ yóò mọ̀ pé tó máa ń.
Nígbà tó wá ń gbé bench.
Tó ń kó bench sí Yaba Road. Bench ló ń tò.
Tí wọ́n fi ń ṣe church.
ní Jaba road Ládékúnlé
ibi tí wọ́n ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ nìyẹn.
tó ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ ẹjọ́ ẹ nìyẹn.
àtọ́jú mélòó báyìí.
Ìgbà tí wọ́n ṣe around 70 no bí 80
something.
something.
Yeah, 89.
Around 86, 87, 84. So ní tí ẹni tẹ̀bẹ̀rẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ mi ni pé ṣe rí mo sọ̀rọ̀ kan fún ìyá Fẹ́mi nígbà tán ni pé
Mama tó bí pásọ Fẹ́mi.
yes pé wọ́n ní àwọn tó wá àwọn family àwọn tí wọ́n ní problem tó wọ́n wá ní kí wọ́n ṣe kíní pẹ̀lú chọ́ọ̀chì jí ò lóun máa dáríjì wọn but kálukú ká máa wá sí chọ́ọ̀chì ká máa fíìlì ká wá bẹ́ẹ̀.
wọ́n bẹ jí o pé Daddy Olúkọ̀yà ẹ
jọ̀ọ́ ẹ bá wa rèé sí àwọn ẹ bá dáríjì wọn.
ẹ̀dẹ̀ máa ló máa kọ́ síta àbí.
bẹ́ẹ̀ akọ àmọ́ fíìlì fọ́ọ̀mù ìwà wà fún wọn a tó pẹ́ fún for that 3 months àtàwọn àṣàbò every day mo lọ church.
ẹ ń para bẹ̀.
àti yabẹ́ mi
láti lọ ṣe bí ẹ̀bẹ̀ yẹn.
yes but kò fún wa ní audience.
wọ́n jẹ́ kẹ́ rí.
wọ́n àti ẹ̀jẹ̀ á rí. ṣẹ́dẹ́gá ẹ̀kọ́ ẹ̀sán tẹ̀bẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ mi bọ́wọ́ ta mo sọ̀rọ̀ kan fún ìyá Fẹ́mi mo ní Olúkọ̀yà ṣe mistake tó bá ṣe jí o tó wá pé lóòótọ́ làwọn máa ń tẹ̀ ṣe kínní ìwọ tó ń gbàdúrà fún yàn tó lóun ṣe deliver fún àwọn èèyàn to cause any anything ẹ bá ń kàn àbọ̀ ìsìn yẹn wá o fẹ́ ṣe deliverance fún ọ ẹ máa forgive fún ọ kò ṣe mo ní kò ilé àwọn eléyìí.
kò kọ́ sí ẹlẹ́nìsẹ̀ láti sọ pé jẹ́ ìdílé àwọn
ọmọ ìgbẹ̀mí tó wẹ̀ tó ní kinní yìí tó lò wọ́n.
ẹ̀mí tó lò wọ́n kí n deliver àwọn kí n deliverance fún wọn kí n dáríjì wọn bóyá kí n sọ pé ẹ̀sùn kúrò ní ìjọ ẹ̀sùn síwájú tàbí lóòtítọ́ lọ ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ kí kọ́ dẹ̀ sọ pé wọ́n ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ nítorí ó wà ní
tọ́jú ni wọ́n ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀.
judgment ẹ̀ lórí I find.
ṣé bí táwọn sọ náà fún tí wọ́n sọ fáwọn ọlọ́pàá ni náà làwọn ọlọ́pàá náà fi ṣe.
ẹ máa wò wọ́n sí judgment sọ ní. Only I find that the contradictory testimonies of the witnesses of the prosecution cannot establish the fact from which the court is being invited to make an inference that there was a conspiracy. That is number one. No such inference can be made from the documentary evidence either. In the first place, the court cannot rely on the confessional statements of the defendants, which cannot stand alone because it is the law that there must be fact outside or external to the confession, proved which will be consistent with it and may make it likely to be true, but there are no such fact established by the prosecution. Exhibit P8 is a vague letter pleading for mercy for a sinful act and is not actually specifically referable to the allegation of a plan to rob the church, so I find that it carries no weight at all. Similarly, there is nothing on the face of Exhibit P4, the sketch that links the first defendant to it or establish that he authored it. That document also carries no weight. I therefore find that the inference that there is an agreement between the defendant to commit the crime of robbing MFM Church cannot be made. The prosecution not having proved its case, there is no burden on the defendants to prove their defense. I find and hold that the prosecution has failed to prove its case beyond reasonable doubt. The defendants are therefore acquitted and discharged.
Ṣẹ́mọ̀ èmi fọ mi o fún èmi o ní agun tí ó dé bá mi tí màá lọ bá ọkùnrin síwájú jí ọkọ̀ kó gbàdúrà fún Ọlọ́run ni mo bá mi.
Ní ìgbà tí ẹ ń ṣe kéèsì ẹ lọ ìjẹ́ ìgbà kan wà tí ẹ try láti lọ rí Olúkọ̀yà fúnra rẹ̀ ìyẹn ẹni tí wọ́n sọ pé àbúrò yín pàdé àgùnbọ̀ pẹ̀lú àwọn pásọ Fẹ́mi àti bàbá Caleb láti pa àbí láti jí owó ẹ̀.
ṣe rí ibẹ̀ ìgbà tí wọ́n náà fi wà ní station ní Sábó ìgbà tá a gbọ́ pé ní after 2 months èyí tó wá fi jẹ́ 3rd month tèmi fi ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ mọ̀ yẹn ni èmi wípé màmá Fẹ́mi yẹn wọ́n wà ní church
church
church member ni màmá ẹ̀wọ̀n náà Fẹ́mi yẹn so Caleb ẹ̀gbọ́n yẹn Muslim làwọn so aṣáájọ ṣe ventures pé ká lọ bẹ̀ Olúkọ̀yà so adẹ̀dẹ́bẹ̀ àrí Gbàdámọ́sí yẹn wá ní ká lọ ṣe written note pé ká fi letter of apologize pé ká wá bẹ̀ so àjẹmú letter yẹn wá wọ́n ní ká sọ sínú box nígbà ní church box kan wà ńbẹ̀ ní ẹnu ọ̀nà church yẹn wọ́n ní ká ṣáà sọ síbẹ̀ pé ó máa rí so later on gbà tá máa dé station ní ọjọ́ kẹta láti tá submit letter wọ́n lé wa jáde pé a lọ ń kọ lẹ́tà pé a fẹ́ pa à ń threatening live Olúkọ̀yà so ibẹ̀ ni a fi tún lọ sí church yẹn mọ̀ pé nǹkan tó bá fẹ́ gbà ló máa gbà better ká máa fèsì warrant wa lọ so a rí báyìí sójú but lẹ́tà yẹn a drop ẹ̀ but lẹ́tà yẹn ní station náà ti sọ fún wa pé à ń threatening ẹ̀.
àsìkò kan wà tí àwọn ọlọ́run tẹ́lẹ̀ àti pásítọ̀ Fẹ́mi sọ pé àwọn ọlọ́pàá kó àwọn láti lọ bẹ
Olúkọ̀yà. ìyẹn náà wọ́n tún àwọn ọlọ́pàá yẹn wọ́n kó wọn lọ àwọn Saudi àti ọmọjúà yẹn láti lọ bẹ ọmọ àwa bí tí àwa ò mọ̀ ni o wọ́n kó wọn lọ sí church pé kán lọ bẹ̀bẹ̀.
ẹ̀yin ò sí níbẹ̀
èmi ò sí níbẹ̀ ńgbà yẹn so gbàtọ́ dẹ̀ máa tún padà wá ní mátà kan change tá a fi lo iye ìgbà tá a lò yìí ìgbà tẹ́mi ò dẹ̀ lè pójú dẹ̀ ń tèmi náà ní àdúgbò pé kíní kan ìyàwó ló máa gbé níbì kan náà kémi ṣáàṣì máa wá lélẹ̀ kọ̀ọ̀kan kí n máa lọ òun lèmi náà fi di ìgbà tó wọn jáde lèmi ṣe rí change lèmi ṣe relocate lọ sí Badagry pé kó má máa lọ wòun náà ní títí pé kíní kan pé kó lè wà máa gbé ní ọ̀dọ̀ mi ó dẹ̀ náà ò lè gbé Badagry.
ní kọjá kíní ni ẹ sáré sẹ̀mẹ̀ kọjá Badagry.
oko afọ side. so bẹ́ẹ̀ mi ṣe lọ di èrò bẹ̀dẹ̀ nìyẹn.
They have to write letters. At the time I interviewed some of them, they said police were telling them to go and write letters. Some people were telling them just go and write letters, just be begging the GO, just be begging him. You are going to drop letter in some boxes in the church. They will go there, they will sit down. Then when they get to the police will tell them that why did you go there? They say you want to kill the GO. Are you mad? Then they were being tossed around. And you ask yourself, that GO they are writing letter to beg, is it God? You are like, what's going on? And is everybody looking at this and everybody's keeping quiet? Are we practicing another thing? Is it not the same Christianity that Jesus preached about? Is it not the same position of a general overseer that 1 Timothy chapter 3 verse 1 to 7 spoke about? Then you wonder. Now, Bawura, the way you lie, the way you talk, the way you ambush people is funny. So your videos, you saw what happened to Pastor Femi Jimo. You saw how they came. And thank God, some of the things you told us when you gathered the interview, those are the things you are replicating in your YouTube pages now. The same thing. And Bawura, unfortunately for you, I told you earlier, I said you lie with precision. And you are a good liar, you are a strategic liar. Even though you are an elderly person, but ṣó dá kí èèyàn máa fi irọ́ lo ayé, kí èèyàn máa fi irọ́ lo ìgbà. Ṣó dá kí èèyàn máa pa irọ́ nítorí pé èèyàn bára ẹ̀ nírú ipò tí ẹ bára yín. Bó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé you have a good case. Bó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ wípé wọ́n yàn yín jẹ. Bó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ wípé ẹ jáde wá láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ pẹ̀pẹ̀ wípé wọ́n yàn yín jẹ. Ṣó wá dá kẹ́ wá yí òun padà? Kẹ́ wá máa fi irọ́ àti èpè ẹ̀ ń ṣépè fúnra yín, ẹ̀ ń ṣépè fún àwọn ọmọ yín. So is it me you are cursing? And you are also lying. And I will tell you how you lied. I will trace your lies before I will now go into the business of the day. In your video that you released on the 20th of May, where you abused me and you said all sort of terrible things about me, you did something funny, and it's very unfortunate. You know, you started by lying. The first thing you said I'm a terrible liar. But you see, one thing about narcissists is that narcissists always tell you what they are. They ascribe their situation to you. Narcissists, who they are is what they think you are, and it's what they tell you. They tell you that you're a liar, they tell you that you're a thief, whereby in the reality they are the liar. The first lie was that you said you met that Mrs. Sashekun was the one that told you to go and meet Yoruba Gidi TV, and that it happened after she came out in April 2025 to talk about Akpeji. That is Akpeji Onimisi. I don't know him. I've not met him before, but I've watched his videos, and I think I appreciate his courage. And I mean, he's a young man, and he has a real story to say. I'm a journalist, so what am I trying to say now? You said that that in between March and that you met Yoruba Gidi in April 2025. And how did you say it? You said you watched a show. That you watched a show in April 2025 that Mrs. Ashekun came hard on Akpeji, whereby she spoke about Akpeji and how she spent fortune on Akpeji and how Akpeji was ungrateful and all that. And that you put a call to her. You are so angry. You are so mad with her that it was that day you insulted her that why will you say you spend XYZ amount on Akpeji and you spend XYZ amount on our brother in Ibadan, you know? And you said you became so angry, you became so vexatious, you became so embittered. You said that it was after that video that when Mrs. Ashekun spoke about Akpeji, and that after that video, it was when you now spoke with her, you got mad with her, you asked her that why would you spend so amount of money on Akpeji and another fortune on our brother in Ibadan, you know, that it was then that Mrs. Ashekun now gave you Yoruba Gidi's number, that you should call him, that you didn't know anybody that is Yoruba Gidi and all that, and it was then you now went to meet Yoruba Gidi.
I want to talk concerning Asibi. Please, talk some also in Yoruba. Asibi, you are a terrible liar. Terrible liar. You said that I'm the one that called you. You are a liar. This will happen, my people. Around that March or April or so, when Funke Ashekun come out to talk about Akpeji, that Akpeji, that he have gotten an information that Ghana, that he kept Akpeji, that he started carry womanizing over there, spending money, go to the club, and Funke come to our page and begin to shout, tell Akpeji that is a wicked person, that he has spent over 50 million on Akpeji. And she said that she has spent over 20 million on Richard. When he began to say all these things, in fact, I didn't even look because I didn't normally watch a program because I didn't normally buy data. If you're someone that have enough money that will be buy data. To God be the glory, is Brother Richard that later called me that had what Funke said, that I should go and watch. And he sent me the link, the video, which I watched, and that thing, I was so furious and angry, seriously. She even said that she will stop, and people start calling that she should stop sending money to anybody. But that thing get me annoyed. I did a video that time on Akpeji. If you people can remember, or you check my page that time, I make a video that I seriously insult Akpeji. And I said that they should not use me to compare Akpeji or any one of them. You never spend money on me. The only money you spend for me is the courts. You pay money for the court because you have plan. That is the only money. You never give me good money. It's only you give me 10,000 or 20,000. The only money that I can say that Funke Ashekun spend on me is when I sick. I can't deny that. And I know why he's doing it. She too even said it in that program. She said it because he knew that the court is not yet over. That if anything happened to me, it will still affect a plan. That is the major reason she sent the money. I mean, pay the hospital bill. So after the video, I called Funke Ashekun. And we fought, and he sought her, talked to her anyhow. That she's wicked. She's that, she this, she that. You spent 20 million, over 20 million on Richard, according to what you said, and over 50 million on Akpeji. Akpeji, that is the armed robber, that is still money from MFM, from Olukoya. You still carry Akpeji from Nigeria to Ghana to go and keep him there. Rent an apartment for him. I say, me, you asked me to leave my family to go and hide somewhere. You never give me money to rent an accommodation. When I came to Sister Adoni's show, Sister Adoni sent me 100,000 naira. And I later call you Funke, that please, can you help me with 300,000 to join to this thing, money? So I could stay in Ibadan. Look, you say you didn't have money. I live in Ibadan. It's caught with one of my friends in Ogun State for years, for months. So later on, after I fought with Funke, before he sent the number to me that I should call Yoruba Gidi. That was how I get to know Yoruba Gidi. I'm the one. When they sent the number that called Yoruba Gidi, I didn't know anything about Yoruba Gidi. It's after that program of Yoruba Gidi, when Yoruba Gidi sent that message, the video, that people send me money, and I got about 920 something thousand before I can get a single room, buy mattress. Then out of it, I get a shop, begin to sell something. I still do the screenshot of that shop. I send it to Funke. Funke never do anything to me. Like that we continue. But when I sick, I have a sickness again, I call her. She didn't even answer on time before. It's Richard that later called. Before Richard said, "It's serious," before he now called me. Instead of you to give me money, the next thing you go to your shoe and say, Bawura is sick. Or they asked me to do some scan and some other things. He said that.
Now, that is a very horrible, terrible, crazy lie. You are a liar, and you are a demonic liar, Mr. Bawura. I have pity for you because I know you are wounded emotionally, and I know you have some challenges. But you see, when you lie, it is very unfortunate. You are a liar. Akpeji's case broke in April 2025. You met Yoruba Gidi TV in June 2024. And when you met Yoruba Gidi, you started engaging him. I'm still coming to how you said you met me too, so that people will know that you are an epitome of mischief. That is you, Pastor Bawura. You are an epitome of mischief. And those that are writing the script for you, those that are telling you to do all these things, at the end of the day, they are going to run at a very huge loss. They are going to use you to scandalize themselves. They are going to use you to destroy themselves. They are going to use you to render their image impotent forever. I don't know what they're telling you, what they're giving you, but you see that when you abuse me on the 20th, you see that few days later, you see what happened to you. You see how your health suddenly nosedived. You see how you looked, even in this video that I'm showing now. You see how terrible you looked. I mean, something is wrong with you. When you curse people wrongly, tó bá ń ṣépè fún àwọn tí èpè ò tọ́ sí, tó ń fi ọ̀rọ̀ burúkú tó fi ń lọ ẹlẹ́dàá àwọn tí ọ̀rọ̀ burúkú ò tọ́ sí, ohun burúkú á máa yọ ẹ ṣe. Wọ́n ní ẹni tó bá ń ṣe burúkú, ẹni tó bá ń yọ ẹlẹ́dàá, ohun burúkú á máa yọ ọ ṣe. Ó ń dalẹ̀, ó ń yọ ẹlẹ́dàá. Àwọn olórí ẹ tó ń ṣoore fún ẹ tó ń dúró tiẹ̀ nígbà ẹ̀rùn, ó fi ojú wọn ó fi ń gbolẹ̀. So ó ní ohun búburú kò ní kúrò nílé ẹni tó bá fi ibi tó fi san ire. Ó dẹ̀ ń wá ìpè lórí ara ẹ àti lórí àwọn ọmọ ẹ. Ẹni lóòótọ́ àgbàlagbà ni ẹ, but ó tún ní nípọ̀. Ó ní ìwọ pàdé àṣekún lẹ́yìn ìgbà tí Mrs. àṣekún. Wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ nípa àpèjì tí wọ́n tán sọ̀rọ̀ ní March April. Ó pè wọ́n, ó bá wọn jà nítorí wọ́n sọ pé àwọn nóye báyìí, àwọn nóye tó pọ̀ lórí àpèjì, àwọn nóye púpọ̀ lórí ẹ̀gbọ́n wa tó wà ní Ìbàdàn. Now kí la fẹ́ sọ? Ó ní lẹ́yìn yẹn iná fún ẹ ní nọ́mbà Yorùbá Gidi, but onírọ́ ni ẹ̀, ó parọ́ ń bẹ̀ yẹn. You went to Yorùbá Gidi after Fẹ́mi Jímọ̀, Pakele Bolorunfele and Henry Ayewero. After Pastor Fẹ́mi Jímọ̀, Pakele Ayewero and Pakele Bolorunfele and brother Henry Ayewero went there, and you saw that they made fortune because the guy was philanthropic. He listened to their story. A lot of Nigerians listened to their story. And even the money that the Court of Appeal under Justice Ubaka ordered the church to give them since December 15, 2023, that they should give them within 1 month. That is December 15, 2023 to January 15, 2024. That church didn't give them that money. That church dishonored court process. Just like when they allegedly arrested that idiot that is writing rubbish about us, that Jola Osho Samuel Augustus something that now turned himself to Jola Osho and Shade something, I don't know, something Hunter, So the Hunter guy, I mean, that is the guy that is messing around on the internet now, that is how he also evaded, according to eyewitnesses, evaded the judgment, the instruction of the magistrate on the 10th of February. So your church didn't give Pastor Femi Jimo and Henry Kele Bolorunfele and their money that the court said they should give. So they came because they saw that Yoruba Gidi has been able to do the same goodwill action for other victims of unjust incarceration. So they came and they were blessed. Nigerians gave them money. So you came to Yoruba Gidi, and since that June that you started talking to Yoruba Gidi, you made yourself a liability. And let me burst everybody's bubble to show that Bawura is a strategic and a disgraceful liar. You will never believe that my very good brother, Mr. Kunifa Sugar, may God bless you where you are, asked him some certain questions. At the right time, you will hear a lot of story and you will be shocked. It was not Mr. Shekun that said you should go there. Eventually, Yoruba Gidi editorial asked him to go to a magistrate court, I think a high court in Abeokuta, for an affidavit. There was an affidavit. The station made him to sign an affidavit. But the truth is that since June that he started talking to Yoruba Gidi, he made himself a project. He immediately started begging for money at Yoruba Gidi's place. So you see, this is something he has been doing before he came to me. He began to beg for money right from when he met Yoruba Gidi. He started begging for money. He started talking about his health, talking about his challenges, talking about his homelessness and all that. He was begging for the purpose that the Yoruba Gidi should put him out, so that they will put his account number. He can make a fortune. If you look at Bawura very well, if you listen to him very well, everything he has always said is about money, 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 money. He's somebody that cannot be consistent in his conviction. He can't be consistent in his conviction. Ó jẹ́ ẹni tó jẹ́ pé kò lè febi panú. Ó jẹ́ ẹni tó jẹ́ pé olójú kòkòrò, ọ̀fọ́n olè. Ẹni tó jẹ́ wípé nǹkan kò lè mára dúró. Tọ́lọ́run bá ti bùkún ẹ rí, mi ò fẹ́. I don't want to talk much. I don't want to put you down more because I know you're a victim. But you see, when you went to Adonis, what do you call it? That lady. What's her name now? Rashidat Oluwatoyin Ipaye. When you went to her show, Auntie Adonis, and lied that Mrs. Ashikun gave me money to bring you and that we coached you to talk about your former GO, that your former GO fingers ladies, put his finger inside their private part or whatever. That is a very dangerous allegation. And what these people want to do, what I noticed that they want to do, it might not necessarily be from their principal, maybe the handlers, the horrible, terrible handlers, people like Samuel Augustus. What they're trying to do is they want to build a kind of a reputation damage against some of us so that they can put us as victims of the law, so that they can use some negative aspect of the law to round us up so that they can stop us from doing our job. Because this is the strategy. Every journalist that is open to this investigation, what they want to do, and I mean in quotes, what that church want to do is to cage you either with a litigation or with an allegation unfounded. So people like Bawura came on such a show and said that I took money from Mrs. Ashekun, somebody that I hold in high esteem, that I took money from her and brought him and coached him to say things that are unverified about his GO, not knowing that it is Bawura that took his own decision, went to Yoruba Gidi. And if Yoruba Gidi opened his mouth to talk, you will be shocked. The person who even called Mr. Kunle Fashuba and warned him about Bawura, and in the presence of Bawura. In fact, that voice note, I'm not going to use it now. We are not using that one now. We'll use it when push comes to shove. We have that one. There is somebody who called and warned Yoruba Gidi about Bawura's tendencies, about his familiar tendencies of looking for money at all costs, and when the money is gone, he forgets where he gets that money. He forgets the humanity there. He becomes abrasive. Now, when he went to Yoruba Gidi put him to test. He said, should go and sign an affidavit. And the affidavit, you are seeing it now, it was signed, I think that was after 3 months of interaction. I think it was signed on 27th of October, 2024. So you see the day he met Yoruba Gidi. Okay, let's even say this is the official date. Now look at his video that he now did on May 20, talking about me. He now lied in that video that it was after Minister Shekun spoke about Akpeji's case in April 2025, and after he abused her, he yapped her, he got mad with her, that she now gave him a contact to meet Yoruba Gidi. So, but the affidavit is signed here, was dated 27th of October, and that was after several months of trying to study him. Because if you look at Mr. Kunle Fashuba very well, I might be older than him in age, but he is more reserved when it comes to dealing with people. He does not throw himself to people easily. He's moderate in his approach to people, and he has a whole lot of deep repertoire of Yoruba philosophy. You know, he's guided by a lot of philosophical articles. You know, if you look at him, even from his presentation, from the way he engages people, he's not somebody that you can relate with easily or you can come close to. I have my own strategy. I have my way with people, but you see, he's more even deeper. He's not somebody that you can scatter his emotion. And he's not somebody that is taken unaware. From his question, from his engagement, from his investigation, he's a very cool-headed person, reserved, and highly diplomatic in his approach. Now, he wrote in that affidavit, he said, I, Olowoyeye, Sunday Bawura, male Yoruba, Christian, Nigerian citizen residing at number so street in Lagos, State of Nigeria, do solemnly declare on oath as follows: that number 1, I am the one above named person. I am the above named person. 2, that I am coming to Yoruba Gidi television on a live program show. 3, that Mr. Fashuba Kunde is the program director. 4, that I declare that all information I am going to give are genuine and true. That he declares that all the information that he's going to give to the medium, all the information are genuine and true. And if you look at him on that program, he looks so cute, he looks so gentle. He didn't look like somebody that was having any problem, because every time he's always pretending as if he's having fever, he's having headache, he's having body pain. And that is the strategy he uses to take money from people. But I'm not even angry. I don't say, don't take money from me. No. If I have the money, I will give you. I have a human face. Even if you are cheating me, I believe that orí máa jà. Tó bá fi rọ́gbà nǹkan lọ́wọ́ mi, ìṣẹ̀dá á béèrè lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀. But èmi á fún ẹ, èmi á ṣe ti tèmi. Number 4, that I declare that all information I'm going to give are genuine and true. Then number 5, that this affidavit is now requested for official information and record purpose. The affidavit that made him to sign is now requested for official information and record purposes. Then he now said, and that I make this solemn declaration in good faith, believing same to be true and correct in accordance with the provision of the statutory declaration laws of Ogun State of Nigeria, 2006. Sworn to at the High Court of Justice Registry, Abeokuta, this 7th day of October. Okay, sorry, it's 7, not 27. 7th day of October, year 2024. It was 7th of October, not 27. I think he put O there, so there was a wrong. I thought it was 27. Yes, 7th day, and he signed it, and it was signed by the declarant. His signature is there, and by the Commissioner for Oaths. You know, so there was a declarative document. Now, contrast that to what the idiot is saying now, that it was Mr. Shikun that gave him the phone number to go and meet Yoruba Gidi in April 2025. He has met Yoruba Gidi since June 2024, and the guy gave him chance to interview him in October 2024. I think the interview even came out in November. And that's how it goes about. Now, let me show you some things. When he was meeting Yoruba Gidi, he started by begging. The moment he ran into Yoruba Gidi, he started by begging. And why am I doing this? Because he lied. And he's always lying. And there is tendency that those that are writing the script for him will still give him more dangerous scripts. And I'm going all the way. Yoruba Gidi is going to be the number 1. I'm going to showcase, and we're going to showcase other people so that you will know the trajectory of Pastor Bawura and the twist and turn strategy that he's trying to put out. Now wait, listen to this.
Ẹ káàárọ̀ sà, iṣẹ́ àná Ọlọ́run dúró tì yín sà, ẹ ṣeun gan sà. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ sà, mi má bínú pé mo yọ yín lẹ́nu láàárọ̀ yìí ẹ jọ̀ọ́ láti Saturday lóògùn mi tí mo máa ń lò ó ti tán ó dẹ̀ kí n lọ torí tí n bá ti lò bẹ́ẹ̀ ìmí mi máa fast ó máa affect mi dé orí so orí yẹn máa fọ́ mi dẹ̀ a máa mú mi máa ṣèbí ní pọpọlọ mi fẹ́ jáde láti mú so màmá a máa mú mi máa sún léraléra bẹ́ẹ̀ ni kò fẹ́ jábọ́.
You can imagine somebody telling you that ọpọlọ mi àwọn àṣẹgbà níbi ọpọlọ mi fẹ́ jáde láti mú. I mean that his brain want to come out from his nose. You can see that that's a very serious situation.
So bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ti pẹ́ jù wọn ti máa affect mi ó ń fún mi ní headache àná bá mi ò lè sùn throughout mọ́jú. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹni tó ti promise mi kó máa fún mi ní owó yẹn but olówó tó ń expect òun ò rí gbà olóhùn ò rí gbà ẹ jọ̀ọ́ tí n bá dẹ̀ ti wá ra oògùn yẹn léni ó lè tó bá máa tó bí ọ̀sán báyìí tó bá ti ń affect mi jù torí VP mi ti high torí mo ní kíní tó ń fi ń check VP ó ti high so a jẹ́ pé ó máa tún mi land lọ hospital again so doctor dẹ̀ ti ní kí n máa sọ̀rọ̀ pé má jẹ́ kó oògùn yẹn tán ẹ jọ̀ọ́ mi mo kàn nídìí help yẹn ni ẹ jọ̀ọ́ láàrin mi àti yín náà ni ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ojú ò ní tì yín wàhálà yín lórí mi ò ní já sásán owó tó wà lọ́wọ́ mi báyìí ojú 10,000 lọ 65,000 ni mo dẹ̀ máa ń ra oògùn yẹn ẹ jọ̀ọ́ mi mọ̀ bí a mo lè rí bá tẹ jẹ́ mo lè rí 50,000 ìyá lọ́wọ́ yín màá mọ̀ bí màá ṣe dá padà bí àtẹni yẹn tó bá send owó yẹn ó ṣe ni mo máa rí mi títí wíìkì yìí tó bá dẹ̀ send ẹ̀ sí mi wíìkì yìí màá send ẹ̀ padà sí yín ẹ jọ̀ọ́ tó mi ìsúnmọ́jú látànà báyìí gbogbo orí ló ń fọ́ mi dẹ́ breath mi tí wàá ń fast jù ẹ jọ̀ọ́ mi mọ̀ tí má lè rí ẹ̀pùn yẹn lọ́wọ́ yín máa appreciate ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ ṣeun jẹ́sà mo ṣe ń pè yín látàárọ̀ ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ má bínú pé mo yọ yín lẹ́nu pé ọ̀tọ̀ nìkan tẹ́ fẹ́ ṣe fún mi ọ̀tọ̀ ní tí mo ti ń béèrè ẹ jọ̀ọ́ àlàáfíà mi náà ni mò ń dùn ẹ jọ̀ọ́ Ọlọ́run á dúró tì yín tí máa rí tẹ́ni bá dẹ̀ send ẹ̀ sí mi lọ́sẹ̀ according to yín màá send ẹ̀ padà sí yín ẹ jọ̀ọ́ so as kí 12 tó lù so màá lè lọ ra oògùn yẹn màá lè lọ ra ẹ jọ̀ọ́ God will bless you God will be with you ẹ̀yin náà ní fásitì ló gbà ẹ ṣeun God bless you.
Now you look at it now he was begging a stranger that he just met. His mind didn't even tell him to call maybe Pastor Femi Jimo, his victim mate, his MFM victim mate, or call Pakile Baloruntele, his victim mate, or call maybe Henry Ayewere. Okay, let's even say Mr. Brother Henry is not a member of their church, he was just a victim of the shenanigan by the police and the church, according to court paper. Now, you see, he was calling the man he just met, and this is before October. Since he met Yorubagidi in June, it was one demand or the other, telling Yorubagidi that he's having a heart problem, he's having a head problem, that anytime the fever comes, it will be as if his brain wants to come out from his nose. I mean, maybe from his ears or something like that. Now, that is the pattern. That is what he did to me too when I met him in 2025 in May. I became his ATM. I became his bank balablu. I became his ATM. And we took it with pride because, of course, I will not hear that somebody have a heart condition that you want to die, and I will not look and take my eyes off. I have a human aspect, and that's what Mrs. Ashekun also has. Everybody want to demonize Mrs. Ashekun. They want to demonize her. They want to make her look as if she's sorting out for people and paying them money to destroy someone somewhere. Meanwhile, these people have genuine health challenges, emotional damage challenges, real life issues. And Mrs. Ashekun turned herself to the dustbin of insult, to the cushion of emotional, enchantment, emotional, what can I call it? Moderation. She turned herself to a kind of a self-reliable charity. I mean, she was doing it from the woman aspect. It is not only her. In 2021, when Bawura had problem, when he said he was looking for home, that the MFM wanted to kill him, that they wanted to kill him, they were looking for him, Mrs. Maureen Badejo also came out with a human aspect. She gave him a house in Surulere. Let me tell you, to be very honest, do you know in 2021, before God and man, and Miss Maureen Badejo will attest to this, I told her, I warned her, I said, if this guy's life, because I watched the program and I was concerned at that time, I said, if this guy's life is being chased by a church this way, I told her something about his telephone then, and as if I was seeing what is going to happen. Just one morning, I was shocked. We were watching Maureen Badejo's show, and Bawura's wife called in that police has caught her husband, and they have tracked him. That they tracked him, they arrested him, they beat him, they kicked him. Now, Maureen Badejo too gave her empathy. She gave money. She even got him a house. But eventually, on this recent now, he has started cursing her. He's even saying that, the house was not. She was not the one that gave him directly. That she got it from someone. That is how to understand what I'm saying about Isaiah 26 verse 10 and Psalm 58 verse 3 to 10. About the tribe of the bad people, the tribe of the wicked people. Now, let me go on. Look at how Yorubagidi was reacting with him now. Look at it. There are several other things that he did, other things. Even by October, even before he went to do that, whatever, he has started sending his account to Yorubagidi. This is after the broadcast. I mean, this around the time of the broadcast. But okay, let me even shock you. This is what Yorubagidi told me. And he has started asking for money before October. He met Yorubagidi in June. So he started collecting all sorts of funds, started begging him. And just listen to this.
Kó tó di pé mo ṣe interview fún rárá leléyìí o. Láti ìgbà tí mo ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí fún ní attention leléyìí o. That should be ìgbọ̀nlọ́wọ́ date yẹn gan. Ìṣe lẹ́yìn nìkan ó ti ń gbowó ẹ̀rí pé account number lówó kọ́ send sí mi lórí fóònù nígbà tó máa ní nọ́mbà mi eléyìí lọ́wọ́ because state nọ́mbà tí gbogbo ayé mọ̀ yẹn ló ní lọ́wọ́ tẹ́lẹ̀. So later on tó èmi ni mo wá fún ní nọ́mbà mi eléyìí. N tó máa kọ́kọ́ send ṣe account number ni ó send account number tán. Mo rí pé mi ò fèsì ó ní láti pè mí. Nígbà tí mo rí call léraléra. Mo ní láti sáré wá sọ pé okay kó jẹ́ ráyè ṣe tèmi torí mo busy.
Now, that's my brother Yorubagidi expressing how he has started billing him from when he met him, because this kind of people, there is another one also that I met like that, but I don't want to talk much about her. You see, the moment they meet you, they start billing you, because in their mind they believe that you can imagine an idiot telling me that it's not Bawura. One other person told me something that she back for an interview ni she went not sure pawo I want only bereti one now, and the day I heard that thing I said, this guy is a terror. This guy is an ungrateful person. Anybody tẹ́ bá ti rí tó bá ti ń sọ̀rọ̀ owó èmi ò jẹ́ lára ẹ̀ ó fẹ́ fi mí jẹun ni ó fẹ́ fi mí mẹ́kẹ̀ẹ́ ni olórí burúkú èèyàn ni o. Torí life ó ju gbogbo yẹn lọ. That's what we call the big picture. Táwọn èèyàn bá ń ṣàánú fún ẹ tó fẹ́ ràn ẹ́ lọ́wọ́ tó jẹ́ wípé gbogbo tó wọ́n ń wò ní owó wọ́n fẹ́ fi mí pawó. I have met a lot of people that I want to do interview with to celebrate them, and they say kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ fi mí pawó bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. To celebrate them, and they say kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ fi mí pawó bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. Immediately you utter that statement, I'm gone. Even there's a prophet that I used to interview. I told you, the popular prophet Ibeton. The moment he used to say that only Fimi Power, the moment he started saying it, I started hating him from that day. I started decreasing my respect for him. And eventually we left. I told my guys, I said we're going to leave him. That a fi pa owó ṣé òṣì ni ká fi pa àbí ìṣẹ́ ni ká fi pa à ń fún ẹ ní platform kò fi jẹ́ èèyàn à ń fún ẹ ní platform káwọn ayé fi mọ nǹkan tó lè ṣe fún aráyé kí inú ayé bá lè dùn òun sọ pé àwọn àfi ẹ pa owó ṣé ká fi ẹ pa òṣì tàbí ká fi ẹ pa àṣẹ. Majority of our native people are just like that. The first thing they look at is money, and people like Bawura are in that category. The first thing he was asking from Yoruba Gidi was money. And you hear what Yoruba Gidi said. He said he started from that time asking for money. Now, what are those things that he used to tell Yoruba Gidi to get the money? Listen again.
Kò dẹ̀ sí tó ń pè fún dúpẹ́ onídìrànlọ́wọ́ onídìí owó orí mi ọpọlọ ń fẹ́ jáde nínú brain orí ń fẹ́ jáde nínú apá.
You see, everything he's talking about is that he need money. His brain is shaking, his head is shaking, his brain want to come out from his nose, his brain want to come out from his ear, his heart is jamming with his chest. You know, he give you all sort of, funny reason that you have to listen to him. Then in most cases, he won't tell you that borrow me. Then you know that you're not going to borrow this one. Somebody that is at that level in life.
Owó tó àlọ́ mi báyìí ju 10,000 lọ 65,000 ni mo dẹ̀ máa ń ra oògùn yẹn. Ẹjọ́ mi mọ̀ bí mo lè rí bàtẹ́ jẹ́ mo lè rí 50,000 ìyá lọ́wọ́ yín. Màá mọ̀ bí màá ṣe dá padà bí àtẹ́ni yẹn. Tó bá send owó yẹn ó ṣe ni mo máa rí mi títí wíìkì. Tó bá dẹ̀ send ẹ̀ sí mi wíìkì màá send ẹ̀ padà sí.
So you not tell you, yeah, me 50,000, then about the family, it's the same strategy. As he's talking to you, he's also talking to other people in the same manner. But you see, my own is that you do your own. If I have the money I give, he's saying that I didn't give him more. I remember how many times I gave him money, at least 10,000, 7,000, 10,000, 7,000, and it is God that permits it. It's not my power. If I do anything for anybody, I will never come out and say I spent so. I don't do it. I remember I went to interview some of the victims in July 2024 in a hotel. I want to interview them, and one of them say, Baba, àwọn ọmọ yín fẹ́ jẹun o, àwọn náà fẹ́ jẹun o. And one of my guys working with me said, we were typing the court papers we want to share to our press men that we brought for the interview. And my guy that always say, but what you for people now? Want to make millions? And I told you, I say, I need the interview and I remember I bought food worth 77,000 in the hotel that day. But I will never come out and talk about it. When you make good food for people to eat, you don't come out and tell people what you went through in the kitchen while preparing the meal. You make pounded yam and good efforiro with croaker fish, and everything is good. Everybody eats and everybody enjoy, but they will never know that, when you are cutting the fish, you had an accident with the bone, or when you are cutting the fish, the knife mistakenly cut your hand, or when you are pounding the yam, the mortar hits your hand. You don't come and tell people the problem you face. That is your own job. That is the hazard of your profession. So Bawura believes that, people like him believe that the moment you want to help them, then they become your liability. Now, you can see what Yoruba Gidi said that it was. So eventually, when Yoruba Gidi now sized him up after 3 months, he now told him that, gentleman, I will interview you, but please can you do an affidavit to give me reasons why I should interview you, and to also allow me to assess you better. And do you know Bawura went to the court and did he did 2. We only just read 1. He did 2 affidavits. He went first time, second time. You know, even the video of his interview was 2. There was first one they did, and Yoruba Gidi felt the quality was not enough. And I think he did another one and brought a human rights lawyer, because by the time I was handling Pastor Femi Jimo and Pa Caleb Oloruntele and Heya Iwero, I didn't want to sit down with them. I decided to democratize my stage. I brought in a lot of senior colleagues that are more intellectually sound than me, that are more mature than me, if they say I am too excited. I brought even human rights veteran. I mean, somebody that have a human rights center in Ibadan, well known across Ibadan, somebody that spent close to 30 years in that profession. I brought the elderly man, I think, Ambassador Kennedy, I brought him from Ibadan, from the human rights center in Ibadan, At the time, I even took them to Ibadan. I took the families, we drove to Ibadan. I spent money for the hotel and the food they ate, and most of the time, I didn't allow them to spend the night. They come very early in the morning, and by afternoon, everybody is gone. But I make sure they eat in the hotel, and I will not come out and say, "Oh, I spend this, I spend that." No, it's none of anybody's business. It is my work, it is my job. So if Bawura cannot be saying that, "Oh, I collected money from somebody and I cajoled him to come and say something," we need to explain and tell you, because I told you initially that God is the one behind everything that is happening. God wants some truth to be exposed, and you have started seeing the videos, the interviews. You have started seeing Bawura's interview. You see that most of the things he told us in the interview are the things he's saying in his broadcast now on his channel. Bawura was even so daft, he couldn't even remember that it was not only me that interviewed him. He thought in his turn and twist, what do you call it? In his turn and twist desperation to change narrative and to lie. In his turn and twist desperation to change narrative and to lie, he said, "Oh, I was the only one that I brought him to the room and I coached him what to say, and I now said his children should go out. I took them to the restaurant so that they won't hear what I'm trying to tell him to do." He has forgotten that there was a senior colleague that sat with us, and in most cases, he was the one even asking us of the question, because I need a devil advocate to sit down there. If I ask the question, people will judge me. They will say, "Oh, Asabi hate MFM, oh, hate Olukoya, oh, hate." They will say I hate the Jew they're talking about. They will say I hate the church. Meanwhile, nobody hates the church. Nobody hates any Jew. But we are not going to listen to things that are done that are not Christian oriented, where forgiveness is supposed to play a role, and you are not going to forgive people, and people say they beg you, they write letter to you, they come and kneel down, old women, people crying, say, "Daddy, forgive me."
I wọnú ọ́fíìsì Olúkọ̀yà. Sir, a ṣe dọ̀bálẹ̀. Sir, ẹjọ́ bye. Ní tèmi olùbálẹ̀ ni ọwọ́ mi ò kán ẹsẹ̀ o. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni ọwọ́ nǹkan. Èmi ò gbọ́n. Òótọ́ mo dọ̀bálẹ̀ pé n tó máa jáde láti ẹnu ẹ̀ ni wípé officer, you no do well at all. You no do well. These people, before we carry them come, we're supposed to shot them dead. Because of my father, only Papa Boom is a retired police.
And you allow them to languish in jail for 9 years. And you allow an old woman that is sweeping your church, dedicated to your church. And you said, no, you cannot forgive her son.
Baba.
Dr. D.K. Olukoya, Daddy Gio.
Ni Unike.
Okay.
Ade Wanunde Aloba. Pastor ọmọ mi, ẹ̀gbọ́n ilé. Ade be baba, pé kó jọ. Kó dáríjì Pastor Fẹ́mi. Èmi dẹ́ṣẹ̀ mi. Mo ní Ọlọ́run Olúkọ̀yà ṣàánú fún mi. Ọlọ́run Olúkọ̀yà ṣàánú fún mi. Mo wá sunkún. Ó dẹ́ṣẹ̀ mú ni o. Pé kó ṣàánú fún mi, kó má jẹ́ kó mọ́ mi kú sí ibẹ̀ yẹ. Ó dẹ̀ ní mọ̀mọ́, ó ní hìn. Ó ní ṣe bọ́mọ Yorùbá ni mí. Ó ní bẹ́ẹ̀ ni. Ó ní nǹkan tí Pastor Fẹ́mi ò ṣe, tó bá ti sọ pé òun ṣe, ó máa fi lẹ̀. Mo nílé ayé lẹ bá mi, èmi ò gbọ́rú ẹ̀rí, mi ò lè sọ bẹ́ẹ̀.
Is that what Jesus said we should do? Is that the Christianity that we embraced, especially for some of us from other religion? Now, he signed that affidavit, and you know what? I will show you more. Listen to more. Just listen to Bawura.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Mo ní kí n rán yín létí ni, mo ti pè yín tẹ́lẹ̀. Ọlọ́run á rántí yín o. Ṣé ògbódì ẹ̀mí pé ò ní jẹ́ tí yín o. Àánú á wà yín rè náà, ẹ ṣeun gan. Okay, sir, mo ní kí n rán yín létí.
Okay, sir.
This is another begging voice note. Begging Yoruba Gidi for another, you know. In fact, it was all this beg that made the guy that said, okay, let me do the interview and do what? So that you can have money. Let me put him on. But God was with Mr. Kulefa Shuba to the extent that he told him to go and sign an affidavit. At least he's standing today as a verification to exonerate that humble, wonderful, lovely woman, that woman of God in America, Mrs. Olufunke Ashekun, to show that she was not the one that told him to go. This is crass lie, horrible lie, terrible lie, orchestrated by a system whereby we're supposed to find truth and justice. How can you give Bawura that kind of a script that should lie? That and he was lying that they told you to go and meet Yoruba Gidi last year, 2025. You heard him in his program. Meanwhile, he met Yoruba Gidi in 2024 on his own volition because he saw what Yoruba Gidi did for Pastor, what do you call it? Femi Jimo, Pakele Olorun Tele, and Henry Ayiwero. So he also went there because as of June, he just got this court judgment. Which he got on the 28th of May. He just got this court judgments. 31st of May, 2024. So he needed money. He too needed money because Pastor Femi Jimo and Pakele Olorun Tele, they also had their court judgment, and that was the fulcrum on which the story stood. That was the fulcrum on which the investigation stood. And that was the fulcrum on which the interview, Yoruba Gidi interview, and my own interview stood. There was a court judgment, there was a court document. Something happened. So Bawura too also took his own court judgment and said, Yoruba Gidi, me too, I'm a victim. Me too, I suffered. Me too, I took them to court. They wanted to kill me. Me too, they arrested me more than twice. So the guy looked at him and said, okay, the guy didn't want to turn his channel to an MFM victim channel, but he said, okay, let me just give you a chance. And look at what happened. The guy raised money for him, almost $1 million or more than that. Now, I will play you another voice note. This is when he was troubling Yoruba Gidi, and Yoruba Gidi now answered him that, okay, people like them, they put their problem on you, they put their burden on you, they calculate everything about their demand, about their earnings, what they want to spend, they put it on you the moment you agree to help them. I want to believe it's a black man syndrome too. It's called the dependency syndrome, So listen to what Yoruba Gidi now told him. Eventually, after some of those, I think after a whole lot of time, after begging for money, Yoruba Gidi had recorded him at that time, and he was still begging for money, begging for a lot of things, and in one of the notes, the guy answered him and said, well, I've listened to all your demands, everything, but, well, I will see what I can do. But most importantly, I have published your program.
Mo ti ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ gbọ́ voice note ẹ̀ dé parí ìsìn ni. Mo ní busy gan, mo busy throughout. Mo ṣẹ̀ ń délé náà ni. Mo ti post video yẹn.
Now, he said, mo busy gone. Meaning that Bawura has tendency to keep disturbing. And what are those disturbances? It was money related. It was, I have this challenge, I have this attack, I have this, and it's the same thing to everybody around him at that same time. When he's doing it to Yoruba Gidi, he's doing it to other people who are not media related, somewhere, somehow. So that when he's talking, you can know the character that you are dealing with. I'm not saying nobody should help him. If I have the opportunity now, I will still send money to him. I'm not that evil, but I know that his work is going to call for him at the right time. Now, later, the moment they published his video, I think in November, people started dropping, people started having mercy on him. As usual, we Nigerians are massive people. People from all across the world, Yoruba Gidi's fans, people that are touched by the sordid story of his experience in MFM, and especially coming from the hangover of the sordid mysteries of the three, the Hebrew men, that is Pastor Femi Jimo, Akele Balorutede, and Brother Henry Ayiwero, people gave him money. So eventually, he was not just only looking for money to eat, he was also looking for money to, do other things. I think he was having challenges in other ways. So he gave Yoruba Gidi brief about how much he made and all that.
ó dẹ̀ ti ń pè yín lórí direct call gan-an ó rìn dé lámúdúpẹ́ rárá sá ẹ ṣeun ọlọ́run àdúró tí yín sá máa appreciate gbogbo tẹ́ ṣe fún mi. Actually gbogbo owó tí mo rí so far ọ̀tọ̀ láti day one till now gbogbo ẹ̀ ń lọ bí over 9 ó ti ń lọ over 900 plus so ní total kẹ́ni àtọ̀ sí total calculation mi so ìkan tó wá pọ̀ ìsàmùn tí mo wá rí pé kì í ṣe owó yẹn ò fi bẹ́ẹ̀ gbọ̀n torí inú ẹ̀ náà mo ti yọ tí mo fi treat ara mi tí mo fi ṣe one or two things mo ṣe wá wò ó pé wọ́n á fẹ́ kọ́ lọ wọ́n á lọ sọ́dọ̀ lọ́ọ̀yà.
Now, he was talking about how much he has made, as at that time, Mrs. Ashekun and some other people are still helping him about this legal challenge. He was even still trying to go, maybe he was still trying to go to industrial court to claim for his breach of contract with MFM and all that. But he was giving Yoruba Gidi a summary of how much he made, going to £1 million, and you will now hear here where he now said the money has surpassed $1 million. Listen to this voice note now.
So ẹ ṣeun sá ní gan ni àwọn ẹnìkan send 100 ẹnìkan send 5,000 òun ni owó yẹn ṣe ń kú díẹ̀ kó wọ $1 million máa calculate gbogbo ẹ̀ pọ̀ so I still believe in God ṣá pé ọlọ́run tó wà pẹ̀lú èyí tó ń bá yín ṣiṣẹ́ á darapọ̀ mọ́ ayé tèmi náà máa lè rí ẹkùn eré àánú gbà máa lè wá san oore tó agbára Kristi so ọlá ni mo ṣe fẹ́ gbọ́ ọtí lọ́ọ̀yà ẹ̀ máa sọ torí mo ti pọ̀ wọ́n lé ní wọ́n ní àwọn máa submit ẹ̀ lé ní àbí ọ̀la so mo ti pọ̀ wọ́n lọ́wọ́ ọ̀sán ìbọ̀tì mi pọ̀ wọ́n lálẹ́ mo fẹ́ jẹ́ kó ti dọ̀la kí n lè pọ̀ wọ́n pé alpha so tó bá ṣe jẹ́ màá ti carry yín along so if there is anything tẹ́ bá dẹ̀ fẹ́ ṣàlàyé fún mi at least you free to tell me sir so this was sir I shall go sir.
So in a summary, what I want us to listen to there is that apart from getting money for him, apart from raising money for him on the show, they were also looking out for areas where he could get litigational help, litigational support. As at that time, he has just gotten his judgments from the High Court of Lagos, and he was trying to reclaim his 4 million naira from the Nigerian police force. He was trying to reclaim his money, and I think his lawyer, the former Barrister Ogulano, according to what he said, the man died the very day he got his judgment. That was May 31st, 2024. So he was in a cul-de-sac as at that time. He needed a new lawyer, and I think he was relating that with Mr. Kule Fashuba, and that's Yoruba Gidi TV. And apart from raising money for him, they were also trying to raise legal support. And if you look at that show on Yoruba Gidi TV, you can Google it and go and look at it, go and watch that show. You see that there was a human rights lawyer that also, asked questions, that also perused Bawura. So it was a comprehensive combo, and if you look at some of the WhatsApp chats between him and Yoruba Gidi, on different dates, and there was always a call, then reply messages. Then the man Yoruba Gidi tell him that no problem, Baba, And then he will say, okay, sir, God continue to bless you and your family, sir. Then November 5, thanks, sir. November 21, 2024, up to, up to, thank you, sir. Up to when again? Okay, November 1. Okay, this is October 20. Yeah. Even on November 1, he wrote, as usual, as he did to me. He said, today, 1st November 2024, I prophetically declare these 7 helpers to locate you this morning as you entered into the new month. Tireless helpers shall begin to manifest in your life. Helpers that will not ask questions before taking you to your comfort zone and all that. He sent all sort of, like, when you look at the pattern of that, where it's coming from, I call them prayer composers. When you say you want to run a spiritual church, you have to have spirits. You have to be ìjọ ẹ̀mí. Ẹni tí ó bá ní ìmísí kò lè run ìjọ ẹ̀mí. But tó bá jẹ́ ẹni tó kàn create a prayer point tó wá ń tà fáwọn èèyàn, then ẹ̀mí ti sọnù. Torí tí ẹ̀mí ò bá sọnù, rúdurùdu ò ní sí. So you can imagine this one always creating prayer points. At times we give you like 7, and you can now still imagine the same Bawura cursing people, saying all sorts of terrible things. That you now know, you now ask yourself that where is it coming from? Where is his background? Then you now understand, the magnanimity of where he's coming from. When they say we're a spiritual church, then you now discover that there is nothing spiritual, there is nothing dynamic. Everything is about prayer points, creating prayers, then you throw it to the people, and everybody, because everybody, it is psychological, everybody have the feeling that they're in that same problem. Their situation is almost a telltale expression of that prayer point. So they have to get themselves into that prayer and start firing and firing. But only láìsí ẹ̀mí òkú ni ènìyàn. Only láìsí ẹ̀mí òkú ni ènìyàn. Láìsí ẹ̀mí òkú ni ènìyàn. Òkú ni ènìyàn. Láìsí ẹ̀mí. Only láìsí ẹ̀mí òkú ni ènìyàn. So you see the way he was dealing with Yoruba Gidi. So that is how he met Yoruba Gidi. And Yoruba Gidi really treated him well until he took the money. He went into business. I'm telling you full details now because this guy is a very good liar. He's a creative liar. He's an intentional liar. He's a dynamic liar. So that is how he got to Yoruba Gidi. And Yoruba Gidi helped him. And that was 2024. From June, your relationship ended in November. And he went his way. He said he went to start a shop somewhere in Alagbado, started selling rice and beans and red oil and all that you normally go to Oja Odon. He was able to set a business. And look at Bawura's trajectory, because he's always telling us that, he was rich when he was in MFM, he made money when he was in Igara, he made fortune, then later he went to Moshi to go and learn printing, then later he had a printing press in Ichai, and that he was in money, he was swimming in money. Then you ask yourself, what happened to all that money? When did it happen? What happened that you now start to ask for something from your former GO that should say to you, if you are established in your business, why should you ask for remuneration? Why should you ask for payoff? Why should you be disturbed about life? So now, what am I saying in essence? When he started that business, I'm trying to tell you how he now came to me. When he started that business, one day, the devil that is pushing him around just got him again. Then he decided to gather all the money he made, went to borrow more money, and he said he wanted to go into large scale. He wanted to start selling bag of rice. So he wanted to go through the back door. He wanted to do the black market aspect. So he said he got a driver, took him to Oja Odon. That because rice was cheap there, the rice was expensive in Lagos, but Oja Odon is a border town. Rice is more cheaper because it's coming from the border. So he got bags for 65,000 with the money he borrowed and the money from his business. He bought like 10 bags, but unfortunately, as it will happen, as he was coming back, custom arrested him. They seized the rice from him, so he was back to square one. The tribulation from where he's coming from, the Esau of his old establishment caught up with him that day, and that was how he lost that business. And he ran back to square one. He was owing and all that. And the moment he ran back to square one, he was looking for another blogger to interview him and put his number, put his account, and so that he will make another fortune, go into another business maybe. And that was his mindset. But look at the lies he lied. Now, he lied that it was after Mrs. Ajekun spoke about Apeji in April 2025, that they gave him Yoruba Gidi, and he went there, that later he was sick, that Mrs. Ajekun raised money, go for me for him. He said he's a very plain person, a liar, a very horrible, terrible, creative liar like him, telling us that he's a very plain person. Then he now said another time that he spoke, that Mrs. Ajekun spoke on Apeji, the same 2025, that when he now spoke, that she now also spoke about our brother in Ibadan.
Another time, you still come again to come and talk about Akpeji. That Akpeji, you are wicked, you are this, you didn't even pity me. I spent this, I paid that. You still went to Aduni show to say you have spent over so a million on Richard and Akpeji, whatever. And that is getting me annoyed. I still call you an insult. We fought that day. We fought. I say me. You say you pay Richard's children's school fees. It's on our page. You can go and check. Thank God you come to a donation. It's still on a donation. You say you are the one that pay Richard's house, pay as children's school fees, whatever. And I get annoyed. My children, I didn't have small children. They are all grown. For 3 years they are at home. They finished their work, looking for money to take them to university. I beg you, say you did not have. And now you are saying you are spent like this to all these people. So am I a fool? That's how we fought. A rich estate that begin to think, and I make a video. That video I did say a lot of things. I even said that maybe after this video, maybe you people may not even see me again. That I may later kill myself. But I'm being frustrated. It's like the world have rejected me. Because then we are no longer talking again. But maybe when she heard about that thing, that video, so that things I will not go and kill myself through. Then Funke now asked Richard to reach out to me. And Richard now reach out to me, counsel me, encourage me. Later, it's then that Richard told me about Asibi. Say maybe I should go and meet us. I said I didn't know Asibi. He said no problem. He have given, Richard said that he have sent my number to him, which Asibi later called me. He talked and I didn't even remember. So later, he said my name is Asibi, whatever. Okay, later when I call Richard, he said, so that man called me, but I didn't remember on time. I later call Asibi back and we discuss. And after we discuss, finish, I said that no problem, that he has court case with Guru Maharaji, that at Ibadan, that he is going to court. When he came back, if he come back to Lagos, then he will reach out to me. Most of that time we used to talk on phone, not on WhatsApp. I said, then I bring her to us at that time. The one, alone if you live when the jury, well, no way. So later when Asibi come back, he called me. No, he called, but I didn't pick on time because maybe I didn't know that the phone is ringing. I later call. The network is bad. Then we talk on WhatsApp. I say, okay, no problem. You will get the accommodation and then get me where we will meet. And later, we got that apartment and then the hotel at AIT Road. And I told him that I want to go and pick my children because I'm the one that enroll and that's very close to Kola, that school, to come and do our egg. You know, we are not stay together, me and my wife, because of fear. But still yet, I'm still taking care of my family. You see, no problem. It's very easy now. So that's the reason why I want to get a hotel at AIT Road that I can bring my children along, so that after the thing they will go to school to do exam. And I said, okay. Then I go along in the afternoon. He directed me to that hotel. Okay, I went there, me, my son, and my last daughter that is also wrote our egg last day. So when we started discussing, he tell me, first of all, be telling me what I'm going to do. Thank God my children, they are there. When the thing is looking on somehow, he discovered that it's not supposed to be said this thing on children. He said they should go downstairs, which myself and Asebi and my two children, we went to downstairs of that hotel. Well, say by now they are hungry, and the children said they are hungry. Okay. He told those canteen that please give them food. He gave them food. And we asked them to stay. When we through, come and meet them. We went back. And that was how we started doing the video. Before we made the video, he first of all tell me this what we do. If you can listen to that video, I said that some people say we are fighting, me and forget. It's true, we are fighting. Because in them we have for a terrible talk, a serious word on that is wicked. You are just using me, nothing. Make me to run from my family, keep me somewhere, whatever. So as a big say I should not worry. That don't worry, at least Oluwo wife is the one that interview her, and after the interview, he can raise about 6 to 7 million for her. That was what that woman used to travel. That he believed that after this thing, he will put my account number, they will raise fund for me. I can start my life, so I will not depend on anybody. I say thank God, and that's what I just need. I don't want to party in anybody. So I lie anymore. I want to be alone. If I have even that 3 to 4 million that is spent to lawyer, I will not even come and ask for any right. They are just using me, nothing.
Now, he spoke about that. Mrs. Ashekun spoke about how she helped his family, gave money to his children in school, how she was able to help him. That thing got him mad again, and that he now got mad. He called her. That he was angry. He paid the children's school fees, and that his own children, they are schoolless for 3 years. They got admission, they couldn't get school and all that. That it was then he now decided to make a video that was angry. That in that video he now said he's going to kill himself. That is like everybody has rejected him, the world has rejected him, and that he wants to just go and end it all.
Good day, everyone. My name is Sunday Bawura Olowoyeye. I'm pastor in Mountain of Fire for 29 years. But 2001, when my wife sick to the point of death, I tried to contact my church for an assistant, as a zonal overseer for an assistant, but they refused to help me. But when they refused to help me, I later asked for my cooperative, which they are removed from my salary, that if they cannot help me, they should give me that. But they refused. But instead of them to give me support, they give me sack letter. But after then, when I got to them to go and ask them why that they sack me, they begin to trouble me, send police to arrest me, and I was detained for 16 days in Alagbo because I'm asking for my right. Even after they released me from the police custody for 16 days, I was being traumatized. tried to commit suicide, even land in psychiatric hospital. I have all my proof. Then I later have high blood pressure. Now I'm nursing high blood pressure because of that. Today, being the 13th of May 2024, I made this video to pass it to Sister Funke Ashekun, and I give her permission to take it to any court of law in anywhere in the world. And I'm ready to defend my speech. Even right now, my case is still in the court, in the High Court in Nigeria. Dr. Olowoyeye. I formally call him my father, but now he's not my father. He's a killer, because everything that I have, they have destroyed everything. Even my head, I'm struggling with my head now. So, let the whole world deliver me and deliver Sister Funke Ashekun from the hand of Dr. Olowoyeye.
It was that video that Mrs. Ashekun saw, and she now instructed our brother in Ibadan to reach out to him, and that it was our brother in Ibadan, the gentleman in Ibadan, that now got me, but if you listen to the same Bawura on Abiri show, he said Mrs. Ashekun just called him and told him to come to me. And then when he came to me, that Mr. Ashekun sent money to me, and I got him a hotel.
So, now you made a video. I think your very first video I came across was where you were making a disclaimer saying that you were not part of what was happening, what Funke Ashekun was saying. Can I ask a question? What led to you making that particular video?
Yes, even before now, as I said, there's one particular video I thought there's one man they call Asibe.
Asabi?
Asabi? Asibe. That Asabe is Funke Ashekun that gave him my number that he should call me, to come and make an interview. So on November, which I called the man, I made the video, and I called him that if you ever release that video, I begin to find where you are living, I will do something that will be worse than what you are doing. And then I told the man that I don't want to do anything with them anymore. I don't understand.
Yes.
So that you will not. So when I told Asebe that I believe maybe he later go and meet maybe he call her or he call Richard. I don't understand.
Yes.
Because I told them, because what I was just suffering, because I hear a voice message, a live program, when she was talking that she has paid over 20 million for Richard Akpeji, she has paid over 18 million. And I see that all these people are not challenging that Akpeji. I did video, you can go and check my video, you see that video, I even do live on it. That's November or so, or October. I say now, all these people, they benefit a lot of things from GO, from the church.
Okay.
And even the suffering that I'm suffering, they are the ones that are supposed to suffer it because they eat. They steal. You are not saying you are spending 20 million and 13 million for someone. And me, you will never even spend 500,000 to me.
The funny pastor, the meticulous liar didn't tell us. He didn't even tell you how we together look for hotel, how he got a hotel that I told him that the hotel is too stuffy and he has some ridiculous people around, Yahoo boys and all that I cannot interview in this kind of an environment. How I took him to a more better environment beside AIT TV station in an estate close to AIT, a very good hotel. And we went to the room together. In fact, it was before him I paid money a day before the interview. Even that day I was also giving him money to go and carry his children in school. I even climbed the same Okada with him. So he didn't tell you all that. So, but now he now said it was after that video, and that was how he knew me. That then when Mr. Shekun arranged that the first thing that I told him what to say, that I told him this is what I'm going to say, I coached him, that I started telling him that, and I told him that I'm the one that raised money for Oluwo's wife, and that because I raised money for Oluwo's wife when she had problem in year 2020, I could raise money for him. I didn't tell him all that. Bawura is not that kind of person you can relate with at that level of affinity. He's not that kind of person. He's somebody that you treat with a little bit of decorum and a little bit of suspicion, because he's somebody that is always in a mood of beg and all that. And that's why you see that our brother in Ibadan the other day even cautioned him on one of his programs that you should not talk about him again. You should not, anything that he doesn't know, you should not talk about it, because he talks out of points. He's a liar. He does not know how to, he does not know how to use his emotion. He does not know how to. He's somebody that is gentle when he wants something from you. He's always deliberate and intentional when he needs your help. So he lied. He said, I told him, I didn't tell him anything about Oluwo's wife. And he said, I knew at that time that he and Mrs. Ashiko were fighting. I didn't know him through Mrs. Ashiko. Of course, I know that Mrs. Ashiko has done a lot of shows about him. Even Akpeji that they're talking about, I've never spoken to Akpeji. I don't know Akpeji. I only know him by watching him online. Only few victims I've met. You can imagine the dynamism of his lives now. He said that I knew that he and Mrs. Ashiko are fighting, that is angry. So somebody that you are fighting with, will that person be able to introduce you to somebody that will help you? It's a basic psychological situation. Ask Bawura, the liar, Pastor Olowoyeye Bawura, that spent 29 years in MFM and is scavenging everywhere now, hallucinating everywhere without spiritual fulcrum. Ask him that you said that I, being a Dana Sabi, knew that you and Miss Ashiko were fighting and that you hate her, that you wanted to stand on your own. She was using you. Is it possible that somebody that you are fighting, somebody that you are rude to, will now introduce you to Bengadana Sabi? Okay, you people are seeing the interviews now. You are saying it and you're going to see much. Did he look like somebody that will put under pressure? Did he look like somebody that will put gun to his head to speak? Did he look like somebody that was kidnapped to come and speak? Or did he look like somebody that was scolded or that was induced? He came on his volition, and it shows from the affidavit he signed in Abeokuta in October 2024, claiming that he's ready, that everything he's saying is natural. Nobody forced him. He was looking for money. He was looking for investment. So he came to bring Adan Asabi on the same note after declaring that he wanted to kill himself. And to God be the glory. I told you that somebody introduced him to me because I also saw the broadcast where he said he wanted to kill himself. Somebody connected to me, and he knows. Mrs. Ashekun is somebody that, if you know her very well, she's not a 10-kobo person. She's almost like, she has the characteristic of those headmistresses of the 80s, the 70s. She's very strict and very straightforward in her dealings. If you have ever spoken to her, she's the kind of straightforward, and that's why she gets herself into problem, because she loves people blindly. I mean, she's somebody that when she trusts you, she just trusts you. But let me go back to Bawura. So he lied. He also lied at me, myself, and Bolu, that Bolu, Barrister Bolu Akimbo in Canada, that she will do something, she will send to me, I will edit it, then I will send that it's me that edit. I don't have time, I don't have any time for those kind of things. I mean, and that's why I said, those that are writing the script, and I know those who are writing the script, the same people who wrote the script for Rashidat Ipaye, the idiot, haggard-looking woman in America that did that video on me, that idiot, you know, Rashidat Oluwatoyin Ipaye, the stupid Atiadunya, whatever she call herself, the same people that wrote the script to tell her to do that silly video talking about me. Does it do anything to me? I mean, it does not do anything to me. At the right time, she will get a reply. You know, so he said myself and Bolu will do videos together. I don't know Mr. Bolu. I don't know how she operates. The only thing I know her is that recently, when everything came, this it was this what do you call it, Bawura issue. You know, now he said, I said, if police put gun to my head, or even if the enemy, I said, if police put gun, he was the one that said, if the enemy put gun, he will never speak evil about Mrs. Ashekun and her husband.
I still pray again. God will bless Funke Ashekun and her husband. In Jesus, those people that say that maybe me and Ashekun are turned back, God forbid, nothing that will make me to go against them. Nothing that will make me to go against them. Nothing that will make me to go against them in life. Nothing. Even if the enemy bring gun, say I should talk against them, I will never. But that one, they really saved my soul.
You see everything in the video. Everything was natural. In his decision to be a liar, Bawura didn't even remember that it was not only me that interviewed him, because they gave him a script to play. So he was seeing only me, myself was seeing me. I was the only one. He didn't know that there was another senior colleague, a highly respected journalist, a respected elder colleague, Mr. Oshinaike, the publisher of the only online church newspaper in Nigeria. And it is deliberate. I invited him. He's a very busy man, but I intentionally invited him because he's more matured about church things, and whenever I want to go wrong, he checkmates me. If I want to be too extreme or I want to be too excited with my question, at least he's matured. It will not be, Asabe is the only one that asks a question. He's the one that puts word in their mouth. Even if you look at Bawura's interview, you see that there are a lot of instances Mr. Oshinaike questioned him. For instance, when he told us that, 90% of Nigerian pastors are using charm to do their miracle, they are using charm to grow their church. Mr. Oshinaike cautioned him and said, no, don't say that. You can't say 90%.
So when the man had told me, that's why I say most of the 90% of pastors in Nigeria, that's why I say 90% of them, they are occultic.
No, you can't say 90%. That would be, because there is no, how do you...
Yes, sir. Let me just say 90%.
No.
Because one thing I believe...
Don't just be playing with figures. There is no, you have not done any research in that area.
I have done it. For me, let me just say 90%. Yes, sir. Let me just say 90%. Yeah. That 10%, for you to get it.
Because you have just shared your own testimony.
Yes, sir. I know why I'm saying that.
No, wait.
I know why. Because I will tell you the secret. I don't know why.
I know. Let me explain myself.
Okay.
You have just shared your testimony about how God used you to do one or two miracles here and there.
Yes, that's
now,
what I said. I said
so
something.
Now you are just one saying this. If somebody else listens to you somewhere, maybe it's lying. That it's not true that he did miracles.
Let them go and confirm my own. I'm not very young. I'm saying young. Yes, sir. All this why that I'm saying all this thing. I'm just between age of 22 to 26.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That
time
it will be wrong to say 90% because there is no basis for it. You can say many pastors.
Okay, if you want to use that, maybe you are learned than me. Let me just say
don't say 90%.
But I know why I'm saying that.
He said, no. He knows that because he has gone through it. When he was looking for power, he went a lot of places. And Mr. Oshinaike said, it will be better you use many. Don't say 90%. That, okay, you've told us that you did miracle in Owo. You healed a mad woman. You healed a mad person in Igara. You also healed a blind boy in Ejigbo. So, will you be happy if people say that you are using charm? So, you can see that was a very correct way of engaging him. If I was the one, I might not have that temerity or that maturity, to play that role of a devil's advocate. But Mr. Oshinaike can play it. Even when we did the interview of Pastor Femi Jimo and Bakele and Henry, people were abusing Mr. Oshinaike. They were calling him an agent of MFM because of the kind of question he was asking. He was dragging them back. He didn't want them to just climb on the church. He wanted real truth saying facts. He does not want to color the it. And that's why I bring people like that. At times I call other people, come and join me, so that my stage will be democratized. It will not be me. It will not be, oh, it's him. He's angry with our church. He hates our church. Who hates your church? If your church is doing evil, then we will speak against the evil. If your church is doing anything bad, we will speak against it. You cannot stop everybody. You can't use political power or police power to stop people. If you hurt people, people should come out and say there is freedom of expression. Nigerian law guarantees it. African Charter guarantees it. You don't gag people. You don't use power. You don't abuse power. That you have lawyers in your church, you have policemen in your church, or you have policewomen in your church, does not give you the warrants to harass and intimidate and litigate people. If they feel anything, then they come out and say it, and there is freedom of expression. The press environment is highly democratized. You can reply under 24 hours, either on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter, on Instagram. If somebody says something against you by 9 a.m. in the morning, you can reply the person by 2 a.m. When Pastor Femi came with his interview, within the next 2 days, one barrister, Adejuwon, came and started debunking a lot of things. He came on the same online and started to defend his boss and everything. And until when Caleb Oloruntele came and they didn't know what to say again, until they went to go and look for one ex-usher that have left the church in America that now said, oh, they now find something to say. Then when Henry came, they couldn't handle Henry because Henry is not a member of their church. They didn't even know what to say. Until they got some OPC people, they didn't even know what to say about Henry Ayiwero. So you see, these are the kind of lies that this young man, this pastor Bawura, lied in his broadcast of May 20 on his channel, that he told me that he does not want to do anything with Mrs. Ashiko again. I should just make him rich. I should just publish him. But I was interviewing from the point of the fact that he said he wants to kill himself. If you come online and say you want to end it all, shall we leave you? Shall we? Is it not journalistic enough for me to ask questions and sit you down and say, why do you want to kill yourself? And say, what happened? Then you tell me the story of your life, how you got into the system that ruffled you up, how you mark out of the system, how you started your own church, how you failed after 1 year, how you went in search of voodoo and all that. Now, even during the interview we had with him, he didn't say anything about his wife's leg injury or whatever. He didn't say anything about it. We didn't know about his wife. He was only telling us about his life. He even told us how he married the first wife, how the church matched them together, that he didn't love her, how she left him, how he married the second woman. And I can't remember a lot of things he said about the woman. Now, he also gave another very brilliant lie. All of you should go and watch that program. I've just finished with Yoruba Gidi. I'm going to another person who was always begging for money. He lied at 23.39 seconds, 23 minutes, 39 seconds of that show he did on me on May 20 on his channel, Bawura TV. He lied that he started asking for his money from his former GO, that because he had that his GO sacked some pastors during coronavirus or whatever, that he sacked them. Is it 2018 or something that he sacked them? Yes, 2018, sorry. In 2018, not Corona. That he sacked them and he gave them money. He gave all of them, some 2 million, some 2.5 million. Then he now lied that he gave Pastor Femi Jimo 3.5 million. That Pastor Femi Jimo, the same Pastor Femi Jimo that was in court, that just got judgment in 2016 after 9 years with Caleb and brother Henry Ayiwero, that was now in industrial court challenging that your former GO for his salary arrears of 9 years. Then Bawura lied that Pastor Femi Jimo was one of those that his former GO, the one that is behind, that he said is behind all his life threats and wahala, that one paid Femi Jimo among other young pastors, and that was why he was now asking for his own payoff, that he should settle him. And that was why he engaged Mrs. Maureen Badejo in 2021 to shout out so that the church can compensate him. You can imagine that madness. How can you say that Femi Jimo is among those pastors that got 3.5 million in year 2018 when Femi Jimo was at the industrial court and only got judgment in 2023 December that they should go and pay him and pakele? So you can imagine the kind of person Bawura is. These are the kind of lies he put together. So every other thing you heard about him telling you about me was a lie. You know? Was a lie. He said that if they can give people below him such kind of money, then he too should ask for his own. You know? Now, he said a lot of things. He said, oh, I gave his children 10,000 to eat food. I gave him money that night to eat in the hotel. The next day when I came to him, he has even forgotten. He said I gave him 10,000. I didn't give him 10,000. I gave him 7,000 because I already gave him money the night before and paid for the hotel. I gave him 7,000, and what did I come to do that day? I came to take picture of his psychiatric hospital bills. He said he wanted to show me the receipt, how much he pays in the psychiatric hospital in Yaba. You know, when the police arrested him second time on the allegedly on the instruction of his former GO, they maltreated him to the extent that he said he ran mad, and I think that was around October 2023. And he landed in the psychiatric hospital, and since then he has been a psychiatric patient, according to him. So I went to take those receipts, and I gave him 7,000. I remember, it's not 10,000. Then eventually he started asking all sorts of other monies for me, and I remember I used to give him between 10,000 or 7,000 or 10,000. I can't remember, but I think I showed some of those receipts in the first video I did sitting here. So you can imagine that he's not a creative liar. He's a dubious liar. He does not even know how to collate his facts. He lied that he met Yoruba Gidi after Mrs. Ashekun spoke about Apeji in April 2025. Meanwhile, he met Yoruba Gidi by his own volition in June 2024 and got an interview from Yoruba Gidi in October 2024. An interview was published in November 2024, and he made fortune and he started the shop. But because of his bad luck, he lost the money, he lost the business, and he needed to look for another blogger to come and help him to raise another fund. And that blogger will now become me. But unfortunately for him, he was hurrying me up. I should publish. But I was looking at other deeper things. And after 7 days, we were still even trying to edit, because you know the video was with someone that was working with us then, because it was an emergency. Now we were trying to collate and the way we do our job. He said he gave me that I gave him 10,000 to go and send the copy of his copy paper. No, he has given me that on the 12th. It's in the thing I showed you, the WhatsApp message. He has given me earlier before the interview on the 13th. The interview took place on Tuesday, 13th. I have the videos. We have the recording. We have it on phone. We have it on some other little devices. Now, what am I saying in essence? He's a liar. He's a liar. He's a liar. Even it was around the time after I interviewed him. Okay, when he saw that I couldn't interview, then after 7 days, I think that was May 20, he said, oh, I should not do it again. No, that his father wants to take him to Afebuola's chamber, that Afebuola's chamber wants to help him to collect his money from his former GO, and that he wants to also help him to collect his 4 million naira from the Nigerian police. He has spent money that's supposed to use to get lawyer. The one he made from Yoruba Gidi, he has put it on business venture. The business has collapsed. The business has gone after the Ojaodon custom crisis, rice crisis. Now, he was not telling me that, oh, I should not publish it, that they want to go to Baruwa. Then by September, after always begging me for this and that, then at the time he said he had stroke. I think that was the time Mrs. Ashekun did a GoFundMe for him, that they raised money for him, but he modeled everything up. Then by September he said, oh, I should not even use the video again. He has completed his heart. He's going back to Olukoya, his former GO. That we go and collect any money you want to give him, you go and beg him. In fact, he will even come out, he will apologize to him. If it is wrong, if it's even 10 million you can give him, let him start his life all over again. Now, the question is that even if they give Bawura 20 million naira, if care is not taken, the money will finish and he will still abuse the source that gave him 20 million. Because he's not a spiritually balanced person. And he knows When I went to his hotel the second day after the interview, when I went to give him 7,000 and record his receipt for psychiatric home, I told him, I said, báwo lẹ ṣe ṣe tí ẹ náà kówó jọ tẹ tó lọ yá owó tẹ lọ ra rice ní ọ̀nà ọjà ọ̀dàn. And I said something, I said, ẹ̀yin tẹ́ mọ̀ pé àwọn ayé ń bá yín fà, ẹ mọ̀ pé ẹ ń bá odidi ìjọ jà, wọ́n forúkọ yín sínú àdúrà burúkú allegedly, wọ́n gba àdúrà burúkú lé yín lórí, ẹ lọ ń lé yín, wọ́n lé yín lójú oorun, wọ́n lé yín lójú ayé. Ọlọ́run wá ṣàánú fún yín, ẹ rówó kójọ, ẹ bẹ̀rẹ̀ business òwò díẹ̀, ẹ ń tà díẹ̀ káràkátà, ẹ ń ta ẹ̀wà, ẹ ń ta ìrẹsì, ẹ tún wá kó gbowó jọ, ẹ tún lọ yá owó, ẹ wá lẹ fẹ́ gba ọ̀nà ọjà ọ̀dàn, ẹ wá rìn ní gbèrègbèrè ogun, ẹ wá gba ọ̀nà custom bọ̀. Mo ní definitely ẹ̀yin tó gun rùn lára yín, ogun yẹn máa tún mú yín mọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀, ogun yín sọ ibi tẹ́ ti ń bọ̀ nìyẹn, wọ́n máa dúró dè yín wájú. I told him that day, I said, look, your case need dynamic prayer. Your case you need to fix yourself into a covenant arena to recover what has been taken away from you, because you say you don't even go to church again, that you only go to a friend's church in Lekki once in a month, that you hate church, you don't trust any pastor again, that because of the abuse they did to you, a lot of things you said. So, now there are a lot of things. So Mrs. Ashekun did good for him, and he abused her. He said, they sent 500,000 to him, she didn't give him. That she told him that somebody wanted to sponsor his kid in school, she didn't follow up again. People like this, that's who they are. Now, let me go to Mrs. Funke Ashekun. Let's see what she has done for him. These people, they forget. People like this, when you help them, when you do a lot for them, they forget. And so that they won't forget, at times it's good to have records. It's good to keep records. You can have records and dispose records, but you must keep record because of days like this. People like Bawura are people who forget. And I told you that he's suffering from malignant narcissism. And I hope a lot of you can Google what it means, who a malignant narcissist is. Now look at some of the things. Look at it. Even when they sent letter to him, I think, which year was this? Okay. So, after his interview, I think they sent letter to him in 2024. You see, that's why he said people are chasing him. I think after his interview on Yoruba Gidi TV. Let me even show you this one now. Just here.
Lẹ́tà tí mo fi sánmọ̀ wọn lọ sí Ministry of Justice ní 2005 ni kí olùkọ́ tó send àwọn admin ẹ̀ wá bá mi ní mediation center yìí pé Ministry of Justice yìí pé kí mi withdraw ẹ̀ pé tèmi bá ṣe rí wọn as my spiritual father kí n withdraw ẹ̀ kúrò pé kí wọ́n á rí òun ni mo ṣe withdraw gbà tó kó sí mi lórí ní 2005 kó tó di pé ìṣàwá gbé mi lọ sí Ondo lẹ́yìn ìgbà yẹn. So lẹ́tà yẹn ni lẹ́tà tí mo fi sọ́mọ 2005 nígbà yẹn ni.
In one of his videos recently, he said he has never sued his former GO to court. That is only the police he sued to court, and it's the police that he won a case against. But now, he sent this is a letter that he showed to his former benefactor, Ms. Ashekun, telling her that this is the letter he used to force sue his former boss to the Ministry of Justice in Lagos, Office of the Public Defender, before his former boss called for a truce, and that they now brought him back to the church before he was finally thrown out again.
Mami mo ṣe lè dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín o. Fact gbogbo ń tẹ́ ṣe fún mi mo mọ̀ lóore o. Mi ò tètè fóònù mi ti kú nọ́ọ̀sì lórí fóònù mi. the network yóò bẹ̀yẹ̀ ò dáa tọ́ mi gan tí ẹ mọ́ kankan sista Yewande àwọn gan ló pè mí tó ń fi mo fi mọ̀ ẹ ṣeun gan ojú òní tí yín o ẹ̀mí sunkún lórí àwọn ọmọ yín o àwọn ọmọ yín ò ní ṣàárẹ̀ o ẹ̀yin náà ní ṣàárẹ̀ o ẹ̀ ní ṣàìsàn gbogbo tẹ́ ń ṣe fún mi mọ́ lóore o gbàdúrà èṣù ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ kò ní dàrin wa rú lórúkọ Jésù ẹ pẹ́ fún mi ojú òní tí yín o mọ́ lóore o mo ti gbà ìsìn báyìí mo tẹ̀ ti mọ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ mo ní mo fẹ́ kúrò ládó tẹ́lẹ̀ mi dá pé kò sí mọ́ọ̀ṣì lọ́wọ́ mi àwọn chọ́ọ̀chì yẹn wọ́n try gan wọ́n pọ̀rọ̀ wọ́n try bọ̀ bí àtòrí gbogbo mi àtàwọn kan tó mú rẹ ló fi jẹ́ kí n ní typhoid gbogbo àti mo ti rí owó dáì màá ráyè farabalẹ̀ tẹ́kẹ́ ara mi dáadáa so mo ṣe wà ládó báyìí ni so center mo lọ lánàá but èmi máa lọ sí good hospital lẹ́yìn ni but àwọn church yẹn ló ń try fún mi tí like now mo ti lè gbé ọwọ́ mi lè sí mo ti ń rìn jù tẹ́lẹ̀ lọ ẹ ṣeun gan ojú òní tí ẹ máa pẹ́ fún mi o gbogbo ọ̀nà ayé yín ẹni mọ̀ kóró ẹni mọ̀ nira ojú òní tí ẹni fojú sunkún ọkọ ẹni dopọ̀ sọ̀gọ́gọ́ àwọn ọmọ yín èṣù ò ní fi pa wọn ní fi wọn pa wọn lẹ fi pa àwọn ọmọ yín pa yín lẹ́kùn ojú òní tí ẹ ṣeun gan ẹ ṣeun gan ẹ ṣeun gan mi ìrọ̀ bí mo ṣe lè dúpẹ́ tó ẹ ṣe ojú òní tí ẹ ṣeun gan ma God bless you ma nẹ́tíwọ̀kì ìbá yóò dá mi ìbá pè yín direct ni all right my show.
This is now you can see the way he was thanking Mrs. Shekunde, appreciating her for helping him, appreciating her for giving him succor in a time of sickness. It was at that time, I think it was the second time that he said he fell down and he had maybe partial stroke, and they took him for a traditional treatment in Ekiti. And I think Mr. Shekun did what they call it, a GoFundMe for him, and he was treated well. He said he couldn't afford a good hospital that they've treated him. He cannot walk, and now he's not going to back it up with a good treatment in a specialist hospital. That was Mrs. Ashikun was praying for. So you could see the original prayer. You could see that is an original prayer. He was praying for her that she will not become a widow. He was praying for her that her husband will be blessed. He was praying for her that her children will be blessed as well, that her family will be blessed, for saving his life from death.
I started vomiting blood. Serious one, no. They rushed me to first hospital, second one, before they rushed me to one hospital again. All those hospitals said they need for surgery. This man will need oxygen. They rushed me. They tried all the tests. Thank God. I pray that God will continue to bless Funke Ashikun and her husband. God will continue to bless Funke Ashikun and her husband. God will continue to bless Funke Ashikun and her husband.
Amen.
In Jesus' name. Amen. They really stood by me then.
Not sure.
Pray they will not cry over their children. Ashikun and her husband. They spend money to revive me. I spent 250 something thousand for different tests, different scan. They didn't get something, anything.
They said there's nothing wrong.
But
physically,
the blood stopped, but I can't move from the room, the ward to the toilet inside I can use 30 minutes, I will be sweating.
Now, can you correspond it with the character that is now causing Mrs. Ashikun every day on Bawura TV, his station, and it's always begging people to subscribe? You want to get 1,000 subscribers so that you can monetize it. Everything is money.
Ogbon tó ṣẹlẹ̀ sí mi mo ti rí láti bí 10 years ago. Wait, something will happen to my lead to police station. But after that, ipò máa padà já sí ìyanu. Ìgbà tí mo padà rí ẹni mo ṣe àrò bí àyànú tọ́lọ́run ló máa padà já sí. Ó ní mo fi padà tí mo fi bèrò bí èèyàn gidi ni mo fi tẹ̀lé ẹ̀. Àṣé ìnira ló máa fi sínú ayé mi. Ó wá ń bọ́ sórí platform òun parọ́ mọ́ ẹlẹ́dàá mi. Gbogbo owó tó ná fún mi ní ayé ẹ̀ tó fún mi personally tó fún mi mi ò sọ owó kóòtù tó fún mi ṣé owó 500,000 rí ni èmi ò ṣalájẹsẹ̀ mo ṣe ń sọ nígbà tí mo sick ìwọ àtọkọ ẹ lẹ try fún mi ò dínà yẹn gbére mi ò ń purọ́ kan tí o bá ṣe mi ò dínà mo ṣe ń sọ títí tó kó tiẹ̀ jẹ́ dọ́jọ́ ọkú màá ṣe sọ yẹn fún ẹ tó ló dẹ̀ níbi tó ń lọ ló ṣe dípò ràn mí lọ́wọ́ nígbà tí mo sick ó tán lẹ́yìn yẹn ṣé o fún mi lówó kan pé gbà kan fi ṣe business rẹ̀ láyé ẹ̀ ọlọ́run ní fèrè fún ọlọ́run àbáyọ ẹ̀jẹ̀ fún kí àṣekún wọn purọ́ mọ́ èmi.
I don't know if it's from I'm very sorry to say this Bawura is not from Ijebu now he's from Ekiti and so but sorry Ijebu people are very great people. Now look at the way he was thanking her. In fact, he said something there's a voice note before then. Let me play it. He said something that as at the time that her husband sent 30-something thousand naira to him, that what was in his account was 100 naira before the GoFundMe, and that cumulatively he's now having 400,000. That but it is not even money that is his problem now. That Mrs. Ashekun should beg her husband to pray for him. In the interview we are running, you hear him say that Mr. Ashekun called a lot of prophetic pastors to pray for him when he first had his first attack after he took his former church to court. The first day they appeared in court, and when he left court, and he said he got home and he fell down. He fell down, and something happened to him. He started vomiting blood for 10 days. Just listen.
Ọlọ́run á dúró tì yín mà mo mọ̀ lóore o ẹ ṣeun gan mà kí àwọn dádì ìyẹn ọkọ yín kan tó sẹ́ndì 30-something thousand sí mi 100 naira lọ wà nù àkáǹtì mi ń gbà yẹn. Bọ̀ mo ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ báyìí pẹ̀lú orí ọ̀fẹ́ Ọlọ́run àti ohun tí ẹ bá mi ṣe mo ti ní close to 400 but owó ní wá kọ́ ní báyìí àdúrà ni mo nílò láti bí 3 days báyìí mi rí oorun sùn. General center tí mo lọ dàpọ̀ àwọn èèyàn mọ́ṣẹ́ kọ́ mi gùn tó fún mi gan kò bá kan tó ń typhoid gan tó ń láwọn test ṣe but ìní mo fẹ́ lọ sí private hospital torí owó wà lọ́wọ́ mi báyìí but kì í ṣe owó báyìí bí kò ṣe àdúrà ẹjọ́ ẹ fi mi sí àdúrà ẹ ní kí dáàdì náà pray fún mi nẹ́tíwọ́ọ̀kì ìbáyìí ọkọ̀ dání ṣùgbọ́n ẹjọ́ ṣàrántí mi ní àdúrà mi gbọ́dọ̀ di òkú ẹjọ́ kí n tiẹ̀ rọrùn sùn. God bless you, man.
Now, he said, pẹ̀lú orí ọ̀fẹ́, owó tí dáàdì fún mi àti nǹkan tí ẹ ṣe fún mi, that is a good for me, that he now have close to 400,000, but that it is not about money now, it's about his life. That he couldn't sleep, he was traumatized under some spiritual situation that he cannot explain, and that Mrs. Ashekun should kindly beg her husband to pray, to call and pray for him, or pray for him. And if all of you know, and what we've heard about that pastor, Femi Ashekun, some people said he's very anointed, very anointed. Even I've had Yewande Robert, that beautiful lady, also spoke about him sometimes ago, that he prays, he is a good interventionist Christian, he is a prayer person. But we also confirmed it, that when blood was coming out, that he nearly died. Now, this is the second attack. This is last year, after he has come on our program, and he said he had one little attack and all that. I think I remember Mrs. Ashekun did a good for me for him that please should help people. Now he's not abusing her. Look at the way he was thanking her, even begging her that that the money that she has raised for him now will enable him to go to a good hospital to give himself good treatment. So you can imagine that kind of person. The same Mr. Shekun has been helping him. She's the one that sponsored this litigation when he took both MFM. This is it. Between Sunday Bawura Olowoyeye, applicant, and Dr. D.K. Olukoya, General Overseer of the Mountain of Fire and Miracle Ministries, Incorporated Trustees of the Mountain of Miracle Ministries. That is number 2. And number 3, Superintendent of Police, Taoshe Ayolei, Federal Criminal Investigation Department, FCID Alagbon, Lagos. And number 4, Nigerian Police Force. This suite number ID 16452 MFHR/23 in the High Court of Lagos State in the Ikeja Judicial Division at Court 40. Now, judgment given on 31st day of May 2024 before he started looking for Yoruba Gidi in June 2024. It was Mrs. Ashekun and some other lovely Christians through GoFundMe effort, through some other monetary contribution that helped him to achieve this. At least he knows that the Nigerian police is owing him 4 million naira now, and he has been looking for every way to collect his money. If not, that Nigeria is a funny country. If we have a country whereby we have good conscientious human rights lawyers, they should have been able to help Bawura to pursue this 4 million. And I'm sure the Nigerian police is a good organization. I'm very sure they will pay him his money. I don't want to believe that they don't want to pay him his 4 million naira. They will compensate him with other emolument acts by the court of law. That same woman that has been helping you over the years, and when you are even reaching near-death experiences, she still came for you, raised money. Not the first time that you failed, though, that you nearly died, though. This is another time that is thanking for. Then I understood that they sent him invitation in 2024. I mean, I think that was 21st of November. Maybe after the Yoruba Gidi interview, because Yoruba Gidi too was invited. And when Yoruba Gidi got there with his lawyers, they couldn't locate who wrote the petition. It was such a funny situation. And that's one of the things I want to beg. And I know that under the new Inspector General of Police, our friend, our brother, our wonderful father figure, IGP, Olatiju Disu, MNI, FSI, I believe that this tradition of using police to arrest people, to gag people, to harass people, to intimidate people over defamation, civil issues is stopping right now. I sincerely believe that a law is going to be enacted in the nearest future, not too far from now, to stop all these things. Somebody granted an interview talking about his life, and the next thing they're inviting him. And look at how what he said to Mrs. Ashekun then when they sent the invitation to him, how he ran out of town. And that was why he ran to Ekiti. And still here, this kind woman was still able to fund his safety out of the darkness, because unfortunately he has gone there in 2023 that they beat him to the extent that he ran mad. He didn't know where he was again. They have to take him to the psychiatric hospital, and that was how he became a victim. How can you have all this because you are a member of a church, because you left a church, because you criticize a church or a general overseer? Why should your life be punched and reduced to this? Look at what he said when they sent the invitation to him.
Lẹ́tà tí mo rí láàárọ̀ yìí ní àpá yìí ni tó ń sẹ́ǹdì sí mi láìpẹ́ ní WhatsApp mi. Okay. Now, instead of me to appear in any police station, I would rather commit suicide, because I was vowed that I would never experience what I experienced in the past.
Now, he was running away from the petition. Now, what they now told him, there's a publication, we asked him when we interviewed him, whereby his former church in Ipaja area, Ayobo or something, command. They said he stole generator, maybe he stole money. You see, there's always a way they will just wrap up something around anybody they want to catch, or they want to hallucinate, or they want to destroy. I think that is a pattern. Allegedly, from what I've seen, from what I've observed, there is something they will just wrap around you. And that's why Pastor Femi Jimoh said in his broadcast to Yoruba that our church does not forgive.
Tó bá ní pé èèyàn ń pa irọ́ kan wọ ẹni tó bá ń parọ́ torí Mountain of Fire ní ẹ̀mí kan ẹni tó bá ti sọ̀rọ̀ lórí ẹ̀rọ alágbàtà àbí TV wọ́n máa ní disregard ọ̀rọ̀ tèmi ò ń ṣe disregard o kọ́ gbọ́ mi dáadáa bó jẹ́ ọlọ́pàá ló fẹ́ fi gbé mi bó jẹ́ lọ́ọ̀yà ni bó jẹ́ kí ni mo rẹ́dì ọ̀rọ̀ tèmi ò lè tánù torí mo nà wọ́n nílé ẹjọ́ ni mo fẹ́ yín wọ́n gbólẹ̀ so wọ́n ní ẹ̀mí yẹn lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀mí pé má dáríjì tó bá ti wọ́n máa sáré paná yẹn ni tó máa ń hùwà fún yàn nìyẹn.
ẹ̀mí má dáríjì. ṣé bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn bá ṣẹ̀wọ̀n.
tó bá ṣẹ̀wọ̀n wọn dáríjì yàn.
ní MFM
ń dáríjì yàn.
ìjọ ọlọ́mọ ni.
ìwà burúkú tó wà nínú ìjọ wa nìyẹn ìjọ tèmi ní.
MFM Mountain of Fire Ministries.
Mountain of olùjọ mímọ́ àti iṣẹ́ ìyanu. ẹ̀gbọ́n mi wà ń bẹ̀ ìyá mi wà ń bẹ̀ ibẹ̀ mo bá ọmọ mi sí so ẹ̀gbọ́n bàbá mi àbúrò bàbá mi ó wà pẹ̀lú Olúkọ̀yà so kẹ́ mọ̀ pé ẹbí dìran ni
Mountain of Fire
jẹ́ fún yín so
ìwọ náà jọ yẹn ìdáríjì yàn.
ẹ ìdáríjì yàn.
ẹ dájú nìyẹn.
adájọ́ ẹ tó bá ti sọ rímù sí lẹ́sẹ̀ kì í dúró. èmi mo sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ Pastor Olúwafẹ́mi.
I think you heard that. He said the church does not forgive, and that anybody that they've caught, they will throw him out under the train, that they will throw the person under the train, and they will, until the person is finished before they desist. And even Pastor Femi Jimoh's mother also said that, when my son was in their gulag, when he was arrested, myself and his brother that is a pastor in the same church, and his junior sister, we went to the GO. We even knelt down, we held his leg. We were begging, we were even singing. I was even singing a song in honor of his name. But still, at the end of the day, kò gbẹ́bẹ̀.
Bàbá
Dr. DK Olukoya Tadijio.
Ní Oníkẹ̀.
Okay.
Adẹ̀wọ́nú dé Alọ́ba. Pastor ọmọ mi, ẹ̀gbọ́n eléyìí. Adẹ̀bẹ̀ bàbá pé kó jọ, kó dáríjì Pastor Fẹ́mi. Èmi dẹ́ṣẹ̀ mi. Mo ní Ọlọ́run Olúkọ̀yà ṣàánú fún mi. Ọlọ́run Olúkọ̀yà ṣàánú fún mi. Mo wá ń sunkún. Ó dẹ́ṣẹ̀ mú ni o. Pé kó ṣàánú fún mi kó má jẹ́ kó mọ́ mi kú sí ibẹ̀ yẹn. Ó dẹ̀ ní mọ̀mọ́, ó ní hìn. Ó ní ṣèbọ́ ọmọ Yorùbá ni mí. Ó ní bẹ́ẹ̀ ni. Ó ní nǹkan tí Pastor Fẹ́mi ò ṣe. Tó bá ti sọ pé òun ṣe, ó máa fi ń lẹ̀. Mo nílé ayé lẹ bá mi. Èmi ò gbọ́rú ẹ̀rí. Mi ò lè sọ bẹ́ẹ̀.
Kí n parọ́ mọ́ra ẹ̀.
I think you heard that. So now, Bawura now said he's running away from that letter of 21st November 2024.
Okay. Now, instead of me to appear in any police station, I would rather commit suicide, because I was vowed that I will never experience what I experienced in the past.
Now, at the same time that they gave him this invitation, they also sent invitation to Yoruba Gidi too. Meaning that I don't know what they want to achieve. And I'm not sure this is from the office of the Inspector General of Police. Maybe this is just between some unscrupulous people and some unscrupulous officers. Now they were harassing him. They say he has stolen some money. I mean, this is a person that have left them since 2005. Now, in 2024, because he's getting interviews and he's making money, they sent that petition, and he was begging Ms. Ashekun not to publish the petition that because he didn't even know how much he stole. And eventually they wrote about it on their Daily Living channel. They abused him, which I'm showing you now. You can read it, what they said about him. Read. that's what they were alleging that Bawura did. And in that write-up, you can see that they even caused Yoruba Gidi. So they wanted to use one stone to kill two birds. They wanted to use a fabricated story that Bawura stole from his former branch to arrange him, put him to the police, then use another style. I mean, what is the problem of a journalist who did his job, who interviewed somebody, and he even have an affidavit? There's a court process that he drew his source of investigation from. So why will you now say you should come to Alagbon? And that was why there was a noise then. Now look at it. He was saying more.
They're always talking about generator. They pay a big generator. Ask them what type of generator. We have a very fireman generator in church and low. One can our generator kékéké be white, yellow by it only. And yet it condemn. There's no engine in it. Èmi mo decide fúnra mi pé generator fireman tá ń lò yìí tó jùn là ń lò all the time níbẹ̀ yẹn torí ibẹ̀ yẹn kò sí nọ́mbẹ̀ generator la fi ń power church service pé wọn ká jẹ́ ká ra half engine sí sínú ìyẹn so that a lè máa lò during the week service then Sunday máa lò fireman generator tá ń lò tó jẹ́ tuntun ká lè máa lò that's it. In fact ẹni tó jẹ́ building committee chairman tí mo fi jẹ́ sí bd sọmíjọra chairman òun gan ìgbà tí ẹni tó máa ń tún generator mi ṣe nílé òun ló máa ń tún generator church ṣe torí gbogbo wọn ò kì í wá church all of them member tó jẹ́ key member wọ́n máa ń ṣiṣẹ́ wọn kì í wá during the week service Sunday nìkan náà máa ń wá láwọn key member tó jẹ́ ṣẹ́kọ̀ yẹn èmi máa ń mú ẹni wá ní wa service generator fireman tó ń lò ní church irú fireman ńlá yẹn náà lèmi náà ń lò nílé mi and I still have about small have other two generator tí gbogbo wọn dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé generator mẹ́ta lèmi ní fúnra mi nílé mi so bọ́ generator man tó máa ń bá mi tú generator ló máa wá ń tú ti church ṣe mọ́tò building chairman ló gbélẹ̀ fún mi tí mo fi gbé mọ́ta fi gbé generator yẹn lọ torí bọ̀bọ́ yẹn ní àsàdátà wọn ní engine yẹn la máa ra complete engine la máa gbé sí kò dẹ̀ ní táyà mọ́tò yẹn jẹ́ pa máa ra táyà mi sí ká lè wà òkè so at that time gbogbo wọn ní kò sówó which is true kò sówó ní church nígbà yẹn tó máa fi tún ṣe because we have a lot of things that we are doing ṣé kò yẹn nígbà yẹn so mo ṣe gbé wá bọ̀bọ́ yẹn dẹ̀ gbé lọ sí ṣọ́ọ̀bù ẹ̀ ìgbà tí issue wá dé tí wọ́n ní pé tí issue dé tí wọ́n ní kémi kúrò church they came to my house and they find the generator nísàlẹ̀ ibi tí mo gbé sílábẹ̀ staircase mo dẹ̀ sọ fún wọn pé ẹ gbé generator yín kẹ́ máa gbé lọ torí èmi fẹ́ kúrò ńgbà yẹn as at that period mo ti ń plan Mr. Morin ti fún mi ní ibi tí mo fẹ́ gbé ní Sùúrùlérè unless tí gbogbo wọn máa fẹ́ àpòrọ̀ ló kù tó máa dẹ̀ pòrọ̀ ilé ọ̀nà á dá wọn lẹ́jọ́ wọ́n lè mọ gbé generator yẹn máa gbé lọ nígbà tó ń wá lé ọ̀dọ̀ mi wọ́n láwọn ò ní plan pa àwọn fẹ́ gbé generator lọ pé because àwọn kọ́ ní káwọn yọjú sí mi àwọn the same building chairman committee and some other people bó ṣe fi generator yẹn lẹ́nu wọ́n tí mi ò nídìí ẹ̀ ìgbà tí mo fẹ́ kó kúrò mẹ́ẹ̀ ṣé kò yín and I call them generator yẹn wá gbé wà níbi compound tí mo wà yẹn wá gbé so ti dé mi mọ̀ bí wọ́n gbé o àbí wọ́n gbé lọ the only thing mi ò rí generator yẹn bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ̀ generator yẹn is not even new it's not good at all and they will be talking as in bí ẹni pé generator tó dáa tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ tẹ́lẹ̀ ni wọ́n fẹ́ gbé ask them they know my house they know how ọlọ́run fi mi lọ́kàn balẹ̀ nígbà tí mo wà níbẹ̀ tí mo gbé ilé mi fúnra mi ni mo gbà I'm living in 4-bedroom flat ṣé kò yín mo dẹ̀ 3 generator ni mo ní ilé mo dẹ̀ nìkan mo ti ní ìkan tó mo lò ní ṣọ́ọ̀bù mi because mo ní printing press tí ò jìnnà mọ́ ìsílẹ̀ mi gbogbo wọn ló mọ̀ every program tó ń print ní region èmi mo ń print ẹ̀ so all of them knew it's not as if dàbí ebi ń pa mí gbà yẹn ọkọ Ọlọ́run fi mí lọ́kàn balẹ̀ so wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ generator bí ẹni pé yes mo gbé generator kan tó nílá generator yẹn ò ní engine àtọ̀ ask them tó bá jẹ́ tòótọ́ Ọlọ́run náà ń sìn kó sọ òótọ́ lórí generator yẹn so bọ́rọ̀ generator yẹn ṣe rí nìyẹn tó máa ní proof kó ń gbé jáde náà let them bring their proof before kí n tẹ̀ tó ti lọ sí church pé kí n lọ kó àwọn kinní wọ́n ti já ọ́fíìsì mi wọ́n ti já, wọ́n ti wọ́n gba fẹ́ǹsì, wọ́n gba ẹ̀yìn, wọ́n wá gba sílì, wọ́n gbà wọlé, wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí kó gbogbo àwọn ẹrù mi pátá, wọn fẹ́ jẹ́ kí n wọlé, pàtó máa débẹ̀ wọ́n ti já àwọn dẹ̀ some other document fẹ́ kí n tiẹ̀ ti mú kúrò ń bẹ̀. So kí wá ni mò ń sọ àti gbà wọn pé yes they are very demonic. So kí wá ni they are talking about generators, talking about 600 àwọn aláìlójútì. So bẹ́ẹ̀ rí nìyẹn sister. So tó máa ní proof ẹ jẹ́ kó gbé jáde.
This is what he was saying. You can see in the other voice note, he was saying that, oh, he regretted ever going through that church. That ìjọ ọ̀run àpáàdì.
Every day I'm regretting it. Every day. The worst part of it, even all my children, I call them, sit them down. Say when you grow up to want to marry, if you bring any member from Mountain of Fire, I say I will not allow. I regretted it. Even regretted even to see anybody, even church of MFM gone to pass through it.
Yeah, but maybe
so because the way what I face, I said horrible.
Then in this one, he said, oh, that they are very demonic, that they are trying to allege that he stole generator, that as of 2021 when he was leaving them, you know, he came back in 2005 after he sued this GO and he reconciled, they took him back and they later fired him, they took him back again. So I think he left around that COVID time. So 2021, there was problem already. So they now find a way to tie him around an allegation. And because they see that he has been able to go to Yoruba Gidi now, there is a way out for him. He has won in court, and there's probability for him to, since that the court, this high court, they were able to exonerate his GO and the church, that they should further the case, the aspects, the breach of contract aspect, that you should take it to industrial court, and they only acted on the human rights encroachments. So that's why the police had to pay him 4 million. Now, he's talking about something important, that why would they say he stole generator? Why are they looking for allegations against him? So you can see that same time was the same time they invited Yoruba Gidi to, but Yoruba Gidi only interviewed him. And they say, oh, they are looking for him. So is it that the journalists are interviewing him, you have to now arrest the journalists? Why? Just because maybe they felt that Yoruba Gidi has done a very big story with the Pastor Femi Jimons and the Baruwa Olowoyeye, which they have also replied. They've done a lot of damage control and nobody's abusing them. They even abused, they even called, they even maligned, they even cyberbullied, but nobody said anything. That he said another thing again.
Luma. Then account it open. Open account lórúkọ mi o. We opened that account lórúkọ Mountain of Fire Miracle Praise and Thanksgiving Zone. La fi open it. It's not my own personal account. La open. Orúkọ zone yẹn gangan. La fi open account yẹn. So, ṣèrí nìyẹn. It's not my own personal account. I open it tó dẹ̀ jẹ́ àwa mẹ́rin ni a fi ṣe signatory, but out of the 4 is 2 ló ní power signatory. Tí àwọn méjì bá ti sign, they can release money. So because àwọn other 2 people tá a fi ṣe àwọn yòókì ń ráyè. So that's the reason why ló fi jẹ́ èmi àti admin ni a jẹ́ signatory. So the account being open is not on my name, in the name of that church. So
now he was just trying to react to what I showed you the other time. Now this is what they wrote about him there. Around that November, before they tried to arrest him, you know, this is they call it Praise and Thanksgiving Church Region 57 Massiland Estate, Atongekele Ayoboy Paja, to the region Abeson State, Ayoboy Paja. You can imagine what they are doing. The wrongdoing of Pastor Olowoyeye. Somebody just brought this one out so that they will be able to arrest him and attack him. What kind of a church is that? Because you felt that he has left, he has won a case in court, he's free, so you must find something. Even if he stole generator or he stole your money, is it your money? Is it not God's money? Can't you forgive? Now they now said Pastor Sunday Olowoyeye collected total sum of 42,000 from the members of Praise and Thanksgiving Church to provide burglary proof for all the windows in the church, and the money was given to Brother Johnson for safekeeping. He, the pastor, later went behind to collect the money and spend it without giving account. The pastor equally took home the church big generator for repairs and never brought it back. He went to Brother Sunday Chukuma, Paul's phone shop, and was given 20 pieces of brand new phones to help sell. He sold the phones and didn't remit the money, making the members to stop attending church. He equally went to church members' houses soliciting for money and in some cases taking loans from them and never paying back, which became volatile, making a lot of members not to attend the church again. A member signed a check of 600,000 for first fruit. He, Pastor Olowoyeye, opened an MFM account using the general overseer's information and deposited the check inside, and using his office to coerce the church accountant, to Brother Emmanuel, to give him 2 slips of the church voucher, which he used in withdrawing all the money in the account. Brother Mayowa, a church member, brought money to buy a new generator. The pastor took the money and never returned it. All these accusations were documented and sent to Abeson region. Now, look at where they now became political. You can imagine this church. Imagine what they did here. After writing all this, you can see that we now got the letter of invitation, 21st of November, 2024. And I'm sure that was the same time they sent to Yoruba Gidi too. Now, in the same publication on Daily Living, they now wrote that Fashugba Kunle Kola is the most useless journalist in the history of journalism. That's a church causing a Nigerian journalist that is doing his job without endorsement. Fashugba Kunle Kola is the most useless journalist in the history of Nigeria, in the history of journalism. A bias is looking for traffic. How can you interview one side without asking the other party? Your page Yoruba Gidi TV will close soon because of the evil you are practicing. At Yemi Gospel have called that is ready for you to interview those who were parties to the event and is ready to work with you. But instead you dwell on lies to raise funds for those who should be behind bars. Now, who are those that are supposed to be behind bars? Are they people that the court has justified that they are righteous, that they didn't steal, they didn't attempt to steal offering, they didn't attempt to kidnap the GO? Because they are referring to Femi Jimo, referring to Kele Bodonutele, referring to Henry Ayewero, and referring to even him, Bawura. Because of that, Yoruba Gidi, Kulevajugba is a useless journalist. His channel is supposed to be closed. We told you that journalism has been democratized. If I say something or somebody says something about you, there's what we call right of reply. Even in the days of print journalism, when you write something, your opinion about somebody, or you interview a party, the other party has a right to reply. Even they have a right to send their videos or their reply to you for you to publish. It's called right of reply. Like what I'm doing now is right of reply. I'm replying Bawura and the coterie of jesters that are scripting what is jesting out now. I'm trying to reply because they have gone to Adoni to tell a lie that I collected money from Mrs. Ashekun to coerce him to speak evil of his former boss, which is never happened. And from what you are hearing, from the interview he granted us, he reacted to all these allegations. And from the invitation, they just quickly created, you can imagine, when Yoruba Gidi got to Alagboyan, that was that year, I think December of 2024, when he was invited. They couldn't even produce the person who wrote the petition. It was a wasted effort. They went there like 2-3 times, and before the young man said, if you want to arrest me on the street, come and arrest me. What kind of a police is this? And these are the kind of evil that we are praying every day. And they were asking, and I'm sure the police is going to get out of this one day. No rich man should be allowed, no big man, no pastor should be allowed to use the police to ridicule critics, people that you offended, that you bruise their ego, you bruise their mood, and you still want to ridicule them, you want to criminalize them for venting out their opinion. Okay, he stole generator, he stole 600,000, but he has left. He sued you to court. He won on one side, he didn't win on the other side. Then why can't you just allow him to go? How much is 600,000? How much is a dented generator? So that was what he was referring to, Minister Shekun. I'm begging her not to put the letter that is running out of town. And that was how he ran out of Lagos to Ekiti. And Minister Shekun was the angel that was helping him with other good-hearted Christians. That is the Ashekun edition of Bawura. I've told you about Yoruba Gidi edition, how he got to Yoruba Gidi. And I've also told you how he got to me. You have heard about the voice note with me, how he dealt with me. You can say that the same pattern with Yoruba Gidi. Now, let's go to another person in Canada. You see, Bawura has a lot of, there are other people, but we will not release it now because of what they do. Other people, I think some of them are members of MOT, and some of them are just casual friends. But I want to particularly use Barrister Bolu's own to tell you the kind of person Bawura is. If you made fortune from people and you mismanage your fortune, why should you demonize them? Why should you demonize them? We are trying to explain some things here. This broadcast is not biased. We are just trying to say that some things are evil and they are basically evil. And if you are not righteous to say they are evil, then something is wrong with you. If you are not righteous enough to stand to the occasion and say these things are not good to an egalitarian society, then karma might visit you in some other dynamic in a way that you appreciate what is happening. I have told you that Bawura is a victim of life, but unfortunately, he is almost a bad person. With what I said about him in my broadcast, if he's a good person, he will have come out with modicum of, respect. He knows what I did for him. He knows. Mrs. Ashekun does not need to even tell me. There are a lot of things Mrs. Ashekun cannot even hear, because she herself, she's burdened already with her own activity. She's burdened already. She's taking care of a lot of people. It is now that people like this have taught her to be, to be restrained. Maybe to restrain. She's according to what I heard, she's a very large-hearted person. So Oloma yekon solori de ushika. Evidence Obe say ore niwon eniyan ṣòro. And like I said initially, Obe said àwọn ènìyàn lásán má ti bẹ̀ èèyàn rere jẹ́. Àwọn ènìyàn lásán má ti bẹ̀ èèyàn rere jẹ́. Ọmọ yìí ní barrister má finú ẹni kankan. Sister Funke Ashekun, wọ́n finú hàn Rashidat Olúwatóyìn Pààyẹ̀. Wọ́n rò pé èèyàn ni, ṣùgbọ́n wọn mọ̀ pé èèyàn lásán ni. Ẹ̀dẹ̀ rí bọ́lọ̀ ṣe tú àṣírí ẹ̀. Mrs. Ashekun, wọ́n sọ bí Ọlọ́run ṣe ń darí wọn, bó ṣe ń ṣe nǹkan, bí àwọn pípù yìí nǹkan báyìí mo ń ṣe fún wọn, nǹkan báyìí lọ́lọ́run ni kí n ṣe fún wọn. Ayé dẹ̀ fẹ́ yí wọn lọ́wọ́. Wọ́n fẹ́ sọ di onírọ́, wọ́n fẹ́ sọ di pé ó lọ ń ṣàwọn èèyàn kan máa sọ̀rọ̀ ìránṣẹ́ Ọlọ́run láì dá. Ní ìgbà tó jẹ́ pé gbogbo nǹkan láti kọ sílẹ̀ láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ pẹ̀pẹ̀. Ẹni tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ tó ń tún ọ̀rọ̀ sọ èyí tó yí ọ̀rọ̀ yìí gan, ó ti sọ̀rọ̀ ó ti ṣàìmọye fídíò kan fẹ́ pa àwọn ayé òun fẹ́ bàjẹ́ o. Okay, now if Maureen Badejo was the one still helping Bawura since 2021, Maureen Badejo would have been the victim now, because there is no how. Ebenezer Obey said, kò sọ́gbọ́n ta lè dá, kò síwá ta lè wu, kò sọ́nà ta lè gbà, ta lè fi táyé lọ́rùn o. Kò sọ́gbọ́n ta lè dá, kò síwá ta lè wu, kò sọ́nà ta lè gbà, ta lè fi táyé lọ́rùn o. Now, let me show you what he did with Barrister Bolu Akimbo. This is Bawura in another very terrible action, in another terrible level. You see, he has been asking her for money. Just like he met Yoruba Gidi. Then I think he got connected to her. Then the next thing, he came with his demon, begging for money. But maybe because she's trained in a different atmosphere. These people that are trained in Canada, trained in London, trained in America, their orientation is very different from us in Nigeria. They live by budget. Most of the people you see in that environment, they live by budget. You cannot come and tell them, oh, I want to do this, I want to do that. They will look at you and they will script it. It has to come from what they have designed for themselves. But eventually, it provoked Bawura. Listen what he said to a woman that is married to a white husband, married to a white dynasty. If only you know what God has done for that young lawyer in Canada, you will praise God. If only you know what God has done for her. She's one of the most well-read, educated person. With time, you get to know. But look at how Bawura banqueted it. This is the kind of person Bawura is. And that was why I said he's suffering from malignant narcissism. Malignant narcissism is very rude. the rudest aspect of narcissistic personality disorder, anybody that is suffering from it, the highest level, the most advanced level is the malignant narcissist. Listen to what he tells her. After some time, after pressuring her for money, and he discovered that she's not going to yield, she's not going to play ball. Listen to what Bawura said to that young lady who, if care is not taken, is even, it might be taken for his, if he started having child early, maybe she might even come for his daughter because she's young. I think she's young. I don't know her age, but she's young. And Bawura is in his middle 50s now. So listen to what she said to her.
My sister, mo ti ní nọ́mbà yín ó ti pẹ́ náà. Mi ò pè yín rí láti gbà yẹn pé kí n pè yín pé sister ìjọ ẹ assist mi àbí whatever. I've never, àbí mi ò pè yín rí. Torí mo mọ̀ pé èmi tí màá ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ń flow dáadáa pẹ̀lú èèyàn mi ò kí ń yọ lẹ́nu. Even gbà tí mi ò pè the first time tẹ́mi àti máa jọ sọ̀rọ̀ náà ni ọ̀rọ̀ ìgbà tẹ́ máa pọ̀ fún ọ̀rọ̀ ti interview. Kì í ṣàṣì pé mi ní nọ́mbà yín lọ́wọ́. The only thing tí máa ń gbọ́ program yín mo kàn máa ń pray kọ́ lọ́n bá mi dúró tí nǹkan bá mi tì í lẹ́yìn. Nǹkan tó kàn máa ń yà mí lẹ́nu ni. Wọ́n máa need any challenge assistant. The first thing now wọ́n kọ́kọ́ sọ̀rọ̀ tó jẹ́ ìrònú yẹn gan àti kọ́ fẹ́ pa èèyàn gan even kọ́ send owó gan bí i 20,000 ló whatever tó máa send ẹ̀ gan ìrònú yẹn ni àkọ́kọ́ máa rò pé ṣé mi láyé mi rí bí eléyìí torí wọ́n fẹ́ send just 20,000 naira sí mi ti gbọ́ gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ ayé mi. Èmi ò ní wọ́n try o mi ì dẹ̀ ní wọ́n gbìyànjú lórí ọ̀rọ̀ ayé mi but ìgbà míì the way they even address me gbà mí bí wọ́n máa address mi bẹ́ẹ̀ ni pé I'm just ọmọ àná ọmọ 10 years old. Gbàgbà tó stage kan mi ò lè béèrè anything lọ́wọ́ wọn tí anything bá ń ṣe máa pè bẹ̀rẹ̀ Richard náà ṣe ni kókó jọ kó bá mi bẹ̀ wọ́n kó bá mi bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀ ìyẹn lè ṣe máa bá mi bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀ kó lè pọ́ ọ ṣe ṣé mo máa ní màmá béèrè ni ìgbà tí mo tí ṣọ́ọ̀bù mi ń go tó ń ṣe dáadáa ṣé mo pè wọ́n fún anything gbà yẹn ni mo ṣàpè wọ́n. Ìgbà tí mo bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ń ṣe transport kìíní ẹ̀ tí mo pè wọ́n mi ṣàpè wọ́n fún anything àfi táwọn fúnra wọn bá máa pè mí. As at now I didn't have a mi ò ní ìyàwó gbogbo ẹ̀ ti dàrú torí ọ̀rọ̀ pé mo sọ̀rọ̀ mountain of her and this is the woman that stood by me accepted pé náà try ti fẹ́ gbà bọ́dẹ̀ nígbà tó stage kan gbà mí àtàwọn MFM but gbà tó yá mo ṣàṣà kúrò lé but we still communicate fine but like now because of this issue MFM now I lost my home. What are we talking about? I have a children that where mo ṣàṣẹ gbogbo result àwọn ọmọ mi kò sí èyí tó ṣọ́ra right wáyé kílẹ̀ méjì ẹ̀kọ́ ní gbogbo nǹkan. Because of this issue ọmọ mi yẹ ọdún tó first born mi fi jókòó first son mi fi jókòó nílé almost be 3 to 4 years ló fi jókòó tí ò lè lọ sí school ẹgẹ ìwọ tí yẹn pé kó pass jáàmù kó tó pè àwọn méjì ẹṣọ àlọ́ǹsì mo mọ bí mo ṣe ń pariwo kí n tó rí owó along the line nìkan fún mi mọ́tò mo tún gbogbo ẹni mo ṣàlàyé fún mọ́tò yẹn mo ti padà títà fi ṣe àtẹ̀yìn ọmọ school ọmọ méjì ní institution ṣó easy ni ó wọ school gan sí báyìí mi rówó pocket money ẹgbẹ́ kan fẹ́ send owó sí wọn. Ẹ wá ní kí ẹ máa sọ̀rọ̀ thank God they themselves their parents. Àwọn thank God wọ́n dẹ̀ ti wà Nàìjíríà rẹ̀ they know the challenges that face in Nigeria. They no ní 20,000 they no ní 50,000 gbogbo ní 20,000 lọ́wọ́ Nàìjíríà bẹ́ẹ̀ ní pò ní kọ̀ọ̀kan ni tí wọ́n máa ti ra ráìsì tó ra ta tó ṣe kínní ó ti tán. Tó bá mọ transport ẹ̀mí tó wọn transport lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ yìí. Bọ́ wọ́n bá béèrè fún help àmì ò lè help ẹ o finish bọ́yì wọ́n máa sọ̀rọ̀ pé yes lágbájá owó tá à ń fún ẹ kí ló fi ṣe mo náwó jẹ ni àbọ̀ kó mílíọ̀nù fún mi àti táyìn pé lágbájá gbà kò fi ṣe kínní. No kì í ṣe pé kó mílíọ̀nù fún mi pé bá mílíọ̀nù yà fún ẹ fi dẹ́ lókòwò. Pé òkè ká wò bó ṣe fẹ́ ṣayé ẹ̀ accepted. Ìgbà tí wàhálà yẹn kọ́kọ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ lóòótọ́ wọn kọ́ fún mi 300,000 tó mọ gẹ́ẹ̀tì kọ̀ǹtẹ́nà wọn rajà. Àgbà yẹn kò pẹ́ ìlàbẹ̀rẹ̀ sí sákiri tọrọ ti kíní wa. Gbogbo ẹ̀ lùsì náà gbogbo ẹ̀ pátá là ń ṣàlàyé. Mo ṣà ń ṣàlàyé fún un. Gbogbo tó ṣe pé mi mọ̀ lórí but the way they put things anytime a ti fẹ́ béèrè kan lọ́wọ́ wọn ló kọ́ máa ń dùn yàn. Àlẹ́ mo ṣàmọ̀ iye tó ń ná lórí Bra Richard. Mo mọ̀ tó bá jẹ́ èmi ni wọ́n mú tó ń tì mọ́lé fún Bra Richard wọ́n á fi mí lẹ́sẹ̀ wọ̀n yẹn ni pípẹ́ má wọrí a máa fight a máa fi gbà. Mo mọ iye tó ń ná tó fi dúró tó gbónídùúró tó ṣe everything gbogbo ìṣàánú Bra Richard ṣàlàyé fún mi. Àbẹ́ méjèèjì tó ń mu àbí ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ bọ́n gba bí a private cell tó ń gbà fún kì í ṣe owó kékeré kó ṣàkóná ná. Èmi sùn pẹ̀lú àwọn criminal àgbà tó ń gbé mi nìyẹn. Àbí àpèjì tó jalè ṣé gbogbo ẹ̀gbọ́n tó àwọn náà fúnra wọn ló padà ń sọ iye táwọn ti sẹ́ǹdì sí táwọn ti ṣe ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì yẹn fún mi ni. Sorry to use this word o pé kí n sọ but ó dùn yàn náà mi ìṣe ọmọdé gbà tí Richard àtàpéjì àti gbogbo wọn ilé ayé ló ń bá mi nà wọ́n dẹ̀ ti bá mi nu ministry ni. Àbí torí mi ò fi bẹ́ẹ̀ kàwé bíi tiwọn bí àtòrí ẹ̀ náà ṣe ń treat mi bẹ́ẹ̀. Ẹ wo ó yà mí lẹ́nu gan-an ó yà mí lẹ́nu to go in fact to me sincere àwọn èmi gan padà ń kábàámọ̀ pé mo padà accept pé mo fẹ́ sùn ẹ̀mẹ̀fẹ̀ ká ní mo ti rà fi wọ́n lẹ́yìn ìgbà tó ti release mi tí mo ti move on with my life gbogbo yẹn rẹ́dẹ̀rẹ́dẹ́ tójú mi rí kò ní rí. Mo regret Ọlọ́run mo regret iwájú mọ̀ pé bí tí gbogbo ẹ̀ máa já sí ni mi ìyá ní dáwọ́lé mo dẹ̀ dábọ̀ ẹ̀ pé mi ò ṣe o torí mo mọ àwọn pípọ̀ yìí ní ìṣe o gbogbo ẹni mo sọ ìwà táwọn àti Bra Richard mo sọ fún mi ṣe everything kó ló wà máa lọ lose. Ìgbà tí Ògúnlànà náà bẹ̀rẹ̀ case tí mo ti rí gbogbo ọwọ́ tó mú pé máa yí máa gbà bọ̀dẹ̀ mo ti pè wọ́n ní kí n fẹ́lẹ̀ ṣé mo mọ̀ òfin tó wọn ni Richard náà ti kó tì mí pé ṣé mo mọ̀ òfin àti ìgbà tí I'm a prophet of God Ọlọ́run náà fún mi ṣe kó mo wẹjú mo dẹ̀ ní discerning of the spirit mo ń ṣàbá báyìí wọn ò ní gbọ́ pàtó gbogbo ẹ̀ ṣẹ̀ wá yí wọn ṣàní Pastor Sunday dẹ̀ sọ sí wàhálà bí àtòrí mi ò léèyàn mi dẹ̀ kàwé tó wọn bẹ́ẹ̀ dẹ̀ náà fi ń treat mi bẹ́ẹ̀ kò sí aláti ṣe mi á má ti ṣe ààrẹ.
You see what he said there? He said aláti ṣe mi á má ti ṣe ààrẹ. That is a very long VN. Now just wait. He's talking to Barrister Bolu and do you know what he did there? He sacrificed Mr. Shekun. He was begging for money but you see because Barrister Bolu is a different breed of a Nigerian. She's not part of us here. I mean, she's somebody that of course, she's helping people. And then she has helped other people, but it must come with a reason. And for the fact that he spoke, he downgraded Mrs. Ashikun, and he's trying to ask that how much is 20,000, how much is 30,000, and that was how and where she felt slighted. That how can you want to ridicule somebody who has helped you all these years? With GoFundMe, with personal interventions, with help here and there, and you are now coming to me begging for money, and you are talking. Now you see, he was blaming himself that he didn't want to fight them, but she was the one that pushed him, blah, 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 blah. And which is a lie. If you don't show enthusiasm, will anybody help you to fight those you consider your enemy or your foes? You know? Now he's putting the blame on Mr. Shekun. He's trying to ridicule. And you will see the level of entitlement. You see that level is rabid, is evil, is deadly, is contagious. It's called conscientious entitlement. He's so entitled, he feels entitled that, see the way they have taken care of Mr. A, they've taken care of Mr. B, they even spend money on a criminal, Akpeji, that stole money, they spend so much on him, they are taking care of the children of so person. What of me? Are they older than I? Did they meet me in this world? Am I not older than them in the ministry? That is the liquidated mentality of a lot of local native people, our native Yorubas. àwọn liquidated mentality, àwọn ọgbọ́n orí burúkú tó sọ wọ́n dèrò ẹ̀yìn, àwọn ọgbọ́n òfò. Ṣé ó ṣe jẹ́ wọ́n ṣe wá tọ́jú àwọn tó kù, so bí àtòrí mi ò léèyàn, bí àtòrí mi ò kàwé. When God has shown you grace severally, you are on Yoruba Gidi, you made money, you started a shop, nobody told you to go and start to buy rice on the border routes, and that the customs seized your rice and became poor again. They've given you money even when you wanted to die, when it was remaining one soul on your tongue, when your soul was on your tongue, means that Shepon and her husband gave you life. They gave you money. They begged Nigerians. When you had an affair and you want to have stroke, she still came for you with GoFundMe, and you confess that before her husband sent 30,000 to you, you are having just 100 naira. That, but because of that 30,000 and the GoFundMe, now you have 400,000, and that you are going to look for a good hospital to take care of yourself. You have worked at interval. You have been a driver. They seized the korope from you. You sold rice and beans. You lost the business. You said you drove truck for a company. You lost the business. So is it Ashipun that is behind that? Or is it Bodo Akimbo that's behind that? Or is it me, Bengadan Asabi, is behind that? Or is it Punefa Shugba, Yoruba Gidi is behind that? Something is happening. Proverbs 11:3. If the foundation is destroyed, what can the righteous do? Let's hear another one. Soliloquizing. Wait. Another one to Barrister Bolu.
I just a teenager nígbà mo join church yẹn ó ti ju 2 years nígbà mo join wọn náà. Èmi dẹ̀ ni wọ́n rí lójú. Bàbá wọn pọ̀ mi, bàbá wọn ṣe dé, bàbá wọn ṣe àwọn kan àṣírí, ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀. Àbí mi tí mo gbójú, I'm the first person that forced student to court in the history. 1995, mo gbogbo Kenny ẹ̀kọ́ mo send the staff fún Kenny 95. Fún mo gbóhùn lọ sí Kenny. Ṣé wọ́n mọ̀ pé mo ṣì ní gbogbo àwọn evidence yẹn lọ́wọ́ ni? Agbègbè tó ń ṣe fún mi náà. Anytime tó bá tó wá di pé mo ní DNA assistant, even kan tó fún mi gan màmá sunkún màmá bẹ̀bẹ̀ ni before they send it. Kò sí wàhálà, ìmọ̀ pọ̀ lóhun wà lórí ìtẹ̀. Èmi obìnrin mi ní béèrè owó kọ̀ọ̀kan lọ́wọ́ anybody mọ́, but èmi mọ̀ pé ohun tí Ọlọ́run máa ṣe á ṣe. Bá dẹ̀ jẹ́ yẹn ni wọ́n fẹ́ fi gba ẹ̀mí mi, ajé bó bá ṣe wọ Ọlọ́run á ṣe. Mo sá káàkiri ìrònú orí jìjì, ó cause many things to my head. But I'm just thank God now to mute ṣe wá padà put myself together tọ́nà bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí nígbà gbọ́ ayé mi. Now another one now ọkọ ẹ wá ní kí n má bẹ̀rù kí n mò ń bẹ̀rù fún. Obìnrin kọ́ ni mò ń rìn ni. Bàbá ti yẹ 2020 tí mo ti ń fún ní tí mo ti ń sọ àwọn 2020 àbí tí mo ti ń sọ fún àwọn information even kí n sọ fún kẹ́ tó wá sórí page yẹn. Èmi kọ́ mo fún ní many information background. Kó tó di pé mo rí ṣì yamayama tó ṣe. Sorry to use that language. So mo ti pè ní tó pè mí lóru àná tó ní kí n pè mí lóru pé mo rí pé ẹgbẹ́ fún mo jí ní kí n send the voice message against me. Maybe if there's any other thing that you feel like say, I'll be waiting to hear it. But
Now, from that voice note, you see that he weaponized his fight with his church, his former church. He weaponized it. He using it as elements or article of negotiation. That I have a lot of facts. I have so much. I have documents. I'm the first person to take them to court. You can see, and he's telling us in his broadcast now that he didn't take Olukoya to court, that his police he took to court. He's now saying now that he's the first pastor to take MFM to court. So he's trying to tell Barrister Bolu that you need to take care of me. I have more. I can help you. I can do this. He's trying to weaponize his misfortune with MFM. Use it as a bargain. Meaning that anytime he asks for anything, you should just give him. Then you can hear, he said, he will know what to do at the right time. Meaning that he has been preempting himself. He has been planning to do what he did now by turning around abusing Mrs. Ashekun and trying to work for the establishment he once labeled demonic. Try to destroy Mrs. Ashekun and destroy every other person. So if you listen to that voice, you see that it was self-entitlement. Then listen to another one.
Carol, sister. Mo pè ní òru àná because táyé wọn dé pè mí láwọn ikọ̀ bí around after 12 lóru. Ó ní ẹni kí n pè yín. Then ó dẹ̀ ṣàlàyé àwọn 1 or 2 things fún mi. Tí mo dẹ̀ rí pé nǹkan tó ṣàlàyé kò rí bẹ́ẹ̀ àtọ̀. Wọ́n sọ pé wọ́n ní èmi gba owó tó gbowó tán fún èmi kí lèmi fi ṣe. My sister, then ó ní wà tí mo fi ń bẹ̀rù mo máa bẹ̀rù. Tó bá jẹ́ star Maureen jẹ́yàn tó nice bí àbí tó láwọ́ bí sister Ṣekún ni ìyà tí mo jẹ ní 2021 èmi lè jẹ. Let me máa sọ yẹn ní another time. And I know pé star Maureen out of 100% ọ̀rọ̀ tó ń sọ nípa mountain of fire láti 2020 at least kì í ṣe pé kí n má sọ àwọn àṣírí more than 65 fún mi. Mi ò tí ì sọ àáfòfò star fún kẹ́gàn. Ọlọ́run ló kọ́ yọ mí pé mi drop àwọn evidence kan tó wà lọ́wọ́ mi fún lọ́yà tí mo gbà tó ń gbà fún mi ní Èkó yìí. I have a lot of facts. I joined MFM 1992 both G.O. Olókọ̀yà àti Pastor Gbẹ̀sọ́nù àti Pastor Kẹ́hìndé ni àti Àkànwó ni kò sí yẹn tí mi ò ṣe bí ẹrú fún kò dẹ̀ sí yẹn tí ó lò mí nù wọn. 1995 mo ti gbé wọn lọ sí Ministry of Justice kó tó di pé wọ́n ti manipulate mi tí mo ti fi padà wá church. So that's another story another day. So I have a lot of evidence and proof with me. Pẹ̀lú kan bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí wá mi kiri. Then sister Maureen náà ti open me my life to more danger. So that's the reason why tí mo ṣe ń wà more afraid about what is going on.
Now, in this voice note again, you saw he was still weaponizing his misfortune with MFM. Then he said a lot of things there. He said something funny. He said if Miss Maureen Badijo was as rewarding or as what can I call it? If she was as gracious as Mrs. Ashekun, meaning that Mrs. Ashekun did more for him. He said that Tomba Lawo, Mrs. Ashekun, that he will never be in this misfortune. That if to say Maureen Badijo was as nice as Mrs. Ashekun to him, in terms of blessing, in terms of gifts, that he will not be in this misfortune. Meaning that Mrs. Ashekun was better to him, did a lot for him, but still look at what he has used to pay her. And he was not saying that, oh, he's the first person. First, that he joined the church in 1992, that he knew the general overseer, he knew the first pastor, the second pastor, the third pastor, at least the first set of leaders that he has washed clothes for them, did a lot for them. So he has a lot of secret that all what Ms. Maureen Badijo was saying from year 2020 to 2021, out of 100%, he gave her 65% of the information about the church, including the issue of placenta burning and all the rest. Now he's trying to tell Barrister Bolu Akibo that he still have more, that even he has not even released what he released to Maureen Badijo to Mrs. Ashekun, that he have more, that but she's not taking care of him. And anytime he asks for anything, they treat him like a nomad. They treat him like somebody that is not serious. They treat him like a stupid person, that they should take care of him, they should listen to him, that anytime he wants anything, he has to cry, he has to beg. So you see, it's still the same entitlement mentality, malignant narcissism. Now look at this one again.
But also generator àtọwọ́ ibi tí mo ṣe last mo ní tó máa ní proof kan wá sọ ṣé mi tí mo ń lo generator bí mẹ́ta nulẹ̀ mo wá fẹ́ gbé tiger generator wọn kó sọ proof wọn rí tọ́ba ní wọ́n kó jẹ musa lóòótọ́ wọn ní wọ́n open account ṣé mi orúkọ mi fi open account mi àbówó tó ń gbà for something tí wọ́n náà gbà ṣèbí church wọn náà fi tún ṣe mo ti ní kó máa ní evidence kó wọ́n gbé mi lọ kọ́ọ̀tì torí ẹ̀ wọ́n ní náà mi ò kó wọn jẹ́rìí abẹ́ni tó bá jẹ́ gbì ló máa kú gbì mi ò kó jẹ mo ṣe serve for 29 years as a full time mi ò jẹ́ mi ò rí 1,000 lọ́wọ́ wọn àwọn bá mi sanwó school ọmọ mi àbẹ́bẹ́ àwọn bá mi sanwó lérí torí Ọlọ́run gbọ́ àdúrà mi jẹ́ ń béèrè gbogbo yẹn lọ́wọ́ wọn. My sister èmi tí mo sọ pé kó mo fẹ́ kúrò mo tèmi yé mi kí mo rìn tó wá Nàìjíríà mo ti ń wo gbogbo súra because àwọn èèyàn ṣì ń fìdí mi tó jẹ́ àwọn tó mọ̀ pé wọ́n lóyà tó jẹ́ wọ́n mọ̀ pé èèyàn gidi mi sí wọn nígbà tí mo wà lẹ́mẹ̀kẹ́ tó ń ṣe bá Olókoya ṣiṣẹ́ wọ́n bá mi sọ̀rọ̀ gbogbo wọn dẹ̀ ló ń pè mí ọ̀rẹ́ wá yíyẹ kó kúrò ní arandi these people they are planning a lot against you ṣé tó máa gbé mi tán náà ṣe máa sọ pé Olókoya fi Bawura lẹ o Olókoya tí kẹ́ni ti máa ṣe Sunday ìkíní kan ṣé ìyẹn ni wọ́n fẹ́ sọ náà àbí kólẹ̀ títí wá miss fún ayé rẹ̀ àbígbà tí mo wà ní alágbó kí ni mọ̀rin ṣe ìbí kò pọ̀ mi mọ́ ń gbà yẹn kò ṣe ní ti mọ̀ tí mo fi jìyà than 16 days mo gbà mo jìyà nǹkan tí màá ṣe pé yes pressure yẹn ti pọ̀ jù on me and my wife mo ṣe decide pé let me just comply with them. Today I didn't understand gbogbo yẹn tí iye wa ń dé sọ fún mi lánàá wọ́n sọ pé mi gbà owó yẹn kó ń sọ owó tí wọ́n fún mi yàtọ̀ tó jẹ́ mo kú kíìpù tó yẹ kí n máa lò tó yẹ kó ti jẹ́ káyé mi dà kó sọ because I didn't understand. Lọ́mọdé ń pè yín nígbà tó ń pè yín mo ní pé gbé fóònù mo ṣe ní wẹ̀ no problem Sáfúnkẹ́ náà kò ń gbé fóònù mi mọ́ mo ṣe ní no problem. wọ́n lè ní àwọn evidence tí wọ́n but I know what I have in my hand kò sí gbogbo àwọn tó ní because mo mọ̀ wọ́n délé ni torí wọ́n rí mi lò torí I'm just a teenager nígbà mo join wọn náà church yẹn.
So in that vein it's still the same problem in that vein it's still the same issue of they are not appreciating him. That you see, Bawura is somebody that is running away from a lot of terrible shadows of his past experience with his past church. He has so much problem, so he keep lamenting. All these problems are haunting him. He's still talking about the your boy issue of generator and money. Then still talking about some things that have happened to him, that they are looking for him, they are chasing him. His life is not at peace. He's not safe. Even the police that is owing him. It's like they're using the police to even witch hunt him. Police are supposed to honorarily give him what the court said they should go and pay him. So you see, he's a victim of many division, a victim of many situations, a victim of many developments, a victim of many vices, a victim of many whims and caprices. So what do we do now? He was just saying that, oh, I joined the church when I was young. I have a lot of secret about them. So it is about give me a prestige, give me honor, give me more money, then I will help you. Then eventually, if you cannot take me the way I want, and that's why when they say that Mrs. Asheku is giving them money to come and say something about their former GO, his former GO or their GO, it's not true. From what you are hearing now, you can see that he's lamenting that even Mr. Asheku does not pick his call again. What they call Maureen Badejo does not pick it. No. Barrister Boluakibo does not pick his call again. So he's trying to express himself that they are not appreciating him enough. They are appreciating the other brother in Ibadan. They are appreciating Akweji. They are appreciating other people. So he feels that in that misfortune conundrum, you have to appreciate him. So he's a victim. And he's a victim.
Then my sister, because tí wọ́n kàn bẹ́ tí ó ń yà mí lẹ́nu nígbà tí Táyé Wándé sọ̀rọ̀ wọn ní owó tó ń fún mi. Ṣé ó ń ka owó àìsàn mọ owó tó ń fún yàn pé kó gbà ní? Torí kò yé mi. Tó bá dẹ̀ kó gbogbo tó jẹ́ wọ́n fún mi, kò sí yẹn tó ń fún mi tí mi kì í screenshot everything tí mo bọ́ ṣe ń send tí mi ń send fún Sister Fúnkẹ́. Èmi ò sẹ́ni tó wà desperate nípa owó. Tó bá jẹ́ mo wà desperate nípa owó, my sister, mi ò ní sọ̀rọ̀ nípa MFM. I will rather even go and do what I know many of them have been doing. màá ti dá church mi ńlẹ̀, and moreover àti ti kún ju bí ayé ṣe rò, nítorí pé mi ò wà desperate ni mo ṣe ní jẹ́ kí n fara jìyà yẹn tọ́nà àfi gbọ́ àdúrà mi. And I know where to go to, but mi ò ní after yẹn. So because kò yé mi ọ̀nà fún mi lówó ìgbà tó mi ìdẹ̀fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ kínní after ti issue mi àti Mr. Morin tó ti tì mí mọ́lẹ̀ tó ti release mi after ni alágbọ̀n release mi, mo ti make on mind me anything with one thing of I don't want to do. Mo dẹ̀ ti wáṣẹ́, mo ti gbaṣẹ́ pẹ̀lú Bovic tí mo ti ń wa truck tí mo fi ń bá wọn kọjá, kò sí mọ́tò tí mi lè wà. Inú iṣẹ́ yẹn náà ni staff kẹ́tì padà pè mí pé kí n lọ court, kí n lọ kọ́, mo dẹ̀ dágún ẹ̀ pé mi ò lọ mọ́ kàn fi mí lẹ̀. You can go and ask Brother Richard, all confess me ti àwọn ti ní lọ́ọ̀yà kíní kankan. Then Brother Richard náà bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ń convince mi later. Inú wàhálà yẹn náà ìgbà tí mo fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ náà mo ṣe fi iṣẹ́ yẹn lẹ̀, torí kò sí ní ẹ lọ rí lọ́ọ̀yà ilé kíní mi ṣáà lè máa ṣiṣẹ́ tó yẹ kí n lọ deliver ọjà tí mi lè sọ, mo fi iṣẹ́ yẹn lẹ̀. And that time they promise pa àwọn máa fún yín ní 20,000 every week, ẹ máa wọrí, kò lè sí wàhálà, kò lè ṣe kíní kan. Ẹ mú dágún ẹ pé tó máa ṣe take care family mi tí máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ wàhálà because I know MFM. What they promise heaven and earth. At the end of the day, fulfill promise and they be kan tó de pé wọ́n ti jáwọ́ náà. Ìyàtọ̀ wọn aṣọ 1.5 fún lọ́ọ̀yà àbí after the lawyer tó di pé wọ́n wá mi kiri mo bẹ̀ sí ń sá káàkiri ìjọjọ court ọkọ̀ dùn pé lọ́ọ̀yà yẹn ti kọ́ wá lè testify to all this. Àyàfi Brother Richard bàbá ẹ̀pọ̀rọ̀ ló ti kù. Then owó wo ni tó bá ní any evidence any proof, èmi náà ní gbogbo ẹ̀ lọ́wọ́, tó bá jẹ́ wọn ní kan print ẹ̀ jáde bí ọmọ gbowó kan tó jẹ́ mọ̀ náà. Definitely I accepted, they really try for me, but tí yóò bá ní balẹ̀ ọkàn bọ́ fún yàn wọn náírà kò lè dúró lọ́wọ́ lójú lọ́wọ́. At least owó tó ń ná fún Brother Richard, at least tèmi gan mọ àtọwọ́ kíní ọkàn kì í ṣe pé wọ́n ná làjẹ́ ẹ̀ fún mi, but to God be the glory, little tó ń ná fún mi mo mọ̀ lóore. Bí mi tiẹ̀ mọ owó ti kọ́ọ̀tì, at least yẹn tí mo fi save life mi, ṣé wo life tó ń ná gbà tó ń take life mi, mo mọ iye tí mo ná ní hospital tó, mo mọ iye tí mo fi ṣe àjò fún ara mi tí Olúwa ti dòkú. Àbúrò bí àwọn òpòrọ̀pọ̀ síkè ni mo síkè ni gbogbo ẹ̀ mo kún send gbogbo evidence and court in a lawyer hospital mo send gbogbo ẹ̀ sí wọn. Ìgbà tó jẹ́ atẹ́gùn fẹ́ sọ̀tà mi tí mo ṣubú tí mi lè dìde tó lè fẹ́ ní partial stroke, as a day can testify, mo ṣe fídíò gbogbo bí tí wọ́n rù mí lọ sí Èkìtì kó dé kó mo ṣàwọn gbèsè gbogbo kan tí mo ṣe mo ṣàlàyé. Ẹ wo mi ò nílò àti máa kí mo fẹ́ purọ́ fún. So that is it. Tó bá dẹ̀ jọ ní tí tó ń ṣe tó ń pọkùnrin ẹni kan ṣàlàyé fún mi màá lè defend ara mi. The only owó tí mo lè sọ yìí pé yes mo rí tó jẹ́ ó ṣe ní ìgbà tí yóò bá gidi pé mi tó which is 900 and something thousand, mo dẹ̀ ṣàlàyé fún wọn. Inú ẹ̀ mo ti gba ṣọ́ọ̀bù ní owó yẹn, inú ẹ̀ mo ti rajà sí ṣọ́ọ̀bù tí mo ń tà tọ́lọ́dẹ̀ ń gba ògóńgbà gbogbo ẹ̀ ni mo ti ṣe fídíò tí mo ti ń dúpẹ́. Kó tó di pé later àgbà tí mo ti lọ kọjá àyè mi mo jẹ́ kí n ti lọ máa kó ráìsì àti epo, mo tó máa ń lọ sọ́jà ọ̀dọ̀ lọ kó ráìsì àti epo pupa. Ẹyọ kan ni mo máa ń rà tẹ́lẹ̀ tó máa ń ra epo pupa tó pọ̀, but later mo ti ní kí n máa ra ọjà púpọ̀. Jọ́ mo lọ ra púpọ̀ báyìí náà gba gbogbo ẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ mi, gbogbo ẹ̀ ni mo ṣàlàyé fún wọn tí mo fẹ́ purọ́ fún. Ìgbà mo dẹ̀ ti rí gbogbo yẹn dẹ̀ ti dàrú. The next thing mi ṣàlè jókòó mú bímọ mo níyàwó mo lẹ́bí. Then mo ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ń ṣe transport tí mo ti lọ wá mọ́tò fi ṣe transport. Kó tó di pé yẹn náà ti ní ìforíṣọpọ̀ after bàtà lọ fún passport kìíní tí mo mọ ìsáyé today lọ. Kó tó di gbà kí n torí mi lọ́jọ́ méjì before then kó tó di pé ẹni tó ní mọ́tò gbà lọ́wọ́ mi kí mo fẹ́ purọ́ fún at this my age, I'm 52 years of age.
Why we're trying to play all this for you is for us to establish truth. In a country whereby a lot of people are myopic, and in a culture where a lot of people feel that you are doing too much. In our culture, when you are doing something, they say, "How do you feel it? And that is why things are bad. Things are getting worse every day, and that's why we find ourselves in this cul-de-sac. Look at what he said there. He said, why is some phone? And you see a lot of things that he said in that VM, talking about how he made money, the money he made in Yoruba Gide, how he spent it, how he lost it, how he had a little challenge, how he fell down. You know, it was about this entitlement mentality. Bawura expects so much, and he does not know the time and season. So he was just lamenting, and I think that is what Barrister Akimbo saw, and she became restrained that if you can bow out somebody that did so much for you in so many years, then what if I do? What are you going to do? That means you are going to reward me with the same measure. And Maureen Badejo to me, Maureen Badejo too is thanking her stars today that she didn't help him, that when he had problem in 2021 and he denounced her, she was able to just move ahead. She didn't come back, because if she came back, there's no amount of good thing you did do to the people like this. They will still come and blame you. According to Isaiah 26 verse 10, there's no amount of good thing you do to people like this. They will still come and curse you. They will still find a way to say you didn't do enough. Let's listen to another VN.
So àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ tó máa ń sọ pé owó táwọn fún mi ṣe kinní kan, àwọn àṣẹ 20,000 kémi máa lè jẹ kinní kankan, mi ò bá wọn complain, but the way they talk gan máa ń mú rònú bá mi. Mi ń ṣe lébi náà, ẹni kan náà bèrè gbogbo tí mo ti ṣiṣẹ́ ní MFM, I'm living large and fine. To God be the glory. Láti 95 tí mo ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ full time pẹ̀lú MFM, mi ò tọrọ owó lọ́wọ́ anybody rí. Mi ò dẹ̀ bèrè salary wọ́n sọ mi ò bèrè rí, because God is really blessing me. At least kí n tó kúrò lẹ́mẹ̀fẹ̀ gbogbo mọ́tò tí mo ti lò jẹ́ 8. Mi ò dẹ̀ fowó mi rà kan náà ẹ̀ wọ́n máa ń dash mi, because Ọlọ́run ó ń tọwọ́ mi ṣe ìyanu, ó dẹ̀ ń lo mi gan. You can go and ask. People bless me. But gbà tó dẹ̀ ti pé mo ti ń fight máa àwọn tó ń jẹ́ aláàánú tó jẹ́ mo pé wá pọn ní mo bá ọ̀gá wọn jà, gbogbo wọn ó kẹ̀yìn sí mi, mo bọ́gà wọn jà ó kẹ̀yìn sí mi. Táwọn mo ti fẹ́ fojú jọ mi ò lè rìn bó ṣe wọ̀, ṣé kì í ṣe ẹni tó sún tí mo rò bí ó jẹ́ ẹni tó súnmọ́ mi tó ìkan tí mo ń là kọjá ayé, mo kọ́ máa béèrè kan lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ ni. Mo ṣáà máa béèrè lọ́wọ́ kọ́ máa béèrè. I have a lot of things on my head. Ìkan tó kàn ń dùn mí wájú bá in fact kéèyàn níyàwó kan gan wàhálà ńlò tó wájú bàbá mi ti ní ju ẹyọ kan lọ, wàhálà ò ní pọ̀ lórí mi náà. I may have only one wife. My father is 88, my mom is 81 years. Only one wife. Obi mẹ́rin inú mẹ́rin, ìkan ti ṣaláìsí ọkọ àmẹ́ta. And the first son, gbogbo wàhálà ọ̀run mi ló wà. 8 years ago, you can go and still do your findings. 8 years ago, when my father did 80 years birthday, mo mú iye tí mo ná lórí 80 years birthday bàbá tí mo fi ṣe pàtẹ birthday ẹ̀. Gbogbo àwọn àrò tó di pé gbogbo wọn ṣe yìí, gbogbo wọn ló wá sí Ìbàdàn náà. Most of gbogbo wọn ló wá sí Ìbàdàn mú mọ̀. Most of them mo gba rúùmù fún tó ṣe, because I'm okay, well okay. Mo ti ní printing press, mo ní social, mo ní kíló porúkọ ẹ̀ printing press, mo ní photocopy machine DI, gbogbo ẹ̀ ni mo ní tí mo gbà yàn sí tó owó tí wọ́n wọlé fún mi. Wọ́n gbà tí gbogbo aláìbẹ̀rẹ̀ ní gbogbo ẹ̀ pátá ló bá ló crash down. Tó jẹ́ mo ta most of it láti fi máa jẹun, torí mi ò ráyè rí ẹni ọ̀dà ìkan. Mi ń ṣe lébi o, mi dẹ̀ ń ṣe ọ̀lẹ, kan tó dé tó ní ká wá rí wọn ni. Okay, mi tí mo pariwo pípé okay, mo fẹ́ kúrò ní Nàìjíríà, I know what I'm talking about. Sister Maureen, àwọn ọ̀rẹ́ mi tó wà ní MFM tó ń fa àwọn àṣírí kan fún mi, ó ṣàlàyé everything. Torí mi ìmọ̀ tí Sister Maureen wá ṣe ní Nàìjíríà dípòròpọ̀ máa jẹ́ kó mú un. As at yesterday, yẹn ṣe pè mí láàárọ̀ àná pé wọ́n máa gbé wọn lọ sí kóòtù lẹ́nìí ní Monday. Ó dẹ̀ sọ fún mi pé àwọn other people náà tètè fẹ́ máa raise àwọn case against her. Ẹ̀yin tẹ́ mọ̀ pé ẹ ti ta most of people mọ́lẹ̀ ní Nàìjíríà, kí lẹ wá kẹ́ bá tiẹ̀ fẹ́ wá Nàìjíríà yìí bẹ́ẹ̀ kẹ́ forí pamọ́ tẹ́ máa fi padà ní. And before this, mo ti sọ fún ìsàyè wa ǹdẹ́ ìwò kí Maureen tẹ̀tù wọ́wọ́ ní iṣu pẹ̀lú tó wà Nàìjíríà mi mọ̀ kó máa wà. Tó àwọn ọ̀rẹ́ mi tó wà ní ẹ̀kọ́ta ẹ̀ ti pè mí pé wọ́n ní wọ́n pray pé kí ṣá máa gbàdúrà kí Sister Fúnkẹ́ wọ́n ní kéésì ẹ̀ pé bọ̀ tí ọ̀tá ò bá wọ́n bó ṣe máa come back for me, which mo mọ̀. I
have a lot of evidence and proof against MFM with me, but me release here now. Me dey lè sọ fún anybody little tí mo sọ náà mo gbé bó ṣe ń polongo ẹ̀ sáà mo ní tí màá dọ́gbó bọ́ sọ̀rọ̀ tí màá sẹ́ǹdẹ̀ kan sẹ́ ìjọ máa sọ ẹ má jẹ́ kọ́ mọ̀ ó máa sọ ẹ níhà ni a ti sọ the way táwọn èèyàn máa tọ̀ pé mi mo sọ ni. Emmanuel Adégbòye kóyìn wá mi láti jọ àdúgbò kan lájọ wa tẹ́lẹ̀ torí mo wọlé ẹ̀ mò ń jáde ọ̀rọ̀ ìyàwó ẹ̀ tí mo sọ torí mo èmi àti ìyàwó ẹ̀ close gan tó wà lórí wíyá ìṣà ni mo máa lọ sẹ́ǹdẹ̀ owó sí ìyàwó ẹ̀ mo ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ mọ̀ ní pé kó jọ kó má jọ kó mọ̀ ó sọ gbogbo ìyẹn tọ̀ dé nẹ́ẹ̀sì ọ̀rọ̀ mi ló tún play jáde tí yẹn fi mọ̀ pé mi ni ó fàyè mi sí danger ẹ wá ń sọ pé kíní. Friday àsápà ó ń dà mí lọ ẹ̀yìn náà ó fi táìfù mi fi danger ìyẹn náà bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí wá mi kiri. Àjọṣe nìyẹn àjọṣe náà ìyẹn náà wà mí kiri gbogbo wọn ló ń fún mi lóhùn tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ ṣàjọṣe tó jẹ́ gbogbo àṣírí ẹ̀ ló wà lọ́wọ́ mi tí mo tún sọ fún mo mọ bí mo rìn ṣe tututu tí yẹn fi mọ̀ pé mi mo sọ̀rọ̀ fún ìyẹn ló wà mí kiri kì í ṣọ̀tá Olúkọ̀yà nìkan kọ́ ni mo jẹ́ ọ̀tá most of them now. Wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ pé òun ṣe wọ́n ní ṣé ọ̀rọ̀ owó ni mo ń sọ bá bo ọ̀rọ̀ life ta ló mọ ibi tó fà tí ń wá fúlù ẹ̀ ta ló mọ ibi tó ti ń wá fúlù ẹ̀ bá jẹ́ pé yóò léyàn gidi àrándẹ̀ pé àbí yóò tètè jáde sọ̀rọ̀ ara ẹ̀ bí ẹ̀bá náà bí ọ̀tá mi bá ti kú àbí wọ́n rò bí prayer point nìkan lọ́lọ́run fi gbà mí ni gbogbo nǹkan tó mo dẹ̀ ṣe kò sí ẹ̀ tí mi padà sọ fún sáfún kẹ́ ó gbàgbọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ kìíní o mo múra sọ̀rọ̀ ara mi ni o torí àwọn pípọ̀ wọn náà wọ́n pa mí mo mi ìjọ́ tó mo fi pọ̀ ẹ̀jẹ̀ ní kíní àbí mi sẹ́ni gbogbo tẹ́ ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi tí a sẹ́ni gbogbo ẹ̀ sí sáfún kẹ́ the next one sọ pé àwọn fún mi lówó owó kọ́ máa ní any evidence mi ní wọ́n fún mi ní owó but owó ni wọ́n fún mi I'm a married man I'm a grow up family man that even told a lot of family rely on because when things is okay I take care of my family both my junior one and my parents but now most of them they still thought that things are still rosy like before which I mean people fẹ́ máa sọ fún lẹ́yìn àwọn parents mi but yíyan ní kí wọ́n fi àjẹ wọn kú náà ọmọ mi wà ń bẹ̀ mi ò lè ṣe bàbá lórí àwọn ọmọ àwọn tó mú tọ́jú dáadáa tẹ́lẹ̀ so my sister I didn't understand maybe they still have any me any word torí wọ́n sọ pé sọ fún wọn pé gbogbo tó ń fún èmi kí lèmi fi ṣe kàn sọ ìgbà tọrọ lémi tó ní pọlẹ iṣu lémi tí lánàá ọdún ló wọn gbowó mọ bíi tí àwọn wáìfù mi wà tó fún wa ní December pé ká má sọ̀rọ̀ ká ṣàkókòrò gbogbo ẹ̀ mo ti send print mo ti send lẹ́tà yẹn sí sister Fúnkẹ́ pé kó jọ mí ní kẹ́ fún mi lówó bó jẹ́ léèyàn Nàìjíríà tó ní accommodation tó lè tiẹ̀ fi wá sí ká máa gbé wọ́n fún mi ẹlẹ́rìn mọ̀mọ́ adébẹ̀rẹ̀ tí mo ní pé kó dà pé mo bèrè wọn lẹ́wọ̀n ò ní ó ti yá mo sọ fún bra Richard bí akóbá yín bá mi sọ̀rọ̀ ó ló máa bá yín sọ̀rọ̀ bí àwọn ẹ̀ bá sọ̀rọ̀ àwọn bá yín sọ̀rọ̀ àbí ẹ̀ bá yín sọ̀rọ̀ dẹ̀ ní mi ò ṣàmọ̀ mi bèrè mọ́ lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ ìbèrè mọ́ lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ gbogbo àwọn tó ń ràn lọ́wọ́ ń sìn mélòó ló even half of the àtàpéjì àti all those people mélòó nù wọn ló mọ many things about mountain ló sọ àpéjì lè máa bá wọn ṣe kó máa gbowó èmi bá wọn jìyà amúdẹ̀lì bá wọn mọ àwọn àṣírí tó ti ìjọ yẹn lẹ́yìn mú mọ́ àwọn yẹn wà jalè owó ni mi ò bá wọn jalè owó náà àpèjì ni àtàwọn dá people wọn jalè àwọn yẹn dísàfà àti kó irú àpèjì yẹn dáṣọ àìní mo ṣe bí mi dọ́wọ́ ta irú ẹ̀gbọ́n dísàfà àti lọ tì wọ́n lẹ kó tẹ̀ jọ́ sẹ́kọ̀ àbọ̀sẹ̀ méjì kó ti mọ́ sí alágbọ̀n kó lè mọ́ scores ṣé mi kó wọn jẹ ni àbọ̀ nǹkan sọ́nà ń tọ́ pé mo kó wọn jẹ.
So you see, in this VN, there's a lot of things for us to learn from there. You see, he said so much. He was soliloquizing. He was complaining that Mrs. Ashekun is not treating him the way he's supposed to be treated. You know that he used to be rich. That he's not a hunger-seeking person. That he's a rich person. That when he was in the church, he had access to money. And that for the whole year that he worked in MFM, all the 29 years that he had, all the cars he used were 8 cars. He didn't buy anyone. They were given to him. That he was rich. He had a printing press. He used to have a bookshop. And now that He even lamented that his father, if to say his father married many wives, maybe the problem will not be much on him. But his father married one wife, and that because his the first son has died, I think he said that one died when he was on the altar of his former church. That he brought him to the church, he collapsed on the altar, and that the responsibility of firstborn now fell on him. That they are just 3, and his father is 88, his mother is 82, and that 8 years ago, when his father was 80, he brought a lot of pastors and regional overseers to Ibadan. He put them in highbrow hotels. He spent a lot of money. So he was trying to talk about past glory, and he also lamented about how his involvement with Ms. Maureen Badijo brought him to problem and all that he was able to help her to divulge a lot of information, not just about the leadership of the church, but about some certain people and some certain victims like him, and that the way she broadcasted it, they knew that he was the one. He was just soliloquizing and trying to let her know that they are not doing enough for him, that all the money they gave him, he's an adult, he has his own life to live, that the monies are not enough, that all the money, that he has children that he has to send to school, that his wife at the time, he ran away from home, that though his wife wanted to, sell him out to the enemy, that he has to go back to them now. Then he started blaming himself that, when he had crisis after Maureen Badijo's case, he wanted to go into private job, he was working somewhere, he was driving vehicle, but it was Ms. Ashekun that said he should fight his cause in the court of law and all that. And that was when he left his job, then he promised to give him certain amount of money. And you see that everything is about entitlement, you see that it's about frustration. Of course, we need to pity him. And at the same time, we need to also criticize him. He's a victim of life. And why we are doing this broadcast is pure. I have just used the 3 people today, Yoruba Gidi, Mrs. Funke Ashekun, and Barrister Bodo Akimbos, as a case study to show you the pattern. If you introduce Bawura to Donald Trump tomorrow, the President of America, he will start to ask him for help. And that is the pattern. We have just used the 2 people case study today. The next broadcast I'm going to do, we want to still look at inside the court papers of Bawura. There are a lot of things we have to learn from the trajectory of his case against his former general overseer, his former church, the Nigerian police, and the policewoman that is said to be a member of the church that is being used to harass and to intimidate and to arrest the dissent voices or critics. And how the judgment came, how he was able to get judgment against the police, and the judgment was in favor of his former boss. How the theatrics, the drama, there's a need for us to study this court paper, and you are listening to the interview. So all I want to say that Bawura, that's a pattern of his life. If you introduce Bawura to President Donald Trump today, it won't take him 72 hours for him to start appealing for something, because that is what his life has turned to be. And that's why I said I cannot afford to blame him much. If you listen to some of the last voice note, second to the last voice note, where he was lamenting that, Maureen Badijo came to Nigeria. Why did she come to Nigeria when she knows that she has done a lot of investigation on his church and some certain individual in the church system? That why should she put herself in that kind of problem, that even if she came to Nigeria, she would have been quiet about it, that they have threatened him before, that they said, if Mrs. Ashekun loses her case in the US, the church is coming after him, the leadership, his former IGO is going to clamp on every one of them that supported or that said their experience in the public domain. And you ask yourself, what is the meaning of that? Why should a man be so afraid of a church he once pastored, where he once worshipped, where he once motivated people? Why will he be living his life like somebody running away from a bad deal? I hope some of you have read The Partner by John Grisham. The way that the protagonist was running from one country to the other after stealing the money in that private chamber, after routing the money, how he was running from one country until he was caught up in Brazil. So why should a man of God, a pastor in a church system, be a victim of a suicidal escape He's always suicidal. He's always in paranoid. He's always looking at his back. He cannot have his life to himself. He's afraid, even when they are giving him confidence. That don't worry, God will take control. Don't worry, the case will be in our favor. He's still so afraid. He's afraid of the shadow of his former GO. He's afraid of the shadow of the church. Then to add sort to injury, some of the members of the church are still sending him threat message, maligning on social media. One of them even maligned us. The same Jola Osho, Samuel Augustus, who used to be Shade Hunter or something like that, then later now turned himself to Samuel Jola Osho, who came under so many fictitious names to abuse critics of his church and to defend his GO, who was stalking Morimbade in the police station and even into the magistrate court until he was caught and was sent to 10-day jail that he ended not honoring. You know, that's how powerful that church is. They are so powerful to the extent that the court of law will want to jail a member and the member will escape the jail from the court of law in Nigeria. They are so powerful to the extent that an industrial court will give them a judgment that they should pay their former staff their money within 30 days and they will not pay the money. They won't pay the money for 6 months until those one came out in the press to make noise. So you ask yourself, what does it mean? What's the meaning of that? Why should you be afraid of a church? Why should you live under the shadow of the fear of a former church? I mean, why should you be so afraid? Why should you live your life in despair? Why should you live your life in terror? Because you are once the pastor of a church. You know? Why? Why the harassment? You know? Why the harassment? You know? And these people, under the Facebook of the character called Samuel Kayode Jola Osho, formerly Shade the Hunter, and formerly Samuel Kayode Augusta, there are a lot of things that he has published against us. You know, terrible things, malicious publication, but do we have any response for them? Maybe that's how they were raised. That's the kind of their Christianity, their own Christianity. So what do? We watch. He has written this, being Gadan Asabi, the madman of the Gerasenes. He wrote a lot. This is a malicious publication about me by Samuel Kayode Jola Osho. You know, he published it on his page and he said some terrible things about me. You know, he said, he said so many terrible things. And I look at it and I just wonder. He said, I hate their GO. You know, he said a lot. And if we are to act the way they always act, and we say because of this publication now, we should get police to go and arrest him and criminalize his act. Do we pass that route? You know, a lot of terrible things. There's one they did, and he put, I think he put the dressing of a herbalist. I'm looking for that one now. You know, there's another one he wrote. He said, being as I be exposed, the paid propagandists behind the campaign of lies against Dr. Olukoya and Bawura or something. He wrote so many terrible things there. You know, the same Jola Osho on their daily living. Just like the way they malign Yoruba Gidi, cursing him was so terrible. He said, any reasonable person knows that he, not me, should be chained at the psychiatric hospital, Aro, Abeokuta. That is not an insult. That is an observation. You know, he said a lot of terrible things, malicious. Okay, then look at this one now. Yes, he he wrote and he put me in the garb of a herbalist. He did a caricature of me holding a calabash and a dirty rag of myself. You see, you ask yourself, what kind of people are this one? Somebody like this, you look at his orientation, you look at his education, somebody that could disobey a judge or a magistrate and get into his car and do a video and say that nobody can do anything to me, nobody can arrest me. So if that kind of person is writing about it, and these are the key people that are handling the image of Bawura's ex-boss, people who write terrible things, you know, they have been trying to insult us, you know, because why? There are facts. Most of the things we are reporting, we are talking about, they are court-based. There are facts. These people went through hell. They went through a systemic challenge. So are we making it up? No. Did we make Pastor Femi Jimoh's story up? No. Did we make Pakele Balon's story up? No. Did we make Henry Ayinero's story up? No. Did we make Baruwa Olowoyeye's story up? No. Even though Bawura decided to backslide and he decided to change the narrative, and even in changing the narrative, he keeps soiling their image the more. And I'm sure from indications available, it is people like Samuel Kayode Augustus, who eventually became Jola Osho, and who used to be Shade the Hunter. He's the one he's the one behind all the scripts, terrible scripts, and some other people that we might not know. Because I'm very sure that we have credible people in that church. It's a church of God, but if things are wrong, if things are not normal, shall we keep quiet? If people come out and say things happen to us, okay, is it easy for a woman to say, oh, I was dehumanized, or I was treated in a very unfair manner? Okay, will any woman want to live with that stigma forever? If we're in a very good country and the human rights community is straight, why can't we allow these people? Why can't we give them protection? I think April last year, some women went to NAPTIP to make allegation. There was a video. They cried. They made allegation about certain things happening to some of them in that same church. And when AIT phoned to ask about their own response, they said no response.
The post that they post on the AIT I think sometime last year or so, when some people went to the AIT to go and begin to shout protest that Dr. Olowoyeye is abusing women. When I looked at the face of those people very well, and I later looked to the face of people that went to the Ikoyi High Court, those that went there to go and protest, that free Richard. And I later say, know what is going on now. As it be, Funke Ajeku Ene Kure. When Asebe called me that I should come and meet him at the hotel along that AIT road, that church bus stop, along AIT road, the hotel is around that area. When I went there, I saw Asebe and that is photographer, and one of the women that was shouting that the Olowoyeye is abusing woman. It's not new that Funke has been doing this dirty job for long. So definitely it's Funke that pay Asebe to arrange for people to go on to AIT
and be said negative thing about Olowoyeye, that Dr. Olowoyeye is the abusive woman. Asebe is living along that Yanodo side, along Jokiayo AIT Road. He's living around that area. Although I didn't know his actual house, but at least he have dropped me about 2 times, and he told me that he's living around that side. Asebe have connection to some people in AIT. So Funke pay Asebe to arrange some people to carry a blackout and begin to shout that Olowoyeye is molesting women. And AIT too didn't do their information. Although they claim that they did their information because they tried to call someone, we didn't know whether that person that they are called is admin in Mountain of Fire or not, which I know the person that they call is never be admin, MFM admin. They just AIT want to do that is the arrange work, so that they will not say that they didn't call them before they start publish that issue. That is the work of Asebe and Funke. But the AIT did not ask these people, can you provide the evidence of the woman that you are claiming that Olowoyeye molested? They did not. Asebe is the work. He did that work for Funke Asheku. During the Richard arrest, during the Richard arrest, Funke pay Asebe that he should arrange some people to carry blackout to Ikoyi court to be shouting free Richard, free Richard, free Richard. At the end of the day, God now catch you. I now saw the video when she was analyzed my post, about my interview. He put those things also, and I later see the face of one of the sister that follow that I saw in the hotel that lodged in, that we did that video. Asebe, Funke Asheku kure. So Funke Asheku pay you to be destroyed the name of Olowoyeye ministry. Every day I'm regretting it. Every day. The worst part of it, even all my children, I call them, sit them down. Say, when you grow up to want to marry, if you bring any member from Mountain of Fire, I say I will not allow. I regretted it. Even regretted to see anybody, even church of MFM gone to pass through it.
Yeah, but maybe
so because the way what I face, as it horrible. That's why that Olowoyeye have a lot of things to do. Forget we are arresting people, attacking people. Try to work peace. Even though whether people telling lie or not, work peace out. Tell me, how do we are the country that we can take a gun? With all the wound that they do to me, tell me that I cannot take a gun and be looking for any one of them. Shoot. Funke, you can say that is a lie I'm talking about. Remember, when Ogulano, my lawyer, the lawyer that you get for me, when we start the case between Mountain of Fire and I myself, not even between me and the police, Olowoyeye did not offended me. Between me and the police, when we go to the court, when the police refuse to come to the police the court on time, you pay 500,000. You pay Ogulano 500,000 to help you to arrange for a press. If people can remember, I sat down, Ogulano and the other sisters, the lawyer that is working with Ogulano. If you can go and remember, Galaxy TV was there to do the interview, and PM News paper was there, and some other people. Funke Ashekun pay then to do the that which AIT did. I'm gonna post that in their network news. Funke ACB, you are a wicked person. So that is why I call on Mountain of Fire and Miracle Legal Department to raise up this matter again. ACB and Funke against what they call it. They should sue them. For defamation of character. They to spoil the name of the church and the Olokoya. And also they should, ACB should provide the particular person that they claim that the Olokoya, define or molested. Then also, if they cannot do that, let the MFM go and arrest people from AIT. If they arrest the AIT people, they will provide ACB and all those people that came to that place to come and testify, especially that woman, that black woman that was saying something boldly because they are paying her. Let them arrest her. Let her come and claim and the evidence, bring the evidence that Olokoya molest anybody.
And eventually, after some time, the video disappeared from the internet. And as I'm talking to you now, we don't even know what NAPTIP is saying about that story, but there was a stage, there was a campaign at NAPTIP in Abuja. Some women came out and said, something like this happening. This man is fighting us, intimidate us with litigation, harassment, intimidation, everything they said. But maybe because, I don't know, does it mean that the law is not working? Does it mean that some people are bigger and they are infallible, or they cannot go wrong? Anything they do is justice cannot question them, equity cannot question them. They can do and undo, and life goes on. From all what we have revealed about Bawura now, you can see that he's in a state of strategic confusion. We are trying to establish that there is fear. He has been living a life that is not his own. He wants to get back into real life. That's why he's doing what he's doing now. He's trying to sacrifice every other person that have done so well to him, brandishing allegation here and there for something he started by himself. You said it in your word that you are the first to take your church, former church, to court until they beg you out of it. That you have worked with them when you were a teenager, you have done this, you have done that. So people like Ashekun are just visitors. People like Mrs. Maureen Badejo, they are visitors. There are people that came, Sababi. People like Yorubagi, they are visitors. People like the barrister in Canada, Bolu Akimbo, they are all visitors. They are all people that came to help you and see how they can make your life better. But now if you say this is the way you want to turn it off, why? Why should you come and want to drag us? I want to throw us, I want to rubbish us, I want to make us look like criminal. We are not criminal, we are journalists, we are doing our job, we are investigating. And like I said, the environment is democratized. If people come out and say, you wounded them, you did this to them, you also have your own side, right of reply, to say your own and say, okay, this is what happened. The industry, the internet is open. We are not in the era of newspaper, cuts to paste. No, we're in the era of breaking news. If somebody says something, when Chris Okotie and Chris Oyakhilome were fighting many years ago, I remember Chris Okotie came on AIT, challenged Chris Oyakhilome of using voodoo after visiting TB Joshua's church. And the very next day, it was a Sunday morning. I think, yes, no, Chris Okotie used to have a program, Apocalyptics, on Sunday morning on AIT. I think Oyakhilome used to have his own in the afternoon. By the afternoon, Oyakhilome replied. It was not the era of internet. Facebook has not been established much in Nigeria then. There was nothing like Instagram, there was nothing like YouTube, but it was TV, paid campaign, paid advert. He didn't take any challenge. Oyakhilome came out and replied him why he went to synagogue. And you can know that at that time, Chris Okotie was aggressive. So why should somebody talk today and the next thing you want to clamp the person down You want to give him a litigation so that people will not come to him and talk again. You want to go to court. So what's the problem? And for Bawura, why do you choose this route? Why are you destroying people? Why are you maligning people? Why are you cursing? Does that say something about where you are coming from? You spent 29 years in a church. Cumulatively, if you are still in that church, you'll be spending 33 years now. And look at what your life looks like. Cursing, harassing, self-immolation. You believe that everything should come to you. You believe that they are giving so much to some people, they should give more to you. You know, it's very unfortunate. So the broadcast here is to say more. All of you are listening to the interview. The interview we granted him, we didn't force him. He came on his volition, on his own volition, and he believed that we are going to help him to raise money. But unfortunately, dynamics changed because he himself started doubting us. He himself started calling, oh, don't worry, Chief Bawura is a friend of my father. My father is going to see him. We are going to go to the police. They will write so that I get my money from the police. They will write so that I get my money from MFM. Don't worry. Then later, oh, don't worry again. I will even go to MFM. I'll go and beg the man so that I can get some money to start all over. Pastor Bawura, even if your former GO gives you 10 million today, if you are not spiritually refined and you are not out of this cul-de-sac, you will finish spending it and you still back on the street begging and shouting for help. So the best thing is that go and check yourself. Go and apologize to people that you are cursing. Go and find out what they have done to your life. Remember the day you wanted to die. Remember certain challenges of life and never blame people for your own sole decision. Your decision is your decision. You are not a child, you are an adult. You started raising family at a very tender age. I learned that you are even a grandfather. So why are you behaving? Báwo làgbàlagbà ṣe ń ṣe láńgbáláńgbá? Báwo lẹ ṣe máa lọ sórí program Rashida tó lọ Tóyìn Pàyẹ láti lọ parọ́ mọ́ mi? Anyway, we are going to end this broadcast here. I want everybody to take a cue, especially from most of the voice notes. Ask yourself. We have to just learn a lot of lessons. We have to learn deeper things. We have to learn deeper things. Let me land up with the book of First King. Timothy. Let me land up with something around Timothy. And it's just for the Bible believer. I want to console a lot of people that feel so, terrified about what is happening. God is aware. Now, this is Timothy, 1 Timothy 3. Now, it's called Qualification of Overseers. 1 Timothy 3, from verse 1 to 7. Qualification of overseers. And I want you to pick something from there. I want to round it up on that note. He said, this is a true saying, if a man desires the office of an overseer, he desires a good work. An overseer then must be blameless, the husband of one wife, vigilant, sober, of good behavior, given to hospitality, apt to teach, not given to wine, no striker, not greedy of filthy lucre, but patience, not a brawler, nor covetous, one that ruleth well his own house, having his children in subjection with all gravity. Verse 5. For if a man knows not how to rule his own house, how shall he take care of the church of God? Verse 6. Not a novice, lest being lifted up with pride, he falls into the condemnation of the devil. Verse 7. Moreover, he must have a good report of them which are without, lest he falls into reproach and the snare of the devil. Anyway, that is for overseers and for bishops. Those who want to become overseers, who want to be bishop. We should take a note from that, and we should please learn from this video. I just want everybody to see the truth in plain and learn one or two things from it. And all the videos we are releasing for Bawura is to buttress the fact that nobody forced him to come to us. He has his life story to tell. He's a free citizen of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He's a citizen of Africa, and under the Charter of Africa, Charter for Human Rights, there is freedom of speech. And under the Nigerian section, the law of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, there is freedom of speech. And he came to express himself, what he has seen, and it was backed by a court judgment, and even from what you've seen today, he had an affidavit from Ogun State, a high court in Ogun State, to say that I want to say something, and what I'm saying is the truth about myself. So when you see him coming around to say all the things he's saying, he lied again that I'm in a group that one WhatsApp group. I don't join WhatsApp group. I don't do WhatsApp group. He said myself and Mrs. C one day, Robert with Barrister, Barrister Polu and Mrs. Ashekun, and he named some people. These are very crappy lies. Baseless lies. I'm not that kind of person. I'm not caught for that. If I meet you, I've met you. If you have not met me, you have not met me. And I don't even open up to a lot of people. I choose my friend, I choose my association, and I choose what I do. And I try to back up with evidence. I look at things critically, and if I say something is crazy, something is not good, trust me, I will not discriminate, but I will not also persecute. I won't discriminate. I will be just in my orientation. And if I say something is bad, trust my judgment. If I say there is something wrong with something, trust my judgment. If there's evil anywhere, definitely we will speak out. And the reasonable people, the conscientious ones, the intelligent ones will listen. And in due time, there will be justice. In due time, there will be correction. In due time, society will fall in place with global ethical laws. I want to thank you, everyone that's watching, everyone that's supporting, everyone that's praying for us. Thank you so much. This, what we are doing, is not by our might, it's not by our strength. It's purely God's grace. And for all of us, all of you that feel so, you feel emotional bruised with what people did to you, people that turn up to say bad things about you, especially people like Mrs. Funke Ashekun, people like Barrister Bolu, and so many other people like Mrs. Maureen Bade-Joel. Jesus has already consoled us that in this world they are going to persecute us, but at the end of the day, He gives us victory in large proportion. But in saying our truth, we'll be factual. The broadcast is never to dehumanize or to denigrate anybody or to denigrate any institution, but to bring out the objective. On this note, we'll still be right back if there's any need. We want to thank you. May God bless you. May God give you a good life. May God give you a very good part of Christianity. You will never be wounded in spirit. You will never be wounded in body. Everlasting glory of God will continue to be with us. God bless you. Goodbye.